Hello, everybody, and welcome to day one of the Road to Collegiate Esports National Championship. We are here at the Bendix Arena in South Bend, Indiana, where we will be competing in Rocket League and Overwatch, here presented by Army, ROTC, Esports U, and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. It's great to have you all here. Let's make some noise for day one, right here. Let's go. That's right, here in the Midwest, South Bend, Indiana. And we have two amazing teams. We're going to start it off with Rocket League, and we're going to keep it real simple and get right into the action to start things off. Coming up first will be the number 8 seed here. Let's get this ready. I want to get these guys' names 100% proper. It's going to be Louisville, and it'll be Matt to start things off here for Louisville. Let's make some noise. One of the more complex names on the day.
It's
Matt.
a player.
Okay, coming up next here, we have Rhino.
It's a player.
Yes, sir.
There's 3 players named Matt.
Rhino looking good here. 2-player for Louisville. And coming up next to round out their team, it'll be Rylan. Rylan. That's right. 3 guys here for Louisville. They'll be going up as the number 8 seed here in the bracket. And they'll be going against a tough component, to say the least. It'll be Northwood University. To start things off for them, it's going to be Buddy to the stage. Northwood, the number 1 seed here at the event so far. Top dogs to beat. Rounding out his team here, let's get Hockey to the stage. Hockey. Playing the wrong sport. Perfect. And to round out the number 1 seed here for Northwood, we are going to take a look at Pirates. Pirates coming to the stage to round out Northwood University. This is going to be the Rocket League here. We'll start it off at the Bendix Arena. And I'm just blessed to be here. This is going to be such an amazing event. Day 1, we're going to get started. You know, it's an early morning. We're getting started. A little bit light. But coming up here, we're going to have the number 1 versus the 8 seed. Once again, Northwood versus Louisville. And I'm excited for it. So whenever you guys are ready, let's take it to the action. Throw it up to the casters, Orbital, and Settlance, and let's get them going here for the information.
Thank you so much, Paulie. Looking great as always, man. I am Septilance, joined by the handsome and wonderful Orbital. And like Paulie said, we are going to be bringing you not just 1, but 2 days of some Rocket League action. We've got Louisville up against Northwood in just a couple of minutes. But before we jump into all that action, we do want to take a moment to thank our fantastic sponsor.
Yeah, this is sponsored by the Army, ROTC. It's been a fantastic time. They've been so kind, allowing us to be able to put on this event. And I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome to be able to come out, be able to get this going for the kids, for any of the players that also, some of their first LAN experience, some of their first experiences here, being able to compete on a stage. And I think that is awesome. So let's go ahead and talk about it a little bit. You can see on the desk here, we have a couple items laid out here. You can go ahead and see there's a hat here, which I think is awesome. We got some water bottles. And most notably, they did say it was limited edition only. So we have 1 each here, which is kind of cool. We'll go ahead and hold it up here. We got some T-shirts here that come out and about, which I think is awesome. I'm a little bit too fat, which just means that I need to get in shape and be able to wear this. But hey, excuse me, have a lot of options for you. So if you are interested in that, go ahead, check them out. I believe GoArmyROTC.com.
Yeah, and I don't know what the material on that shirt is, but it is very soft, completely unrelated. It's just, it feels like a good shirt, feels very comfortable. And like Orbital mentioned a moment ago, there's the water bottles and whatnot. The trophy, unfortunately, is not just up for grabs. You do have to win a Rocket League tournament to get the trophy. But speaking of winning the Rocket League tournament, let's take a little bit of a look at these teams, right? We've got Northwood, the number 1 seed going into this, up against Louisville, the number 8 seed of 8 teams. But Louisville, I want to talk about this. I thought this was super cool. I just learned this a couple of minutes ago. They're the only club program here today. They are not school-sponsored. They're currently in the process of getting there, but it's a student-run organization, you know, by students, for students, and I think that's super awesome that they've made it as far as making it here to this Invitational. I get a huge kick out of that personally.
Oh yeah, and it's something that I personally, like, if you've been in esports for any amount of time, you know that everything starts at the very bottom.
Yep.
As much as that sounds weird, programs did not just appear out of nowhere. You have to be able to show that you can compete. You have to be able to show that you can hang with the big dogs, and it all starts like this. You start facing off against programs such as Northwood, which considerably a lot of the players here know about it.
Yeah.
And to give you a bit of information, Northwood is considered one of, if not the top current collegiate program. They have players that play in so many different leagues. They provide so much entertainment for all of us. I do believe a little bit of a dig, nothing too bad, but I did hear they had a little bit of a loss recently, very recently, which means either they're out for blood today or they're out to be a little bit tilted. So I think it's awesome to see them, but it's a mountain to climb, right? And for a club, I can think of no greater challenge to be able to show off what your program could potentially have. To be able to go here. Again, it's a double elimination. This does not mean they're out of the tournament specifically, but it is a David versus Goliath moment for sure.
I mean, at the very least, this is the definition of it. Like you said, this is double elimination, so it's not the end of the world for Louisville. I actually got to interview them yesterday during the media day, and they even told us, they said, we expect to lose that first game. And they said, we are going to have a crazy losers bracket run. I 100% believe it. They sound like they've really got some things figured out. Their analytics were super impressive. I got to sit down with them for a little bit yesterday. They had great stats on like every other team here. So they know the numbers, but now it's going to come down to that mechanical performance. And I know that Northwood, they also came in this morning. I think they got here at 4:30 this morning. So they have had a rough get here. They were supposed to get here at like midnight, and then I guess there was a huge accident on the freeway. So they were stuck in traffic for hours. But, you know, maybe Louisville, it might be a blessing for them, right? Northwood might not be completely at their A game. They might be completely exhausted.
Yeah, it's something that is brand new for a lot of these players. When we talk about LAN experience versus online experience, LAN experience is you are in person, you have to travel, you have to get here, and it's a brand new experience for a lot of people. For me, specifically, I started out in my basement kind of hiding away, you know, my curfew was 10 o'clock. I may have been online till about 10:30, might have gotten in trouble for it, I'll be honest. But the experience of just sitting at home in a place that you are comfortable with for years potentially playing and getting to know your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, and then to say you have to upheave all that and go play at a venue in front of the lights, the sound, the crowd, with your opponents pretty much right across the stage, is something, a completely different phenomenon. And to sit there and say you have to do that all in one day, on top of that, a little bit later, you know, like you said, came in maybe a little bit rough on the sleep schedule.
A little bit.
I am interested to see how it does affect them. It can mean that you're not as sharp on the kicks. You're not aiming as well. The passes are not as clean. And that can make all the difference in a game Rocket League, where quite literally everything is on a second timer. You miss that one shot, you miss your 30-second opportunity. Yeah,
I mean, you've hit the nail right on the head. Rocket League is so one micro mistake, you can lose the entire game. It comes down to every single millisecond of if your play goes wrong, they score. Rocket League only wins by a single point, right? You only need that 1 point to win, and a single mistake could be the very reason that doesn't happen. So I want to see, you know, is it going to be that literal sleep exhaustion, that physical exhaustion? Is it going to be the nerves of, like we mentioned already, for most players that we've gotten to talk to, this is a first LAN experience. Not only are they on a stage for the first time, they're on somebody else's setup, staring their opponents in the face. I mean, they are definitely looking this as a brand new experience, and I really wonder whose game that's going to increase and whose game that's going to decrease. Are they going to take that, you know, fight or flight, right? Are they going to come in swinging, or are they going to maybe let the nerves get to them a little bit? And I believe we're actually going to take a look at the bracket here in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to be taking a look at that. We know the first game, but we're going to get a look at a couple of the ones coming up as well. I think we have 4 games today.
Yes, so we're going to go ahead and do the winner's side of the bracket. Winner's side is just the intro side. It's the first one that you get to play. There are 8 teams here today, and we'll run them down for you. So here very shortly, you'll see, and the first slot, of course, is Northwood versus University of Louisville. Which is going to be an awesome time, like you see there. Running down the slot, our second match of the day will be University of Akron versus University of Kentucky, which is the 2nd seed versus the 7th seed. You can see there on your screen. Third will be Ball State versus Indiana University, the 3rd versus 6th. And finally of the day, it will be Oakland University versus Bethel University. Now, the key thing to note is, again, you do not see the lower side of the bracket right now. Those will be played off in the LAN Center, which also we didn't get to really talk about here in the Bendix Arena, which I think is awesome. But they will play off there. The only lower side bracket that we will see is going to be the lower side finals, which will be done tomorrow before the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be seeing all of these teams at least once, right? Theoretically, we're going to see everybody here at least one time. And I know a school that I'm really looking out for is Akron, and not only because I'm right from that area, that's kind of the closest school, so a little bit of a home field friend there, but also I know that this is Akron's B team. They were brought in last minute. There was a bit of trouble with the A team. They had kind of a same day commitment, and Akron didn't want to bail. They felt this was a great program. They thought this was a great opportunity. So they brought in their B team, and they wanted to be able to kind of make a name for themselves. I got to talk to them for quite a while. Actually, I really sat down with Akron and kind of had a chat. They really seem excited to be here, and I think if there's a wild card to put down, I really want to give it to them, because I think they're really going to show up.
Yeah, and that is also something that we do got to talk about, is when a team feels which roster that comes out.
Yep.
Each team is not only playing for their school, they're also playing for themselves, because these are kids that sometimes have the scholarship that are looking for that next step up. So it's something that I have always also been interested as a player and watching these players grow is, do they play for the spotlight or do they play for the team? That is something that you really do want to kind of hardline and take a look in games where everything is very, very quickly becoming team-oriented. How well can you play as a team in a game where you may normally be, hey, I want to be in the spotlight, I want to do all this. You have to learn to play as a team, as a cohesive unit, maybe only for a year.
Yeah.
And so when you come in, you say, hey, I'm the B team coming out here. It makes me excited because some of those guys play even harder than normal. They're like, hey, this is our time to shine. This is where I want to make my mark. I want to put my name on that spotlight camera. And if they are, that can only be a sight to see.
Absolutely, and it's going to be. We're going to be jumping into the game in just a minute here. We're going to see what Louisville can bring to the table here. This is David fighting the Goliath. This is going to be the hardest possible thing that they have to do this entire tournament. I mean, if they win this game, what a startup, right? What a setup that they might be able to find. But that is going to be the kickoff here already. 13 seconds off the clock. Northwood versus Louisville to kick off the CECC Midwest Invitational.
It will be a best of 5. All the matches today are best of 5. That's what these teams are used to, and we'll keep track of that as we go. But of course, with the start, everyone knows it's going to be a little slow going from the beginning as we do get a couple shots over. I think so far Northwood has actually controlled the majority of them. And again, of course, first demo of the game.
Of course, and that was super intelligent that Rylan went for the demo, was just a little bit late. Had they found it a second early, we talked about that 1 second mistake, right? That would have already been a goal for Louisville. They would have found themselves up above Northwood for the first time of the tournament. We're going to have to see now that minute off the clock. I always call game 1 the feeling out period, right? This is always where you kind of get to see, are we going to be the offense or the defense? Are we really going to get to run away with this, or do we have to work for it? And right now, Louisville, considering this is 8th seed versus 1st seed, they're already giving Northwood a run for their money, right? We're already over a minute into the matchup, and Northwood's not dunking on them left, right, and center. This has already been difficult. Louisville, they're bringing their absolute A game.
Yeah, it's learning. You know, you said at the beginning, it's a feeling out. It's a scouting period. Pretty much every game has this, if it's a series or anything. My favorite interpretation is boxing. You feel them out a little bit, see where you can throw the punches, see where you can get away with things. So far, of course, we are just seeing kind of the love taps go through. And who can control the mid, right? That's the big thing, control the boost. But Louisville takes a long-range shot and just barely clips the edge of the goal.
That was very close. We were very close to having kind of our kickoff goal there, our inaugural goal, but nothing going to be coming out quite yet. Already almost 2 minutes off the clock. So that is, I mean, kind of shocking. This is statistically speaking, the expected team to win against the least expected. And Louisville's keeping Northwood on the ropes here. I mean, this is by no means a one-sided game. Nobody has been able to put anything online yet, and that is just absolutely amazing for the tale of Louisville. They are coming in super strong here. Northwood, you know, maybe this is that fatigue of being awake until 4:30 this morning, or maybe they just aren't warmed up yet. This is game 1 for everybody today.
Yeah, for them, so a lot of the teams got here actually yesterday and are able to play a little bit, get used to the setups, be able to warm up their hands. For Northwood, it is a little bit more difficult. If you're coming in only about 3 hours or something like that, you haven't warmed up. For them, this is their warm-up. They have 5 minutes to prep, 5 minutes to practice and see what they can do. So give it a little bit of time to see where they move forwards to. And so far, again, they are just taking shots left and right a little bit. We've seen, I do want to say, Louisville taking a couple more passing shots. They're trying to pass, trying to get some of those combos going. But Northwood so far, it's really whoever gets the ball, runs it forward, tries to dribble it up mid or try and get along the wall. And they haven't done much more than that. So really, they're taking what you said to heart. Feel out the opponent, get a good sense of them, and then in the second and third game, run it out.
Buddy there coming out from Northwood, almost able to juggle that right in. There's a secondary attempt from Pirates, but Rhino, phenomenal defensive play there between Matt and Rhino. They're kind of trading out who's in that goalie position. They're always leaving somebody in the backfield, which is something we see a lot of teams struggle with. They leave an open goal, and they really get dunked on because of it. But Louisville, we see very intentionally, they're constantly leaving somebody on goal to make sure that Northwood gets absolutely nothing for free.
One of the longer dribbles, which is kind of interesting to say, but open goal and just can't get it corrected in time. It was a tough one, of course. The run is there, but Louisville still definitely stuck on their own side of the field right now. A nice little bounce out means Northwood is going to try and vie for control again.
Yeah, they sent it to Northwood's back third. Might be able to find a goal, but Pirates gets in the way. Perfect. Great catch from Buddy as well. Some serious aerial gameplay. That is what I always say separates the good teams from the greats, right? Is those that can really juggle the ball in the air, that can keep it high and really capitalize off of it. We see Northwood, they are trying time and time again, but Louisville consistently meeting them in the air, making sure that Northwood gets nothing here without absolutely struggling for it now. It's going to be 1 minute on the clock at 0 points online right now. This is truly the feeling out game. Nobody's been able to put a point away.
Yeah, it's not so much that they are blocking every shot. It's also that the members all look kind of a little bit rough on the edges. A lot of shots are going just narrowly wide. It's not so much high, which is actually, in my opinion, very, very good. If you aim too high, that one's very difficult to kind of fix. But it's only side to side. You know, you're hitting the side goalpost. That's okay to have. And a lot of these shots actually end up coming around. But that is going to be a bounce out right there. Northwood just kind of keeping it around their own goal. If this does go into overtime, I think that'll benefit both teams again. Filling out the period again. Take a little bit of time. I'm interested if anyone is going to go for the ground game go. No one's tried to do a low dribble. No one's tried to kind of balance it through. And that might be an area of attack for both these squads as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this really does feel like we're going to go into overtime. Maybe somebody catches us off guard and surprises us with what they're bringing to the table. But we've definitely got to keep in mind that, never mind, Buddy from Northwood waiting until 5 seconds left on the clock, down to that 4th and final second. Puts that point. This might be over for Louisville here in game 1. That was the optimal timing to find that first goal.
Yeah, and I think he actually just went for it. You could see it. There was no one close. Louisville actually fell back, looking like they were going to hope for a more wider shot. But Buddy just took it with that boost, went ahead, soloed it out, and a fantastic goal to finish it off. With, of course, the overtime here, it just trying to keep it off the ground and trying to bounce it. If Louisville can pick this one up, that would be really, really cool. It's going to hit the ground, of course. The touches, they weren't worried about passes is a big thing. And when you have players that are individually talented, and again, that's their program. They are fantastic at getting these players. You're a bit more confident in taking the run on their own. So I'm very, very excited. Northwood just run it in, see what they can do. Of course, Louisville going to take their time to see if they can get their combinations. Yeah,
Louisville definitely had some moments to shine, like you said, but we're going to be jumping into it, trying to figure out what we see here. I believe this is going to be a replay of that previous goal coming through. So Northwood's kind of a golden goal, if you will, the reason they were able to win it. There was a great demolition. I think it's Buddy who just, look at that, only person on that area of the field. Dribbles it up, finds some great value. No, this is actually the new game. So it looks so similar, I couldn't even tell. But now we are going to be kicking it off once again. Half a minute already down the drain in Northwood. They had some early ball possession, so it seems like they're trying to force Louisville onto a bit of a defensive play.
And we're taking a look, seeing just a little bit of a view of some of the cars racing around right now. And that's going to be a corner. Oh, Northwood almost scoring right under the first minute. And you can see it already being aggressive, already chasing after the ball so quickly. And it's crazy to kind of see that viewpoint specifically of the players. It shows how quickly the camera changes for them, how quickly they have to react to try and play this game.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just, Rocket League is so fast, right? 5 minutes feels like an eternity to the players, but to us, this is all happening in 5 minutes. Like, that's insane. That's less than you wait for a cup of coffee. I mean, that is absolutely wild to see how quickly these teams can do what they do, especially with the crunch. Like we said earlier, on the live stage for the first time for a lot of these players, they're just bringing their 110%. And I feel like, I don't know, Orbital, I think you hit the nail right in the head. I think the tempo has been stepped up here. I think both these teams are really bringing up the heat.
Yeah, and you can also see it with the demos. That's something that we didn't touch on too much. That's one of the key aspects of the game is how quickly can you take out your opponent and change it to a 2v3, a 1v3, or 2v2. That brings a whole different dynamic, and it's a challenge almost. Oh! Again, Buddy having fun.
Clean as a whistle, honestly, there, Buddy. I think past 2 defenders on the side of Louisville finds that shot. It's going to be a pass, and yeah, right between 2 of them, excuse me. Absolutely phenomenal job. They're putting Northwood up 1 point much earlier than we saw last time. There was only 4 seconds on the clock before we saw that point last time, and now it's going to be 1-0 in favor of Northwood. Louisville, they've got to tie things up to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, and what occurred there actually is I think both of Louisville's backliners, they said, hey, we both got to defend. You leave it wide open, and a lot of those times you want one challenger to also go up, try and go for the aerial battle. Instead, it just kind of got messed up a little bit, so just a very small fraction of a mistake, and that's what cost them. So, again, Louisville aiming for that ball as quickly as possible, trying to keep it on their side. Oh, very close to open goal.
Yeah, and I mean, the demolition comes through. That's officially an open goal. However, somebody from Louisville is able to get in the way. And the thing about a demolition, I always say, is you've got to know it's coming because the demolition lasts, I think, 2.3, 2.4 seconds. So by the time you say, I demo, they've already respawned. So you need to know it's coming to really capitalize off the back of it. And we've seen both teams go for that already. Nobody really finding success in the demo plays yet, but I suspect we're going to be seeing that at least some point in this series because the teams seem like they really want that kind of play. Yeah,
it's what used to be crude is now very, very open to everyone to be able to utilize, and I think that is a great evolution of the game as well. And you see it again there. It's just constant back and forth. But so far, the ball honestly has been caught in these corners more often than not, and that kind of worries me a little bit. Clearance is very difficult to get, and if you don't get a good clear, the team can't capitalize off that play. And so I want to see these teams be able to clear it out into the open field, be able to set their partners up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some great team play so far, especially on the side of Northwood. We've seen some great passes into goals, and just like that, Buddy's going to pass to himself. The double tap off the top of the goal there is going to be a phenomenal setup. Buddy, that's a technical hat trick across series, but only 2 points in this game. Only 3 points have been scored, all of them by the same player. So Buddy right now is just really kind of picking up Northwood onto his shoulders.
Yeah, and that is something that I personally like to see. A lot of teams, they can do great rotations. Everyone kind of gets a piece of the action, but usually there is what I like to refer to as the striker, that one player that is always there, that aims a little bit better, that knows how to play it off the backboard or pinch it on the ground or pitch it against the ceiling. And Buddy just seems to be that person, making the opportunities, and if the opportunity isn't there, clears it for himself. And keeping an eye on that, and also where Hawk decides to kind of prep that ball for him. I really, really love watching this Northwood squad.
Yeah, Northwood, and we've got to say it again, they are that #1 projected seed, right? They're the team statistically expected to walk away with the victory here today. We can see why. Not only do they have some great mechanical skill, but they've really been stepping it up in terms of team coordination. We talked about how important a team has to be, but Rylan, my man from Louisville, going to walk that one in, seemingly almost effortless. Northwood just not able to catch up. Rylan now putting Louisville back in the game, only a 1-point differential, less than 80 seconds on the clock.
And that was actually one of the better goals. It's, hey, I'll let the ball go in, but the clearance that you saw from the angle just goes ahead and clips that obvious defender. Very well done by Louisville to know that was coming. It's the predictions. It's always about anticipating what your opponent's going to do. And it's that kind of game that will allow Louisville to come within one. You have 1 minute and 5 left. Go ahead, give it your best shot. You have a chance to tie this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say this, and people always tell me I'm crazy, but I always say Rocket League is the chess equivalent of esports because it is insane. You cannot be playing in the moment. You can't be playing on the current move. You need to be playing 3, 4, 5 steps in the future. You can't be playing reactively. You need to be that proactive team. You need to be striking in advance, just like Pirates. They're able to get a great shot off the corner there. So very impressive, a difficult angle at Northwood that's really going to give them that 2-point advantage, what I always call that comfort zone, if you will, especially with 46 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be able to play defensive if you want to, but Northwood so far, they've been willing to go on that aggressive streak. They're not waiting for that ball to come to them. You can see them chasing over and over again. And the main thing, of course, is they are getting a lot of these initial boosts that come off. And that is a quick goal right there. That's about a 10-second goal from the beginning of that round.
Yeah, not only a 10-second goal, but an official hat trick for Buddy there. That is their 3rd point. They've scored 3 of the 5 points available. So Louisville, they find a point onto Northwood. They bring it a little bit closer here in Game 2, but now we're going to go into Game 3 in about 37 seconds, and we're going to see what Louisville brings out there because this is a 1st to 3, so that'll kind of be their final chance to stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah. As the chance moves through, the main thing is I want to see him try and get some more maneuvers in, try and keep the ball off their edge. At this point, it's more almost crowding. The pressure from Northwood is kind of getting to him.
Right.
And so I just want to see him be able to manage the ball off and keep it on the edge against Northwood, put them on the defense and be able to manage. And that came close to another shot chance.
Yeah, that was very close for Louisville there as we're going to tick down to these final couple of seconds. I just want to pull away perhaps from this game a little bit and focus more on Louisville. When they go for these goals, we see that there's almost like a momentum loss, and the ball immediately slows. If they're able to hit it with a little more consistency, a little more aggression, I mean, that'll really be a great opportunity to find these goals more consistently. Now, that will bring Game 2 to a close, and Northwood going to find themselves in a 2-0 fashion. That gives them one more game to walk away with a 3-0 here in round 1.
And something that you do want to be able to do is to actually end the series very, very quickly. Because in a tournament setting, it's not so much you're one and done with the series. You have multiple to play throughout the day. Now, of course, here, they only have to play one unless they fall into that lower bracket. they will have to face off in one of the other centers. They will play on that lower bracket, make sure we get things moving. But there are certain situations where just keeping and conserving your stamina for the day actually helps you out a lot. And for a team that got in a little bit later today, you know, a little bit rougher, they want to do that. They want to close it out quickly. They don't want to stretch it out. The more you stretch it out, and especially in a reverse sweep scenario right now, it's scary to see. You know, you don't want to be in that 5th game and go, man, we could have had it at game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely never where you want to be. You never want to be on the wrong side of a reverse sweep. But get those brooms ready, folks, because maybe Louisville is going to be bringing it up to 150%. Going to be 15 seconds off the clock, a full reset, 0-0. And I really, like I said a couple of minutes ago, if Louisville can find enough momentum behind these shots, just a little bit stronger, a little bit more consistent, I think they can be dunking on Northwood here in game 3.
Yeah, they have the components, is throwing it all together, but you can see here how aggressive Northwood is. They have no one even close to the goal, and they go ahead, just open up with the first shot. Hawk this time going ahead and giving himself a proper highlight here. That was 3 members of Northwood straight up crowding. They gave the defense over. They said, at this point, we have figured it out. We have read you guys like a book, and we can take that chance with little to no consequence.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has been a very impressive performance from Northwood so far. Rylan goes for a goal, the only person to put a point online for Louisville up to this point. Right now, going to be able to get a little bit of mid-control here, but it's going to be immediately interrupted by Northwood. And I think that's kind of a big problem for what we've seen here for Louisville is the physicality from Northwood is so aggressively uncontested. We saw that there are some great bumps, some great, no demos, but just constantly making sure that Louisville can't really play to their A game because you're constantly slamming into them, bumping them around. And now Northwood, they're really starting to take advantage of that. They almost found a second goal because of it here in game 3.
Yeah, and that's just going to be right over the goal there in Louisville. Straight up, they can't even take the challenges, which is a rougher time. When you go up, usually it's almost like a 50-50, 60-40 situation. And most of these Northwood are actually coming out, I would say 80% winning the challenges, and the challenges that Louisville win are actually stalls. The ball just kind of sits there, and that's what you were saying, the momentum. It's because Louisville is having trouble actually predicting where the ball is going to go. They're having a really hard time figuring out where the ball is going to bounce, where Northwood will meet with them, and that is on Northwood. Northwood have done so well controlling where they meet, controlling where the ball sets up, and that is how they're getting such a strong handle on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is definitely, like we said, this is that team to watch out for, and they're going to remind us of that one more time. Northwood is going to be able to find that second goal, so we've got Pi on the clock right now, but it's going to be Northwood with that 2-0 lead. Like I mentioned earlier, 2 points, that's kind of the comfort, if you will. It's when you can start to feel a little bit comfortable. You know, even if they score once, you've still got that lead. But Louisville only having to score twice in 3 minutes, Northwood cannot let off the gas yet. They really need to make sure they do not give Louisville a chance to come back.
Yeah, and it's surprising because Louisville are actually winning a lot of these kickoff situations. And there is kind of like the go back and forth between players that like, oh, do we prefer to win the kickoff? Do you prefer to actually take the ball back afterwards? Because usually the kickoff results in a really sideways spiraling ball. Every team has their preference, but with Louisville winning most of these, they basically give themselves an opening chance to prep a strong attack. Just Northwood are ready. Right now, again, it looks like it's cornered, but it's on the side of Louisville. They're just trying to kick it out of that goal side. So Northwood, again, controlling exactly the pace, and they're starting to put it more and more at the open, which means, yeah, all 3 players of Louisville are currently stuck on that side, and that's not what you want to have happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned earlier kind of in game 1, I talked about how I really do appreciate Louisville's constant mentality of keeping somebody in their own back third, because we see a lot of teams make that mistake where there's an open goal and then they really just end up getting dunked on. But every time, and it seems to be rotating, that Louisville always has kind of that primary defender, and I think that is almost the sole reason that Northwood hasn't really run away with this series, because Louisville, they realize, we just need to be playing a hard defense to make sure things go at least a little bit close here, and they've been able to do that.
Oh, is right. Okay, Rylan got it. I was a little bit worried. I saw the open goal. That's the second block in a row. All right. Louisville keeping it in a little bit close. They still need a couple goals if they want to make it a little bit closer. They have the chances, though, but Hawk, though, looking like that air dribble is going to be good off on the edge, though.
Yeah, that was a pretty good air dribble. They weren't able to dunk it in quite like they wanted to. Matt now finding that defensive block in favor of Louisville. Great name there, by the way, Matt. No reason, wink, wink. But now in Northwood, they're going to be able to find that ball control stolen away from them for just a moment. We saw pretty close to a goal there from Louisville, however. It looks like it's going to be juggled right back into Louisville's back third here, their back half. Rhino with a great disruption, but Buddy is there to say, I'm not your buddy here on the court, my friend. I am nothing short of an opponent. Now the missed flip there. So Pirates did miss that goal, or at least that shot on goal. Rylan is going to to come through. Another defensive block. Matt's got to get out of the back half because Northwood, they are just slamming into the wall over and over again, trying to break down Louisville's defenses. 60 seconds left on the clock. Louisville only need 2 points to force us into an overtime.
Need it too, but they need to control the ball more, and right now it feels more like they're chasing instead of setting up. And that is something that they are going to have to kind of contend with here. Again, down 0-2 right now. They have the chance. They need to get a quick score off. And Matt, with that ramp up, is being able to prep properly, but the meeting of Buddy in that air is keeping them on their toes. I love it so much. Northwood on their defensive sides has shown such prowess and such strength in keeping it, kind of keeping it away from Louisville's hands.
Absolutely. You got to think this is a team with like 4 hours of sleep. You got to imagine what these guys look like fully rested. I mean, this is absolutely insane to see what they've been bringing to the table already. And Rhino, honestly, with a great block shot there, doing a phenomenal job keeping that second point. It looks like the second one, maybe the last one here. They're going to look for a third attempt. Oh, this might be it. The double tap. Ryland gets in the way. Rhino finds the ball out. I'd love to see Louisville just put one more on the board. It wouldn't help them win, but boy, would it be great for that morale. There it is! Hey. Louisville, Ryland picking up that first goal. And like I said, unfortunately, it won't be enough to help them win the game, but it definitely gets that momentum moving into the losers bracket. Like I mentioned, I got to talk to Louisville yesterday. They told us, we think we're going to lose game one, but we are ready to tear it up in that losers bracket later on. Let's see. You know, I think it's just going to kick right off as soon as it's there, and the second that ball touches the ground, maybe Louisville finds a crazy overtime goal and pushes us all the way into that coveted overtime. But I've got to say, that is a tall ask.
Yeah, they're going to give it a shot, though. You can see them. They're going ahead, dribbling around, and, of course, the bounce out, bounce against the back, and can they line it up all? Oh. Yeah, this is the exciting part of the game. If they can line it up, if it's going to be kept to the
Oh! If I was sitting down, I would have been on the edge of my seat. Yeah. But, I mean, Northwood, they dunked the ball into the ground. A huge kudos there to Louisville. Like I said earlier, they knew they were going up against the #1 seed here in the first round. They said, we're probably going to lose, but let's see what we do in the losers bracket. They seem confident. They told me they're looking for a second-place finish. So they are planning to climb all the way through that losers bracket.
What a game
what we've seen from how close that game was, I think it is totally possible.
Why they're the #1 seed. Louisville played great, but it's going to be Northwood that is victorious.
Right, exactly.
Buddy, though. Let's bring up Buddy.
Did not get to the
Buddy
point
scoring a ton of goals. You were playing amazing that entire game. Yeah, was there any part of Louisville's game that a weakness that you kind of realized?
If a weakness, I'd have to say probably just like their overall speed on defense, just like their rotation to actually get to the ball. Sure. So I just had the time to do the doubles and whatnot.
That's right. Very good answer. And, you know, being the #1 seed here, a lot of pressure on your school once again. They're the #1 seed in both Overwatch and Rocket League here in the CENC. So what has been the training regimen to make sure you guys secure it again into this year?
Just keep the hours up and just make sure to keep having fun, because when you take it too seriously, you know, you start to get the nerves and whatnot. Just keep having a good time.
That's right. All right, fair enough. And third question, final question here. Did you guys get sleep last night or what?
No, I'm on like 3 or 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours and still holding it down. 3-0. Northwood University is your winners. And we'll bring it up here. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to get some audio in here for you guys. Caster, let's bump this stage up a little bit. We need to get more hype in here because I'm not feeling it. Okay, so coming up next, we'll take a 5-minute break, and when we return, we'll have the next game for Rocket League, okay? Don't go anywhere. We have more action coming up next. That's right.
Keep going. Keep going.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. We are here in the Midwest Invitational. Let's go. We finally got the casters in-house. We got the game audio in-house. It's time to pick it up in here. All right, I'm feeling good. This is going to be a great event. Obviously, in presentation with Army ROTC, Esports U, and the Collegiate Sports Management Group. I'm Paulie Hype. I am your host for the day, and we have two amazing teams coming up next. We've got Akron at the 2 seed, and their challengers, Kentucky at the 7 seed. So without further ado, let's bring up the challengers first. Their first player, Unfryable Apples. Let's go, baby. Woo! Yes, sir. His teammate here at the number 2 position, Festive Invader. Yes, sir. Let's go. This is the University Kentucky Wildcats. And the third member of their team, it's going to be Graydon. Woo! Number 7 seed here, and they'll be going against a very tough opponent in Akron. Let's start out by bringing them out. Number 1 is going to be Buzz. Is that the wrong name? Is that the wrong name? Is that the wrong name? Oh, Renaissance. I think I have the wrong names here. I'm not going to lie. We got to change this. Someone set me up for failure. Okay, let's put it like that. Let's see. Where are we at? This is Overwatch. Okay. Hold on. Nope, got to hold on. We got to get these guys right. Coming up next, we have Potato. And to follow it out here for Akron, we have Will, one of the more complex, difficult names here on the day. So let's go, Will, and that's going to be your Akron Zips in the number 2 seed. So we'll see you guys right after this. Good luck to everybody. Let's go. Let's make some noise one more time. Woo!
Thank you so much for getting the crowd hype, as always, Paulie. I'm still Septilin, still joined by Orbital. We're going to be bringing you games 2, 3, and 4 here in the world of Rocket League. Also, hello to all of those viewers on all streaming platforms, as we were live mic'd and also informed we've got a whole bunch of people watching there at home as well. So hello to all of you, and if you are not completely sure what is going on, it is just some Rocket League esports action here in the Midwest, an invitational at the Bendix Arena, and I am over the moon to be jumping into this next game. I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup.
Oh, yeah. First series, we did see Northwood go ahead and take it 3-0 over the side of University of Louisville. And coming into this one, of course, with how the seeding is done, every basically first, second, and third, fourth seed will play a respective team a little bit lower. That's pretty much how any tournament bracket sets up. It is favorable to those seeds, and as an invitational, all these teams have been personally invited out, so that's the best part about it. So with a 2nd and 7th seed, though, I'm very, very interested in Kentucky. We've heard a little bit about them. We had player interviews. I don't know if you've seen it. I think it might have been broadcast in some areas. A lot of these players always have some fun stuff to say, and everyone, one of the main things and key takeaways, it doesn't matter what seed you are. It matters if you come, you play your heart out, you give it your best bet, and enjoy the time at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So many players told us, and so many of these players were telling us, it'd be great to win, but we're just so excited for the experience. We're so excited to get to play these teams in person, get to go to our first LAN. So many, most of the players we got to talk to, this is a first LAN experience for them, so they are over the moon, just stoked to be here. And something interesting about this is actually Akron's B team for Rocket League, and that's not something that was, supposed to happen. So they're coming in, they're kind of subbing, so they're kind of bringing this level of expectation that they're going to completely throw out the window. People studied the A team. People were ready to come against a certain team. Now the B team's going to come in. They're going to storm. I know these guys, they're super strong. I've only heard great things. I know a lot of teams here were we're really excited to play Akron. We think they're really going to mess up this bracket. We think they're really going to come in and make a name early, and I'm very excited to see if they're able to do that here.
Yeah, and in terms of being seen and not seen, when we talk about that a lot of the time, when you have the spotlight on you, that's great. It means that you have a lot of notoriety behind your name. At the same time, when you have notoriety, you get studied. And that's something that in esports is actually a lot more than others, as it's a very mechanically intensive game. There's not a whole lot, best way I can put it, there's not a whole lot of physicality to it. Everyone uses the same equipment, everyone has the same tools at their disposal, so it's all about the mind, it's all about how sharp you are and what you can do, and everyone, when it comes to play styles, that's what shines through more. So if the A team came by, you'd be sitting there like, man, I know left, right, center, everything that they're going to do. They're going to look for more aerial balls. They're going to look more individual. We can counter that. when you come with the B team, you're just like, I have no idea what these players are. And thankfully, that's where each series is a best of 5.
Right.
You said it back in Series 1. It's all about testing, feeling out your opponent in Game 1. How much information can you glean from that team in the 5 minutes that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. And Game 1, of course, has to end in somebody's favor, right? Because Rocket League, there's no draw, there's no tie. It goes into overtime, and it will continue to do so until somebody puts a point away, right? That's how Rocket League works. But I almost wish there was a way where Game 1 could be a draw, because I think almost every time we'd see that happen. It's always going 0-0, or maybe the last 10 seconds somebody scores. But it's just such a positive feeling out period. You get to know, are they going to be generally more offensive or defensive? What do we have to do? Are they aerial or ground-based, right? And that's something that really helps your team going into the second game. So you got to look at Game 1. You almost have to look at it as like you wipe away everything you know about yourself against the enemy team. And you think, what do we do in this game? How do we adapt to succeed moving into this matchup? And I believe we'll be jumping into this matchup in just a couple of minutes, but I'm super excited to see what's going to be coming through, because there's going to be a lot of action. Like I said, I know Akron a lot better. I mentioned that at the beginning of the broadcast. I live near Akron, so I'm very familiar with the program. I see them across a bunch of events that I've worked with before, so I got to talk to the Akron boys that were here as well, and I don't know the other team as well, so I'm very excited to see kind of what level of aggression, what level of true competitive nature are these guys really going to be able to go head-to-head with?
Yeah, when you're talking about the competitiveness and the aggressive and passive nature, most teams have a circulation of all three.
Right.
They have a tendency to go aggressive when they need to, and they have a tendency to go passive when they need to, and then kind of that hybrid formats of both as well. And that is actually what I like to consider as the rock, paper, scissors version of the game. When it's rock, paper, scissors, if you know that the person is being passive, you can maybe be a hybrid style.
Right.
That way you get a little bit of aggression. If they're going a little bit more hybrid style, where they're going a little bit flux, maybe you can go much more aggressive. You can abuse that fact that they aren't on the aggressive stance all the time. You can go for those balls a little bit more. And if they're overly aggressive, then you play passive. They're going to leave their goal wide open at points. And we're going to see which style that's going to come out here in Game 1.
Absolutely. Akron v. Kentucky going head-to-head in Game 1. This is a best of 5, also called a first of 3. One of these teams, they don't have to win once or twice. They have to win 3 times to secure their spot and continue moving forward in the winner's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so if they lose this, they'll just get bumped down to losers, but they do get to live another day. There is that safety net now. Potato coming in for the Zibs, trying to find some great value, but not able to line it up quite yet. It's going to be that kind of ball possession currently in favor of Akron. Kentucky really able to find it out of their back third, though. They clear it downfield, and a great attempt there from Kentucky. However, Reticence was perfectly there, able to get that ball out of the way, and there it goes again. Unfriable apples perfectly there to keep this goal line at 0-0, a minute off the clock, and no damage has been done yet on either side, keeping a goose egg alive on both sides.
Yeah, but these are shots that are actually taken from midfield quite often, and it's because of how aggressive they're going. So we said the scouting period is there, but they're not going for scouting. They're going for the throat as soon as they're on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was going to be just back-to-back. What was that? Probably 4 attempts in a row in about a minute. I mean, that was
from
just
goal to goal, by the way, from goal to goal.
It was like Kentucky, Akron. So both these teams, they're really going for that more competitive nature. We talked about the rock, paper, scissors aspect, right? But it seems they've both chosen the aggressive one, right? They've both chosen to engage and get hyper-aggressive. Now the Zips, they find a great demolition there onto Graydon, but they're not going to be able to find a goal off the back of it. Kentucky moving forward, looking for a goal of their own. With that crossbar, she is notorious the best defender in the game, right? We have seen so many balls knock off the crossbar, and these teams, they come close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So they really need to be putting these goals away to find these spectacular opportunities. Now, we're only 30 seconds short of halftime, but this Game 1, like I said, it is going to be the slowest paced game. That is almost a guarantee.
Yep, slow pace. I think in Series 1, the first goal of Game 1, the only goal, I just say, that's an open rolling Potato. Picks up a potato shot. I mean, it works.
Truly.
You get the shot in, and you score first. Akron put one on the board.
Yeah, as a wise man once said, we take those, right? We absolutely take those. So Potato with an open goal from the midfield. But like I said earlier, Rocket League, you've only got to win by a single point. There's no 2 or 3 point advantage. So Akron, they're absolutely going to take that, right? They're like, if we win by that, that is fantastic. Now, if they can put up a couple more, put on maybe 3 or 4, that'll really secure them a comfortable spot at the end of Game 1. But as I've mentioned already, Rocket League, you only need that 1 point advantage to take away a round win.
Yeah, and something that I really love to see is how aggressive both teams are. You're seeing actually at times the goal's completely undefended,
Yep.
like 60 or 70% of the time, which if you go talk to the teams, that shows over-aggression a lot of the time. It means that all the players are pretty much on the opponent's side of the pitch, and that leads to some very funny scenarios. You see these shots basically from the goalie going, yeah, I'll take that shot, I'll long ball it all the way through, and at that point it's all up to your aim. So I really like their aggressive stances. I love how aggressive they're going off, and of course Kentucky, you can see them all three in the back. That doesn't mean that they don't have a chance. Honestly, they still have plenty of chances to score from their side of the field, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, and if we look back to game one, I talked about how what I really think separates the goods from the greats is leaving somebody in that back half, in that back third, because so many times these teams get over aggressive, they leave their goal wide open, and of course your enemy's going to score, right? If there's no defenders, it is a free goal. That's what we always call an open goal. But that one was not open. That one was worked for there from the Zips, finding themselves up 2-0 now. Only a minute 45 on the clock, 103 seconds remain for Kentucky to at least tie things up and force an overtime.
Yep, that was a beautiful aerial shot right there, and that is something that they've worked on a little bit. So actually both shots coming from the left side of the pitch in a medium location shows that that might be a weakness for Kentucky right now. So it's very difficult to see, but these teams do practice aerial routes is the best way to put it. There are routes that you actually run in this game that give you the optimal shot percentages, or you practice it and it's the shot that you like to work with. And so to see both of those come out the left side, it might be something Kentucky can kind of read into or get at least a leeway understanding that, hey, we might need to short the defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe Kentucky is playing a little bit too reactive, right? Maybe they're trying to play to the level of Akron's aggression when they should be playing a bit more defensively. They should be blocking their goal a little more consistently. And to be fair, they have been blocking Akron, especially that second shot was just very clean. They found a great opportunity in the top corner, and they really capitalized off the back of it. Now, Will going to be able to find a great block there for Kentucky, or from Kentucky, excuse me, Akron. They get ball possession here in the final minute as these seconds tick down the clock. Kentucky, they are racing against it. Every second is crucial. They want these points like they want their very next breath. They do not want to lose game one. We see Will go for another goal, really trying to slam that final nail in the coffin, but not able to pick it up quite yet.
They are angling for those shots so much right now. And for the first time, Akron actually defending on their side. I would love to see the stats after this, talking about, you know, who took the most saves, who took the most shots, and all of that. But so far, it feels like Kentucky are always trying to clear 20 seconds left. It's going to be pretty close if they're going to manage 2 goals.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're looking at 1 goal per 7.5 seconds here if they want to be able to turn this around, which is not impossible, certainly, but very difficult. Now 1 per 5. Potato able to find that great goal. Unfriable Apples not able to put it away, and it looks like Kentucky may walk away from game 1 with no points on line. So Akron, the B team, the underdogs, they're already looking great here. They're already able to walk away with 1 game, but they've got to do it 2 more times.
Yep. Solid play from Akron coming out of the gates here, and I like to see it.
Absolutely.
Again, the main thing to come out with is, even though we're talking about feeling out, even though we're talking about scouting the opponent, it's about still getting the first win. The first win is going to give you that momentum moving forward. And in a venue where we can hear the crowd, we can hear the chants, the claps, if you have fans here, it gets you going, and there are points where teams sometimes feed off of that energy. You talk to anyone that's played in a venue, and they talk about that energy that you kind of get. It's the boost, the morale, and also what it can do to the opponents at points. So taking that first game is going to be pivotal. I expect Akron to come out with a little bit more fire as well, and for Kentucky to possibly read into the fact, matching aggression, like you said, might not be the best. Take a step back, understand you have a whole series ahead of you.
Yeah.
Take your time at points.
Yeah, so I always talk about how a good defense is super important in the world of Rocket League, but it can't be the only thing you have. And instead, I feel like we're seeing the opposite with Kentucky, where they didn't show us a defense. It was pure aggression. It was pure pedal to the metal, pun fully intended. They were coming out 110%, and maybe they actually need to peel back a little bit, which is something I say very rarely in Rocket League. I think it's the team that's more aggressive that walks away victorious, but moving into game 2, let's see if Kentucky can slow the pace a little bit, move maybe at their own pace instead of moving at the pace Akron gives them.
Yeah. A lot of the times as well, we've seen a majority of the games go the way of individual players.
Right.
There haven't really been set up momentum, which is actually very difficult to do. I'm talking about it like it's simple. It is not simple at all. The ball is constantly on the move. You have to predict 3 or 4 seconds ahead of time where your opponent's going to be, where the ball is going to go. But if you can get some team coordination down, that gives you such a large advantage. And with the shot already in the corner, Kentucky, like you said, turning on the afterburners, trying to put the pedal to the metal. And this time, it might actually work if they can keep it on this side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see if it's going to be kind of Kentucky, can they take control here? We see Akron currently in a little bit of a boost drought. We see Will hanging out at 0. Their Reticence is coming through, and actually Reticence was a player that was name dropped in a couple of interviews yesterday. People were like, okay, we saw Akron's B team. We were like, okay, we can take this. And then one of the players said, and then I saw Reticence. He's like, and then I was scared. So this player definitely want to keep an eye on, and that was very close. Kentucky looking to put that goal online, but they were not able to find it, unfortunately enough. Graydon going to be coming back up for that double setup, but Will is going to be able to get the ball away from that middle field, brings it to an open goal. Festive, no! Festive can't find it, and Will puts away the first point for Akron.
Will is having a great time here. He's really, that was a goal-to-goal shot, by the way. He ran it all the way down the line, and this is the problem that actually comes out from a highly aggressive team. You're actually sitting at that point where you are chasing the ball afterwards. And again, we talk about the game, we talk about the predictive stance. You have to realize that you should have been in goal about 2 to 3 seconds ago. And right off the bat, we get a second from Akron. Potato goes, listen, I got one a while ago in game 1. Let's go ahead and take the second. A beautiful cross right there in the front to the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Potato, that one a little bit less of a potato goal, right? That one certainly worked for. Looking really good on the side of Akron. They're really coming out strong. I mean, they were only able to find 2 points last time, but now they found 2 in the first minute and a half, the first 90 seconds. They've already found themselves up 2-0. Kentucky really starting to struggle a little bit in terms of engagement. We see Akron, they're kind of going for what I always call the breakdown defense, where they're constantly slamming the ball toward goal, and Kentucky's armor has to crack eventually, right? And, not quite going to be it there. Graydon will be able to block that out. Will not able to land that shot nearly as fast as they wanted. Here comes Kentucky for a secondary attempt on goal. Setup's going to be perfect. There's the follow-through off the side of the goal. Here's a third attempt, but no, Graydon did not have the momentum available. Reticence now trying to be the defender of a lifetime and going to be able to do just that with the help of Potato. Will going to flip the ball control back in favor of Akron.
That was a furious set of shots coming out here. Now with the ball straight in the center, it is going to be Akron that are going to take a couple shots as well with a nice side dribble up the edge. Oh, this prep is actually really good, but it goes right back. So Kentucky, this time around, they are recognizing when they're on the defensive and on the aggressive, but that shot on the corner is so close. Potato can't put it in the goal. Again, for Akron, they don't need to score, though, for these next 2.5 minutes. They are able to take things a little bit more aggressive, at the same time play defensive if they wish. So, open goal once again. It is on. Oh, the defense can't get there. That is going to be Reticence scoring once again. And look at it. It's from mid, and it's just a dribble in off the corner. And you can actually see double defenders. They just can't predict where that ball is going to bounce. So, very, very well shot. And Akron move up to 3-0.
And this is where they can really get comfortable, right? I talked about that a little bit earlier. I said 2 is kind of a good cushion. You know, you have at least the 1-point advantage if they score. But now, Akron finding themselves at 3-0 past the halftime. Only 130 seconds left on the clock. Going to be coming through. Ooh. And geez, Retinance doesn't even blink. A phenomenal assist from Will there. Sets it up and just, I said it already, an amazing pass. Spikes the ball down past 2. Make it 3 defenders. All 3 of them from Kentucky were not able to get there in time.
Yeah, and I actually love the fact that Redolence actually noticed all 3 defenders going up, so we actually angled the ball down and around. When you see all the defenders coming up, it's so difficult to control where the ball is going to go, and good players know where the bounce is going to go. Do you want to flat it, or do you want to aim for the top corner?
Right.
And he pulled it off perfectly. Knew all 3 defenders are going to be in the same location, angled it down towards the ground, bounced it in. Perfect goal. Looking at thoughts, though, again, this is going to be Akron looking to tack on just a few more, and it's rolling along the inside, and just unfortunately, no one on Akron's side can really get close to it in time. So they're going to prep. Again, Redolence so far has been the striker. He's the one that preps all the way in the back, boots straight down the middle, and aims for that goal. So waiting for that prep for his team.
Oh, and here he comes. Goes for it. Graydon, though, finds it, does not put that 5th point on there. But here's the follow-up from Akron. No! The crossbar, like I said, the best defender in the game. Blocks so many shots. We see that happen time and time again. But Akron, they have found themselves up 4-0 with 80 seconds on the clock. That means Kentucky has to score once for 20 seconds just to tie this series back up. And while that's not impossible, it's certainly going to be difficult against a powerhouse team like Akron has already shown us they clearly are.
100%. They have been crushing it. And Akron, not just putting a statement down, they are trying to say that we are someone that you need to watch, even in the interviews, to everyone, to the viewers at home, whoever's watching, wherever you're watching right now. This is a team that we do want to keep our eyes on as the rest of this Invitational continues to play out. They want to score at least one more. That's a nice cross shot from the right side this time. Will is going to be able to get, I think, his second goal of the game.
Yeah, I believe so as well. So really looking good. And I've got to say, you know, to peel back from the competitive edge a little bit, these guys, they told me, you know, they're like, we're kind of really nervous to be here.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to be here. We're the B team. We're a little bit scared to go up against these teams. And then they're showing up. They're 5-0 in Kentucky in their first appearance on stream. These guys are tearing it up right now, and they have shown us already they are a force to be reckoned with if I have ever seen one.
Yeah. Something that I do want to see as we go along, though, is how these teams fare under playing more games and as they get more comfortable with the setting.
Right.
That does bring into it its own aspects. So day one teams can also be drastically different. I mean,
Yes.
look at some of the international teams as well. It's a whole different story, so I love to see the story unfold with these guys. But so far, Akron, like you stated, currently looking like they are going to move to 2-0 here in the series. Kentucky kind of just fighting for a little bit of space. They want to get a bit more practice in. They want to get those shots in. But just Akron are not allowing them a chance to touch the ball.
Yeah, and I mean, there it is. Akron's going to put 5-0. Kentucky, I believe, has not been able to find even a single point quite yet. So Akron, they are very much tearing it up. And to be fair, in favor of Kentucky here, this is 7th versus 2nd seed, right? This is almost exactly what we saw earlier, 8v1. It's just that statistical matchup. And Akron, they are coming out strong. These boys told me, oh, we don't know if we're 2nd seed material like the A team. And I think they have clearly shown us they absolutely are.
Yeah, and I also want to register that what we thought was going to be Kentucky slowing things down and trying to pace it, they actually went more aggressive, and it looked like Akron actually took a little bit more defensive. You saw them on the side, and whenever they had an opportunity, they went for it, which actually afforded them greater spacing. That is something that I really, really like, because it meant that that you're looking at Kentucky, they're always on the side of the pitch. They feel like they have control, but as soon as that control is ripped out, it's difficult to roll back. So very well done on Akron's side to realize that and use that to their own advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Akron rolling in with the lion's share of the momentum here in Game 3. Right? They've put, 8 or 9 points on line, and Kentucky has not been able to find even a single point quite yet. So Akron, they're feeling good. They know that they can probably walk away with Game 3. They've just got to keep their head in the game. They need to make sure, there's no overconfidence, no hubris. They've got to bring their 110%, completely honed in, completely focused. And I talked earlier, first time on stage, is it going to activate your fight or flight? These boys have chosen fight, and that has been shown. They are absolutely doing a great job tearing it up on the main stage so far.
Yeah. And I love when you're talking about, keep your head in the game, because the cool thing about this is the fact that there is a reset every single time.
Yes.
Right? As soon as you score a goal, you go back to basically net zero. And in some games, if you played games like, I want to say League of Legends, Dota 2, a lot of those MOBAs, it's a constant run of about 40 minutes.
Right.
Whereas in games like Counter-Strike and all that, you have a reset. But even then, something's shifting around. Rocket League is the only game I feel where it is a specific hard set. You go back to ground zero, everyone starts with the same amount of boost, everyone starts in the same positions as before, and you get to mentally reset. The good players know after a goal, it is not game over. You are not technically down. You are set back in the same scenario you were before. Just play it and run it back. Hopefully your strategies work this time around.
Yeah, and I think Rocket League, I think you said it really well. I think Rocket League is the prime example in the world of esports of GG go next.
Yep.
You have to look at every game as a GG go next, because like you said, it's a full-blown reset. It's not just, oh, we lost game 1, we're never going to be able to climb back, right? Every single game, you start back at 0-0, or if you meet their goal line, it's essentially 0-0, right? So the resets are so achievable, they're so available that at any point in time, momentum can change at the drop of a hat. I mean, momentum can be completely just thrown out the window, completely shifted to another team. And while we're talking about momentum, let's also talk about why that momentum is important, right? Because what is this tournament all about? This beautiful trophy right here that honestly I'm afraid to pick up, because it's going to be I don't want to break it on stream. That'd be so embarrassing. That would be absolutely awful, actually. So I'm not even going to touch it. It's going to sit there. It's going to look real pretty. But this is, of course, what all these players are fighting for, is this beautiful trophy right here.
Yeah, that and bragging rights, right?
Oh,
I think that's so much fun. Again, these are kids that are coming out and playing and having a grand old time. So to be able to sit there and be like, yo, we're playing for bragging rights. We get to say we beat so many schools beforehand. It's so much fun. So we did also get word as we're prepping things. We are having very slight technical difficulties. So thank you so much for taking the time to come and view this awesome show. After this game 2, after the series 2, we have so many more games, because even after Rocket League, we will have Overwatch coming out here. It is a fantastic 6-on-6 game. goes hard, goes crazy. We'll have a new set of casters as well, so it's so much fun here at the CENC Midwest Invitational.
Yeah, absolutely. So like Orbital mentioned just a moment ago, there's a couple of technical difficulties on the main stage, but as I always say, as is the way of live production, would it be a live production without technical difficulties? Who knows? So I think we're going to get to interview a couple of players from Ball State here, so we're going to just ask a couple of questions. They have not played yet, obviously, so don't be like, who are these guys? You have not seen them. So we're going to get to talk to them just a little bit. You want to come on? You want to come hang out? What's your name? Who are you? You are, you're an Overwatch player.
What we'll actually do.
We'll take you. You're already over here. We'll take you. So what's your tag? U.S. Miller? You're talking to my ear here. We're going to put.
Well, actually, what we're going to do is I'm going to give a headset over so you can hear exactly what they're going to say. It's so much fun having the players on the screen. So please come over to this end here.
Yeah, hop over this wire. We don't want
will be
any
awesome and be interviewing you. So let's have a bit of fun. Let's get to learn some of the players here.
Yes, absolutely. So we're going to get a very brief interview, and then we're going to get it figured out. So we're going to have just a couple of questions. You want to say your name and tag again, just while we finish on the mic?
I'm Samuel Miller. I'm player for Ball State. Tag in game is U.S. Miller.
And you're an Overwatch player, correct?
Yes, sir.
So people watching, you're going to be like, hold on, this isn't Rocket League. No, it's not. But as Orbital mentioned a moment ago, we are going to be jumping into Overwatch immediately after this. So tell me, what is your team seed going into this weekend?
I don't even know what seed we are. I think we're third or fourth or something
Third
like
or
that.
fourth? Okay,
Yeah,
so top 50 percentile,
we're
looking
up there,
good.
yes,
So
sir.
are you guys looking forward to playing any maps in particular moving into this? Because, you know, you've seen the weird map ban kind of system
We're
we've
looking
got going
forward
on.
to playing all these teams. They're all great teams, obviously. But most importantly, we're definitely looking forward to playing Akron.
Yeah.
They kind of crushed us last year, so we're
Oh, so it's like a revenge story. You guys want to come back. Akron kind of kicked your butt a little bit. You guys have warmed up. You're all ready to go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean, do you guys, you know, you don't have to give away too much, obviously, because you haven't played yet, but are you guys really relying on a specific comp, or maybe is like one person on your team kind of a bit of a carry?
I'll say.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I don't want you to give away too much information.
I don't want to say anything.
All right, no problem. I
don't wanna give
absolutely
anything away.
respect
I'd say
it.
it's
I've been
I'm
a
not supposed
collegiate
to.
player as well, so I get it. You don't want to give away
gotcha.
any details until you absolutely have to. And look at that. We are actually going to have another mic, a third mic. You guys are probably hearing me twice right now. I'm so sorry. So Orbital is going to be rejoining us in just a minute. We're going to figure this out. I got a bunch of wires back here. I'm afraid I'm going to fall over. If you haven't learned by my casting, I'm a very clumsy human being, so I'm always anxious I'm going to knock something down. So tell me, realistically, what do you think your odds are this weekend walking away with a #1 victory?
The #1 victory. I like to keep my hopes high, but
Of course.
Ultimately, you know, Northwood, they're a great team. You know,
What about top 3? How do we feel about top 3?
I'm definitely shooting for a top
Solid
3
for
spot
top
here.
3 podium.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all that matters, right? We want to be placed. So thank you so much for joining us. I think
no
that we're
problem.
going to wrap that one quickly. We're going to bring Orbital back in, and I think we're going to get to talk to a Ball State Rocket League player. So let's get him in here. Thank you so much, US. All right, come on. You got to be careful. Watch your step. Y'all keep calling me. These people keep calling me sir. I'm the same age as them, and it keeps freaking me out. Here, come step in the middle for us. Step over this wire. So go ahead. Your first name, last name, and tag. And you're a Rocket League player, right? You're a Rocket League player?
Yes, I'm a Rocket League
Awesome.
player on the Ball State Rocket League team. I'm the captain of the team. My name is Devin. My game name is Dice.
All right, perfect. So tell me, just kind of a basic thing is going to be just kind of considering moving forward, what do you think is going to be your strongest asset as a team that could set you apart from some other people here in the top 8?
Well, we've been working a lot on just scrimming and getting better as a team with chemistry.
Yeah.
And we got a really good player, Zath. I'm going to shout him out.
Yes.
He's a really good player. He's helped us a lot to improve as a team, and we're really counting on him to lead us to some victory in game, and then I'm going to do the captain's work and steer behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zath, we were told last night, if folks at home haven't caught on quite yet, Northwood, they are considered to be kind of the top dog, the #1 team. But Zath was feeling pretty confident yesterday. He was telling us, he's like, I will 1v1 anybody from Northwood. So maybe he is really looking to bring the heat. Do you think you guys are going to be able to walk away with kind of at least a podium placement? Are you guys shooting for #1 here?
Yeah, obviously the ultimate goal is shoot for #1. We got some tough teams. Shout out to all the good competition, and good luck to everyone that plays today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, man.
Thank
It's
you.
A pleasure. So I don't know what to do with this. I'm just going to hold it down here for now. But so that is going to be just, I'm glad we get to talk with some of the players, because while we get some brief interviews after the games, some of the players are coming down off that winner's high, so to speak. It's really, I always find it the most entertaining to talk to these folks kind of away from the game a little bit, right? You get to learn about them, learn about where they're coming from, why they're here, why they love what they do. I really feel like that's something we don't get to feel as much just watching them play.
Oh yeah, it's its own thing and its own ecosystem, because to me it's a lot of people want to say that esports is this thing that's been around for some time, and for
Right.
you and I, it's been around for quite some time.
Right.
You've been in esports for at least 10 years. We've been all gaming for quite some time. But for some of these players, it's a whole different thing. We come from a time where, you know, it was kind of looked down on at points. These are players that are learning that there are other people outside that enjoy the same sport, enjoy the same things as them, and they get to actually converse with them. And it's something that, to me, is very, very special. I grew up, you know, I love video games, I love all this stuff, but it's difficult. You can't really talk about it to all these people. And now I come here, I'm like, man, I get to talk about all these games, this new one that just came out. I've been grinding away at it. But it's a whole new experience for them, and to be able to come out and find like-minded individuals, to give them a sense that they can be themselves in this area. I love it so much, and I can't wait to see even more and have these kinds of opportunities with different organizations around the country and around the world.
Absolutely. And before we're going to be able to jump into that next game, we are going to have to throw it to a short advertisement. I think we're still trying to figure out some technical issues, so thank you everybody so much for bearing with us, but we'll be right back with some more Rocket League in just a couple of minutes. Okay, perfect. Are we going to...
Keep going.
Are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere? Is there anything specific about a LAN you're looking forward to?
I think it just brings a different environment to the game. Everyone's in person. It's a different setup for everyone. Just a different energy for LAN events that I'm looking forward to.
And have you played any schools here? Are you looking for a bit of a revenge story, or are you excited to play anybody just here at the tournament?
I guess I would say probably Ball State because they're in the MAC conference, so that's a little bit of a school rivalry, I guess.
My name is Robert Harold. I go by Potato. I'm representing the University of Akron. I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is not my first LAN.
How many LANs have you been to before?
I've been to one other LAN before.
What are you excited to be? Are you excited to be back in the LAN atmosphere, and is there anything specific you're looking forward to?
I'm not super excited. I'm feeling very nervous. This is probably the biggest LAN and by far the most professional LAN I've been to.
In that sense, you know, kind of honing into those nerves a little bit, do you have any pregame rituals or anything that you kind of do to get your head into the game rather than worry about kind of what's happening around you?
Warm up for 2 hours.
Simple, short, and sweet. And then have you played any schools here? Is there anybody specific, any teams that you're really looking forward to going up against?
I don't think I've played any teams here, but I'm looking forward to play against them.
My name's Will Imes, and in-game I go by Will's Okay, I guess. I'm representing the University of Akron, and I'm playing Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN?
This is my first LAN.
What are you excited about getting to experience here at this LAN?
I've never gotten to play on stage before. I don't know if it's going to make my game better or worse. We're hoping better, you know?
Absolutely. And have you played any schools here, or are there any teams that you're really looking forward to?
I don't think I've played any schools here. I think nobody's really looking forward to playing Northwood, but if it comes to that, then, you know, we'll have to try and take them down.
So being the B team, being kind of brought in a little bit last minute, not really expected, do you think that's going to give your team a leg up in the situation or any kind of advantage?
Coming in as sort of like a makeshift B team for Akron, I think it could help or hurt us. On one hand, when people find that out and they don't see the names that everybody recognizes, I think that they'll probably, you know, not put as many expectations on us, maybe let their guard down a little bit. But that can also be kind of coin flippy because I feel like some days we might pop off and really surprise people. That could help us. Other days, it might be pretty obvious that, you know, we're not the A team.
I play for Rocket League at Bethel University. Awesome. Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, this is my first LAN.
So are you hyped to be out of LAN? Is this like really exciting?
I'm very excited, very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything in particular you're looking forward to kind of in the LAN setting? Are there any schools here that you're really excited to play against?
I'm really just excited for a bigger audience. Had a little bit of an audience before, but the seating here looks insane. So really hoping we can fill the seats and get a crowd. And teams-wise, haven't got to play any of the teams, but we will play Akron in our ESC league. So looking forward to all the teams here. Looks like some good competition.
Yeah, and you talked about the seeding of the room, but let's talk about the seeding of the tournament. You guys are which seed?
We are the 3 seed.
3 out of 8 teams, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
My name is Jonah Fletcher, and my IGN is Zaf. I represent Ball State University for Rocket League.
Is this your first LAN ever?
Yes, it is actually my first LAN ever. I've wanted to go to like LANs and stuff, but this is my first opportunity.
So is there anything specific that you're looking forward to in this event, or are you just kind of excited to be here in a whole?
I'm excited to be here, but I'm also looking forward to the competition, especially in person, because I'm top 100 in the world, so this is my chance to go against some of the best schools here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't know the schools here super well, right? You've never played anybody here?
No, I've played multiple people here. I know some of the guys off Akron, and I know all the guys coming from Northwood.
My first and last name, Evan Stefchek, and my gamer tag is Luigi. I play Rocket League for Ball State.
Is this your first LAN?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Is there anything specific you're looking forward to, or are you just excited to be in the LAN atmosphere?
I mean, it's gonna be really fun getting to compete in person with no like ping disadvantage, no lagging. I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Absolutely. Are there any schools in particular that you're really excited to play against during this tournament?
Yeah, honestly, we're really excited. We think we're gonna have a really good matchup against Akron, so we're hoping to take that and make it into the finals.
Name and school?
Dan Word, Director of Esports for Bethel University.
Yeah, and is this your first LAN that you're going to put on with Bethel?
Yes, yes it is.
Is it something that you've been looking forward to in the past, or how long have you had your eye on this?
Well, actually, I was one of the ones that kind of first started this program. So back in the spring, I contacted Lydia, the Director of Esports for ECAC, and ECAC and CSMG had a partnership. And so I contacted them and said, hey, we want to host an event here at Bendix Arena, which is our home facility. And so she kind of ran it up the flagpole, and one thing led to another, and bam, we started this process for the championship here.
And what does it mean for your school and your esports program to be able to put an event on like this?
No, this is great, actually. I mean, this is one of the reasons, this is how I sell our program, is I said we get to compete out of this facility. So in the LAN Center, we're here 3 days a week playing, and then this is our first event on the stage. And so to be able to host that, it was one thing to be able to see the artist rendition of how it might look to what it looks like tonight. So this is pretty exciting, and I'm sure everyone's gonna really enjoy it.
And for you, what's the best output of it? Is the experience for the kids at the school? Is the ability to build the program, or what?
You know, when I first kind of got going here, it was just the opportunity to have these kids to be able to do something that they enjoy. I have a son, teenage son, who's a gamer, and part of the way I connected with him was to just find out, hey, what are you doing, watching him, talking with him. So then I sort of took his passion and he kind of instilled that in me, and then the opportunity to really work with these young kids to be able to say, hey, this is something you're interested in. Here's an opportunity that you can go and continue on gaming and do it at a high level. And so that's kind of part of the excitement and experience that we have.
All right, last one. What do you feel for the future of Bethel University's esports program? More events like this, larger teams, what does it mean scholarships-wise for these students? What opportunities are you looking to give these kids?
Yeah, so we actually already offer scholarships. We're a varsity program under the athletics department, so we kind of started right out the gate with scholarship programs. As far as one of the Bendix Arena here is a sponsor of our team, and so we actually have a partnership with them to bring events like this every semester. So we're going to be doing a big LAN event like this at least once a semester. And then for our program, we'll probably be still a relatively small program. We might have 1 to 2 teams for each game, and maybe 40 to 50 kids max, just because of the size of the school. But that doesn't mean that hey, we can't compete on the national stage against some of the big boys.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through those tech issues. We've gotten them fixed. We're going to be jumping right back in. Kentucky versus Akron. Akron, they are finding themselves up 2-0 in a 1-3 series. I'm still Septilence, and that is still Orbital. We are going to be stoked to be jumping back into this one. And honestly, Orbital, I'm worried because we talked about this is such a momentum-based game, and now Akron, they had all the momentum, and they had to take a 15-minute break. So I hope they're really able to hone back into that competitive nature, that mindset.
Yeah, it's something that's vastly different than I would say regular sports and anything like that, where there's not much of an electronic-based setup. It's pauses and tech issues and tech dealt with. Because with games, unfortunately, nothing's perfect. Everything might have a bug or two. Infamous bugs in League of Legends are always great to talk about. But there is, with these especially, it's akin to what's known as icing the kicker.
Yes.
It's my favorite thing. It's unintentionally icing the kicker, but it can have a giant momentum difference. So Akron may not be ready to get back into it just as quickly. Kentucky might have a little bit of a higher edge, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and Kentucky's higher edge there. Festive Invader, great ball control, took it very high, even got relatively close to the goal, but lost it unfortunately now. 2 shots from Akron, both off the left side of goal. Not what you're going to want there. That would have been huge if they were able to find that point early on. They could have given themselves a comfortable lead. Just that 1 point, I've said it 1,000 times, makes all the difference. And now Graydon trying to find the point of their own. Reticence is not going to be able to find that landing quite yet. It's going to be super difficult here. They're going to be able to have that great block, keeping it at that goose egg alive on both sides. Here comes Reticence for a second attempt, and he will find it. Puts the point away, putting Akron in the lead 1-0.
That was one of our slower goals of the day. You can see it right down there, 25 miles per hour. And most of them have been within the range of 40 to 60, and what I love to talk about is variance of shots. When you go for the defensive plays, you have to predict how fast the ball is going to bounce. There's actually something called a pinch, which speeds the ball up close to like 150.
Oh!
Alrighty, apples and potatoes. We're having a bit of fun.
We're having a whole feast at this point. Apples, potatoes. I mean, what else do you need? Those are two of my favorite foods. But a great shot there. I mean, that almost felt like that was a capitalization. That's what that was. It was a goal left wide open, and Unfried said, hey, we take those. Absolutely found that goal, tied things back up, and now I can actually say this. I haven't been able to say this all day. 1-1 in Rocket League, just a complicated 0-0, right? Because somebody has to take the lead. They have to win by that single point. And honestly, Kentucky, Unfriable Apples looked really good there. Some great progress already. Some great ball control there as well while we're currently spectating. This is Kentucky. It feels like they have come to life a lot more in this third game.
Well, Kentucky's been alive the entire time. It's how much of life can they grab without Akron kind of getting in their face. So remember, you just said it there. Akron allowed that mistake to happen, so it was a capitalization. And at this point, Akron have realized if they do make a mistake, Kentucky will capitalize on that. And I really like that point. So.
Yeah, that was close. The double defensive commit there, super dangerous because if Reticence just passed it to a teammate instead of going for goal, that would have left the goal wide open. So they got super lucky that they were actually looking to find that shot. Now Reticence, again, going to be coming in, has a great setup, but Graydon finds the opportunity, gets in the way of Potato, not quite able to land that shot yet. Now, 3 minutes on the clock. We're 30 seconds short of halftime, and we're still tied up at that fancy 0-0. We're going to have to see which one of these teams is going to be able to walk away with that 1-point lead, that advantage, because if Kentucky finds it, that will guarantee us a game 4.
Oh, yeah. And I honestly see it, right? Again, that pause may have caused Akron to get a little bit shaky. They have to warm back up. They have to get back in that position.
Right.
And for a team that really likes to prep their shots, it's a little bit more difficult with Kentucky all in their face right now. So if this pressure continues, if Akron continue trying to set up, maybe they leave a couple gaps in some of those aerial passes, Kentucky can't get a hold of it. It's just where can they find that opening of the shot? Oh, just an angle off.
Just slightly off of an open goal there. That could have been colossal for Kentucky, not only because they would take the lead, but just for that momentum that, again, we've talked about is so unbelievably important. Now we are shy of that halftime by about 10 seconds. Only 137 seconds left on the clock, and it's going to be a lot of damage. That was incorrect math, but that's fine. Now it's going to be Akron coming through 2-0 in the series, but 1-1 in the matchup. Another great shot coming through, almost able to find it with the crossbar. Like I said, people hit it more than they actually hit the goal, and it's going to be that pressure now. 120 seconds left available.
Oh, they don't need to worry about too much. Oh, that's another great shot. Oh, no, is that an own goal? That's in.
Oh, my God.
That's in, Apple. Watches Invader get a second goal. This is one of the tightest goals we've seen. Off the goal post 3 times. 4th is the charm.
I just could not process words. I was grunting. I was screaming. It was so, like you said, there was 4 attempts in 5 seconds, but it finally went in. Kentucky taking the lead just shy of 2 seconds left on the clock. Unfriable Apples coming to life here. Like you said, they were alive, but I don't know if they died and were defibbed back into this, but they are just a whole new team here in Game 3. They're giving us a phenomenal performance so far. A minute 40 left. Kentucky, they don't have to score anymore. They just have to make sure Akron doesn't.
Yeah, and remember, it goes back to that hard line that we were talking about, right? Akron are a setup team. Kentucky is an opportunity team, and they found the opportunity. They found the chance to score that goal, and Akron have got to start walking on those pins and needles if they want to be able to win. You're seeing the aggression. It's starting to wear their gears down. And if you leave it open in the middle of the pitch or you allow that side swipe to come out, Kentucky will run with it. That is what they've shown over and over again. And I want to see it, but that's tied up. Reticence says thank you very much.
Yeah, there it is. A great lineup from Reticence there. And I think it was Graydon who, goes for the shot, goes to pass to a teammate, and that's an opportunistic goal if I've ever seen one. They knew it was in the back third. They knew no defenders were going to be in the way, and they were able to find a pastronaut indeed there, high in the sky, able to pass that ball right into goal. 65 seconds left. Once again, tied up 2-2.
I absolutely love these two teams so far. They are adjusting to each other on the fly at a much faster rate than I saw in games 1 and 2. They're taking the opportunity to kind of pressure forward at points. So taking a look, I want to see if they can continue the momentum. For Kentucky, main thing is you've got to go all out the entire time here for the last 40 seconds. You've got to get it back on their side of the pitch. Got to get closer to their goal, but that might be an open goal. Great defense from Apples.
Woo, yeah, Apples really, I mean, just a very well-rounded player. We've seen that clearly already. The offense has been super impressive. The defense just as so. But there is a goal from who? From Will. Able to find that goal, putting that 5th point online. 26 seconds left. Akron finding themselves up by a single point. Believe it or not, after all that work, this still might be a 3-0 series.
And again, it was Kentucky. Went a little bit too far. That was a clearance.
Yes.
Actually, that was not a shot on goal. There's a reason Will has a question mark by his name. His goals aren't always meant to work, but they do. Fantastic chance, and again, they're going so close.
Graydon was inches, just one input away from dunking that in underneath the noses of all 3 Akron players, but unfortunately, again, almost only counts in horseshoes. So now 7 seconds left, but the ball is live as long as it has not touched the ground. Will looking for a shot, but it will be Potato who slams that nail in the coffin. That is going to be Akron finding themselves up 4-2 on the game and 3-0 on the series.
Yeah, 4 seconds, you know, you can do some work there, but it's a miracle at the end of the day. So we like to say there is a chance. It's a slim one, but it's there. Akron pretty much securing. Yeah, they get the actual touch. They're going to watch the bounce go, and I think they're just going to boot this one out. So very well done to Akron for being able to manage that. I think they're going for a 5th.
The bonus.
I think they're going.
There
yeah.
it is. Oh, they missed!
So close.
Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to find that lineup, but Akron has emerged victorious, and I believe one of these players is going to get to talk with our boy Paulie Hype just a little bit.
Yeah, it's such a grand time, though, that match. Again, so far we've only seen 3-0s.
Yes.
But a huge thing that I talk about in esports specifically is because in esports there has to be a winner at the end of the day. There is no time for a tie. There's no real time to be able to sit down and say, okay, they're going to be an even chance. It is very specifically someone has to come out a winner, so never judge by the end series score. Always judge by the quality of the games. Go and watch the games and see how it goes, because that 3rd game was actually pretty close. It was just that last minute that it was run down by Akron, and they put it away to secure their move into the semifinals.
Yeah, and I can confidently say, I mean, I think you might be able to agree, anybody watching can agree, easily the closest game we've ever seen. But now we are going to be throwing it to my man Paulie Hype on the main floor for an interview.
All right, everybody, welcome back. So we just had the number 2 seed Akron Zips prove exactly why they are that, taking a really decisive victory there over the 7 seed Kentucky. What was the key strategy, and how are you feeling going into that game?
I think we just need to come out hot. We've been practicing like a little bit this week, so that was our biggest issue, and we were able to do that. So after that, a little bit of delay trying to ice us, but you know.
Reticence, keeping it coy. You guys played very well. I like it. You guys are amazing. Let's ask another member over here, Potato. You scored one of those final goals in the final game. What are you guys doing? Any different practice regimens to secure this 2nd seed into CENC year 2 now?
We're really a new team put together, so just getting as much practice in as possible together. That was mainly what we tried to do.
And last question, I'll actually ask Will over here. We might as well go down the line. This is actually their B team. So their A team didn't make it here today. So this is their B team dominating here in the tournament. Being the B team, Will, how do you feel going against all the other competition in this game?
I think we're feeling pretty good. We know that we're still pretty mechanically sound, but like Rob said, we don't necessarily have the experience as a team yet, but we know if we just play consistent that we can still take damage.
You guys going to give the A team a run for the money at some point or what?
Maybe.
I like that. Maybe. Good answer. Well, we'll come up right back with number 3 seed versus the 6 seed. You guys, congratulations. You can exit right down that way. This is the number 2 seed, Akron. Let's make some noise. That was a dominant performance once again. And when we come back from a break, we'll have Ball State going against the 6 seed, Indiana. So coming up next is some more Rocket League action. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with some more CENC Midwest Invitational.
Keep going.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have two things in common. Cadets are full-time college students, and they will one day be officers in the United States Army.
I want to welcome everybody to Century Center here in South Bend, Indiana for the CNC Midwest Region Invitational. And let's get this party started.
I'm really looking forward to being able to play in person against these people.
Where should we expect you to be the most?
Going hard in the paint, either on their back line or with my own support.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all the other players actually. That's one of the cool things is we play these teams online actually quite a bit, and getting to meet them and interacting with them is going to be super cool.
Yeah. Let's make some noise! Let's get it hype in here! Woo!
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you all missed us as much as we missed you guys at home. We're going to be jumping right back into the swing of things here with a brand new game, brand new teams, Ball State versus Indiana. I think this is going to be super interesting. Ball State, one of those teams I got to talk to a little bit more. We got to interview one of the players just a little while ago. They are a hysterical group of guys, and from what I understand, they're pretty darn good at Rocket League as well.
Yeah, there's a reason that they are the 3rd seed. We know every single team that's come into here is invited out for a reason, and to be able to say that you were invited is great. So very, very excited. We are going to go ahead and throw it down to Paulie, of course, to get us introduced to the teams and make sure you also know.
See you after this one.
Thank you so much, Paulie. Yeah, like you said, we're going to be jumping right into this. And Ball State, sounds like they have got quite a few fans out there, at least for now. I heard some foot rumbling, some shouting and hollering. And these boys, like we said, 3 seed, you do not become a top 3 seed on accident. I'm expecting some top-tier Rocket League from this team. This is going to be amazing. In Indiana, I have only heard good things as well. So I think this could be one of, if not the closest match that we've got today.
Yeah, as you get closer and closer, you get to see more of the styles. We even saw it in the 2nd seed versus 7th seed.
Right.
We saw some very interesting actions coming out. And again, that 3rd game that we did see in Series 2 actually came very, very close. It was just that last minute that it was just Akron going ahead and taking it away. Anything can happen. Again, the reset, mindset, mentality, everything comes into play when you are on the pitch, when you are the one going ahead, driving that vehicle around, pedal to the metal, doing whatever you can to show your school pride as well as your own player pride, team pride, whatever you want to say.
Absolutely. And these players, I feel like everybody's been leaving it on the field today. This has been some great gameplay, and we saw, the handshakes at the end. I'm always a huge fan of that. Nothing gets me excited like good sportsmanship, and we have seen nothing but good sportsmanship here today so far. I think that really has been a great aspect of this. So many players told us, we're just excited to meet these new teams, to play against people in real life, and they've really been carrying that mindset, that mentality, win or loss. Everybody just seems stoked to have this opportunity. I think that is the coolest thing. But the real opportunity here is which one of these teams moves into the winner's bracket, of course. The question on all of our minds, Ball State, Indiana. Like we said, every game we get, the closer that seed placement is. So I think these two, like I mentioned, can really go head-to-head on this.
Yeah, I'm very interested when you mentioned Ball State and talking about how they're a funny group of guys. It always leads me to what kind of strategies are you going to bring to the table? So far, we've seen very, I don't want to say meta, I don't want to say anything, but very traditional style.
Yeah.
You go for a couple of the aerials. You don't go too crazy. You don't try any ceiling pinches or try any crazy spin outs or any solo carries, dribbles down the middle or anything like that. In these scenarios, I would expect a little bit of deal of testing. How far in the waters can you go that offsets your opponent? Because sometimes that lower level dribble with 2 defenders on your side can catch them offside. It can catch them a little bit in that confusion setup. And so I'm very, very interested to see what Ball State do. And then at the same time, I want to see what Indiana is able to pull out of their pocket as well. Again, coming in as the 6th seed, it's something to always play up to expectations than oversee them or you know, prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Almost everyone that's like, oh, you can't be there or anything. No, you prove them wrong, and you get everyone to see your name and say, this is why we deserve to be in this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we almost saw that with like Akron's B team to an extent, right?
Yep.
I remember they told me, I talked about it, they were nervous, they were kind of a little shaky going into things, but they stormed it. They 3-0'd their series. But speaking of a series, let's jump right into a brand new one. Ball State going up against Indiana. Looks like Ball State with some very aggressive ball control early, and a goal already, 9 seconds. Deister picks it up, a great assist from Luigi there. Ball State, what a way to make a statement.
9 seconds. Fastest goal I think we've had so far
No doubt.
here in
No
this
doubt.
tournament, and I love it so much. Again, aggression right out of the gate. Indiana is going to have to play this quickly, and that's a quick spin-off as Zath going ahead trying to maneuver it straight into the middle to set up for Luigi once again.
Yeah, now Luigi going to get caught out. No boost available. Flipexi, a great pitch back there, sends it toward the midfield, toward the goal of Ball State. But now, here comes Luigi. He got that boost. He's ready for some engagement. Deister going to bring it around. Gets past Book for just a moment, but it's headed toward an open goal. Zath is going to be in the way. It's going to be a 1v1. Zath v Book here, but Book is not able to stay up in the air long enough. Not quite that aerial finesse that we needed to win that matchup. Flipexi living up to the name, flipping that ball right back toward Ball State's goal here.
And a nice midfield offensive, but it almost leaves it open, and that ends up run back the opposite direction. So again, we are seeing some of that craziness, you know, trying to cheat every little angle to try and find an opening in. So I love the testing momentum, but again, it is on Ball State. They want to get that second goal.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be Ball State. They have the first. They're a little bit comfortable, you know, but they can by no means slow it down because the second Indiana scores, we are back to what I always call that complicated 0-0, right? 1-1 does not matter. It's all about that 1-0 or that 2-1. Now Zath trying to walk it in. Unfortunately, not quite able to land it there. I don't even think there was a defender. I think he just bounced off the side of goal. Luigi going to go for a great setup off the corner, sending toward the midfield. Off the ceiling, though. Wacko Wyatt's going to be the one to catch it. Book now coming in, trying to hit past goal, but is it Deister with the second goal of the day? Oh, not quite. Going to go a little bit wide, but Luigi, the backup man, the secondary, able to find it and give Ball State their second goal of the game.
It's the fake, right? It was just the fake.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually Zath that went for the goal. No one saw him completely whiff it and aim towards the center. Beautiful setup, though. Beautiful, beautiful job. This is why I love the full-on aggression setup, though. You don't need a defender in the back. You don't need to worry about it. Send it. Go ahead and send it. If the ball's right there, go ahead and go, because it even catches the defenders. The defenders can only defend once.
Yep.
That's all they can do. If you can fake them out, it is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, no, and even if that wasn't a fake out, it sure looked like one, right? I mean, it may have been an accident, but it looked
We give it to him. It was a fake. It was a fake.
We'll give it to him for sure. They looked great there. Luigi had that phenomenal follow-up, and it's funny living up to being the second man, very similar to another Luigi we all know and love. So really living out well there. Now it's going to be just close to that halftime marker. We're about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Indiana, I feel like they've been so close yet so far away several times here, right? I think the primary struggle is really going to be keeping ball engagement once they get it, keeping ball control, because Indiana has it for 3 to 5 seconds and Ball State snatches it right back. So Indiana, they just got to find a way to put themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they have been in the driver's seat. Let's not sugarcoat it. They've been in the driver's seat. They haven't been able to finish the race.
Yes.
There are situations that come up. They know the playbook. You can see it. They practice it. It's finishing those shots off, being able to aim correctly, and that's always the most difficult part. So by no means is it easy, but that's what you have to do, and you have to find an opening, which, again, it's just Ball State not allowing it, and that is so telling of how this series is potentially going to play. Look at that wall right, Luigi, trying to prep it for the middle shot, but again, Indiana coming out, Flip going saying, I don't want to let you have that one.
Yeah, and that was close. The follow-up, unfortunately, Wacko Wyatt wasn't there, but Flipexi flips it right in. He finds it with a great assist from Wacko Wyatt, almost tying the series up 2-1. I mean, hey, like I said earlier, Flipexi really living up to the name. Look at him. Flips the ball right in, goes for that front flip slam, and finds the goal. Only 1:51 left for Indiana to at least tie the series up.
Yeah, and it was a solid shot as well. It was a bank off. They called it. They went for it. And it was just a beautifully placed shot. Now I want to see a little bit more, maybe a bit more controlled and measured, maybe not off of an already shot ball. So prep it in the middle, send your striker straight down the middle, take a couple slower angles, and pray Ball State is out of that zone. So far, again, it's been on Indiana's side, though. They are trying to get it cleared out, but again, wall running it straight into Zath's path might not be where they want to be.
Yeah, because Zath, I believe, is a relatively high-ranked player. There's a player here that's top 1% in the world, and I can't remember who it is. It may be Zath, honestly. So we're taking a look now to see kind of what these players on the side of Ball State are able to do. Some great physicality early there. Wacko Wyatt demoed, so for about 2.5 seconds, there is a 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Now, no immediate capitalization off the back of that. Not the end of the world. They're still finding themselves up by 1, and 1 is all you need.
Yeah, it's a score a goal in 50 seconds. Plenty of time.
Right.
Plenty of chances to get the goal. But of course, with how hard the teams are fighting for this, I think it has to be a personal goal. I don't think anyone's really going to have a chance to prep it. So someone, Flip, has got to run it straight down the middle, has got to be able to manage to get around some of these defenders. Book is going to try and help him out and run it forward, but that's a quick knockback. So Deister just says, no, we're going to play the defensive. We know exactly what we have to do. Do you know?
Yeah, and I think Ball State, they're in that kind of mindset where it's no longer we have to score, it's we have to make sure Indiana doesn't, right? So Ball State, they can score as many times as they want, but as long as they're in the lead, no matter how many points, it doesn't matter. So all they really want to do here, all they really want to ensure is that Indiana can't find an opportunity to put that goal away. And now, 6 seconds left on the clock, Indiana racing against the very clock itself. They want this next goal like they want their next breath, but unfortunately, nobody gets underneath it, and Ball State walks away with game 1. Or I guess drives away.
Yeah,
with game
drives
1.
away.
Yeah.
Drives away. You know, low coast out of the arena. It's very well done. It was not as action-packed at the very end as most of the other ones we've seen, but it was a methodical, slow set of goals, and that is something that actually it's weird to say. As casters, we love action. As viewers, we love action.
Yeah.
But it's almost something as seeing, I want to say, a well-done dance, a performance done. You get this kind of practice mentality that when someone of experience is able to play it, when someone of well-practiced, you know, they've run it multiple times, it looks clean, it looks simple. They make the difficult look easy. Yeah. And both teams actually excelled at that. Both the goals that Ball State scored, as well as the one from Indiana's side, it wasn't difficult by any means. It was just clean. Yeah. It was nice.
You've got to think kind of, what would the momentum in that game have been had Deister not found that insane, what was it, 8-second goal?
9 seconds.
Yeah,
it took 9 seconds.
That really made a huge impact. The winning goal, if you will. Like, that was the reason that Ball State was able to walk away with it. Also, there's a great joke in there somewhere about Ball State having a good Rocket League team.
Yeah.
I just can't figure it out somehow. But now, jumping into game 2, we talked about this earlier, a completed total reset. Deister went for it again. 5 seconds off the clock. Dude is already looking for a goal, but he's not quite able to land it yet. Book, however, great defense. Deister goes for a secondary attempt. Here's the follow-through, but no, it will be Lipexy, who picks it up, sends it back down toward the goal of Ball State. Indiana, I've got to say, they're already looking a little more physical, and I think that can make a huge difference.
Yeah, and just so many more shots, though, and even though they want to go aggressive, they have to be worried because Ball State's also ramping it up. And this is going to be the call of game 2. Who is going to get more aggressive, who's going to slip up first, or who is going to get under the skin of the opponent. Again, those early shots, it's something a lot of teams don't actually go for, and just like that, Zath goes, yeah, cool, I'll take it. Goal 1 scored, and this off a midfield, yeah, that's about midfield. Open goal, ramps it, angles it perfectly into the right side.
Lipexy's got to be devastated about that one. That was a fraction of a second of difference, like a couple of frames even difference there for Lipexy, just barely not able to collide with the ball. The boxes don't line up appropriately, and now Ball State, they find themselves in their lead once again, 1-0. This is a really good opportunity here. They're finding pass shots off midfield. That's going to be great for the momentum moving forward.
Yeah, most goals will always happen in the upper third of the goal because it's just easier, right? You know where to shoot from. Long balls are so difficult because the defender should be there, so to make it about midway is so much fun to watch, and they're hilarious as well because usually you see a car scurrying after the end. So very well done to Ball State. I don't think we're going to see too many of those because that is how you style. Deister picks up a second off the top ropes.
I love the angle that we got there because I was thinking, I was like, oh no, Zath isn't going to be able to do it. He's not going to be able to hit it again. And Deister, just from the heavens, comes in, slams the ball into goal. Ball State, I've got to say, that was probably the fanciest goal we've seen all day. That was very impressive.
We've seen an angler before, a full wall ride into aerial goal. That one actually he boosted up and came down. So it looked like he came from heaven. No. He just came from the ground. He was having a good time. Still definitely one of the fancier ones. It was a great, and that's actually the beauty of Rocket League. Depending on how your card flips, depending on what car you actually have, it actually influences the shot potential. And Rocket League players know this by heart. They know exactly what car is going to do what. That's how you predict For us, we're just like, it's a car.
Yeah.
It's a car, it's there, it's whatever. But different cars had different aspects that teams love to run. So to be able to see that, see those angles being hit, watch the ball spin in a certain direction, we'll continuously see that throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and there's 2 styles of car in Rocket League that are particularly common, and we've seen them for, I believe, everybody except Rhino earlier today. I don't remember what kind of car he had. I just remember it wasn't one of the usual ones. There's the Octane and the Dominus. Those are kind of the 2 primary classes, if you will, of Rocket League car. They have the most consistent hitboxes, and they are considered kind of the competitive peak. And that's usually the 2 cars we're seeing people rocking and rolling with. And I wish I could remember what car Rhino had, because I remember seeing it and I was like, what is he doing? But, you know, definitely an interesting choice there. This is going to be Ball State now entering halftime up 2-0, already 1 point up on the series. So if they win this one, they'll only need 1 more.
Yep, they'll be on match point, and that is very close. Another score by Deister, and that one was actually the closest that we've had to saving it within the net. So very well done to find that angle. You can see they both go up, and actually, I think Book actually knocked it out of the way, and that is one of the most unfortunate. It's so difficult to defend those if you are coming from behind the ball.
Absolutely. So it's like you can call it an own goal if you want, but in reality, the way they were approaching, there's probably nothing they could have done. And Luigi does not care. Luigi said, I simply do not care. Finds a 4th goal in what was that, maybe 4 seconds. A phenomenal goal there. Ball State, they're up 4-0, which feels very confident, but I've seen a team score 4 times in 37 seconds.
Yes.
So I am by no means writing anybody out of this game quite yet.
Deister proved it.
Absolutely.
A 9-second goal and now a 5-second pretty much from Luigi. Goals happen extremely quickly if you're not looking, and a huge thing is always on the kickoff.
Yes.
Most notably, you will have players, at least one player that you know as the initiator. You go in, you try and hit it, usually it spikes off to different angles. I've seen some techniques where you actually wait a half second, let the ball actually bounce back towards you, and it's a whole mind game. Who's going to go for it? How are you going to hit it? And so far, Ball State have been on that point. Not only do they get the initial burst, but they get the follow-up, which is just as important.
Yeah, Ball State really looking to make a ball statement here. They're doing a great job just finding some great engagements. 4-0 in their 2nd game. They only need to find 1 more. And honestly, every time they score, I can hear the crowd yelling and hooting and hollering for them, and I get a kick out of it every time. I love that energy. Now Flivexi is going to have that current life. Fliv Endy there is going to be taken offline. Demolition, so 2 seconds was just briefly in favor of Ball State. And I feel Ball State, they can go full defense here. They can go 100% defense. They're up by 4, and again, they just have to make sure Indiana doesn't put any points on line.
Yep, play it long. You can see the passes long, back and forth from side to side of the pitch. And I think that's a strong, strong essence, because no matter what, you don't want to give any goals over. Goals mean confidence. Goals mean that you get a little bit of momentum back, even if you lose. You could be 1-7 or 2-7, and it still feels like you have a chance if you score some of those goals. I know that some people are just like, that doesn't matter, and it matters to the players. That's what, that is very much what's key. So Ball State really want to lock this one out. Last 50 seconds here, and they're going to give it their best, but that's an open goal, and Zath, it looks like that's 2-1 away from a hat trick, and everyone on this Ball State squad has so far gotten a piece of the action.
Yeah, just absolutely amazing so far. Like you said, they've all gotten at least a piece of the action. And, you know, I mentioned that whole they don't have to score anymore thing, but I've talked to enough Collegiate Rocket League players where they always tell me, they're like, no, we're going to try. Like, we're going to keep trying to score. We're going to rack up the points as large as possible. Hey, maybe Ball State's going for the Brazil right now, but I don't think they've got the time to line it up, unfortunately. Only 35 seconds left on the clock, and Boog, had Zath not been in the way, that would have been an open goal. But Zath, great defensive play. Like I said, the great team's the one that separates the good from the great. It's keeping somebody in your own back third, and we've seen Ball State do that very consistently up to this point.
Yeah, I will talk about this probably in a little bit once we have a break, but it's about respect for the team. Is why you keep playing. There is something about it. Every sport has their own kind of mini rules in there. With 10 seconds left to score, it's 5 goals up. You can see them kind of bouncing it along the ground here. They just want to move on to game 2 or game 3 and give it their best there. So final second, bounce up and around. Ceiling says hello, goodbye, and farewell.
Oh my goodness.
Off the side. All right, they got some good clean, and they're still going. They're having a blast here, and I love it so much. They're gonna juggle. They're gonna juggle this for a while into the goal. All right, Ball State. They go ahead and finish it off. So. for those of you wondering at home, maybe watching this your first time tuning in, thank you so much, number one. Number two is if the ball doesn't actually touch the lower section of the field, it is considered in play. Yeah. It is considered it will keep going, so that is why it took a little bit longer to hit that 0-0-0.
As long as it doesn't touch the flat surface of the ground, anything else is fair game. As long as it is not on the lowest version of the ground, the ball is live. So yeah, it definitely looked like it hit the ground, but it was rolling on that curve around the side of the court there, or on the side of the field rather. So just Ball State, really arguably the strongest we've seen a team so far today. I might go as far as saying that. That was very impressive, very clean, and I think that's what sets it apart. Is we saw opportunistic teams earlier. These guys are calculated. They're cold-blooded. They are looking for these shots, and they are finding them, and that really sets them apart so far.
Yeah, and that goes back to not taking easy on your opponent.
Right.
And I want to run it back because sometimes a lot of people are like, well, that's just mean to keep scoring on them. There is something to be said about a team going all out consistently through the entire time. If a team lets up and they're just like, we'll let you do it. And not saying that neither of the first two teams, either Akron or Northwood University, did the same. There is measured respect in continuing to play at that high level, giving respect to your opponent, knowing that there is a chance that they could come back. So I highly love that fact, and it can only get better from here. Teams will continuously learn from this on the losing side as well and what they need to do better. So still one more game to go, potentially 3 more to go.
Yeah.
And it's hopefully going to be a very entertaining time.
Yeah, and this is a first to 3, like Orbital was just mentioning. So Ball State, if they win the next one, series is over, unfortunately. But we saw signs of life there. We saw some great opportunities coming out from Indiana. So all they've got to do the next 5 minutes end in their favor. We'll go all the way to a game 4. Maybe they can push it to a game 5. We're going to be jumping in just a minute. You can see these players ready enough. They're getting ready to hop in, and I can't wait to see what happens. Ball State, they've got the lion's share of the momentum right now.
Oh, yeah. When you go up that high, some teams do get overconfident. It's very difficult not to, and it tends to lead to flashier plays. There's points where you start seeing players go a little bit too wide, try and go for those show plays.
Over 2 defenders there. That was Zath. Deister into Zath from the midfield, just sends it. And Wacko Wyatt can't jump high enough. Zath sinks it in 7 seconds off the clock.
It's the same thing with any goalie. If you ever seen goalies in the penalty shootout, it's difficult to predict. You saw him. He actually rolled to the, I want to say his left, the shooter's right. It's so hard to predict. So
no way!
And the second one, Zath.
Oh, my.
Zath wants to go for the hat trick. 15 seconds. If he gets it under 30, that will be an impressive hat trick under 30.
A hat trick under 30, that'll tie the knot on this whole thing. Zath will have walked away with a victory of his own here. That's going to be a phenomenal start so far. 15 seconds off the clock. That is 2 goals already. Zath, the one with ball control. Here he comes from the heavens. Not quite able to make it over Wyatt this time around. Wyatt finds that disruption. Deister getting the ball control back in favor. Here comes Luigi trying to scare off the ghosts of Indiana. Zath is going to be able to jump it just a little bit here. They're looking to set him. You can see they're looking to set him up for the hat trick. It's always one of the other players gets ball control, sends it to Zath. And here he comes again. Looking for that 3rd goal. Wants to find that hat trick.
He's aiming on the top corners and looking on the side, but Luigi gets a piece. So at this point, Indiana are just trying to play it a little bit slower on the angle, right? Try and measure up where they want to go. And a nice demolition actually knocks it back to their side. They're going to go ahead and pinch the edge. And so Indiana, it's more just stopping the momentum at this point. A lot of is going. He's going. He gets a bounce and he got it! That is going to be the hat trick. Zath making it work in a minute and 3.
About to start calling it the Zath trick there. Absolutely phenomenal. 3 goals in a row. I love that double tap off the top of the goal there. Just sends it, Zath passing it to Zath into the goal there. So a phenomenal job. Ball State, like you said, already up 3-0, all on the shoulders of Zath. A phenomenal performance so far. And I've got to say, Luigi and the other teammate as well, they're not doing a poor job. They're just filling in. They're being the fill man. They're passing the ball when they need to. And that makes them the best teammate Zath could ask for.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the spotlight. Only the people that play with the teammates know how difficult it is to give the spotlight over, to be that assister. You talk to any of those high caliber players, someone's always helping them out, and that is something that you love to see. So Zath going ahead and making sure his teammates are well known as that spotlight holder, as the ones that give him all that glory, and I love it so much. It's now setting the precedent. This entire series has set the precedent for what we should see.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about the last game being the cleanest I've seen after this point. I think Zath heard me, and he's like, hold on, watch this, because he found a 3-point lead already. We're coming into 2 minutes off the clock in this series. I mean, Indiana, I really don't know if there's much they can do. Zath, it feels like he is unlocked. He is 110% honed in. Deister as well. Some great passes, some great coordination so far, and Luigi being that support player, if you will, constantly setting up for the passes and the plays. Just chef's kiss performance so far from Ball State.
Yeah, I don't really think there's more that they could even expand on. Indiana right now, they're watching the ball just get flipped around. A great air dribble and a nice save by Flip right there. That is one that you do have to kind of be cold and calculating for. Luigi dancing in the middle. So Indiana are finding those defensive plays. It's just that early aggression, I think, from Zath really threw them off, and now they're trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it would really benefit Indiana a little bit more physicality. I think really wouldn't hurt. Maybe some demolitions, maybe some solid shots there, but Zath from the heavens, not quite able to land it, though. Comes from up above, not quite able to find the shot. There it is, no! Flipexy interrupts Deister as well, so Ball State, I mean, they are really looking for that 4th point online. Indiana, they need 1 goal per, like, I don't know, minute something. I can't do math when I divide by 3s. I don't know, that's hard. But Indiana, they definitely need to put something online. They need at least 3 points to tie this up, and then they need to win 1 more point, of course, to take us to that game 4. But right now, Indiana, I mean, they have found themselves in the passenger seat in Ball State. They are pedal to the metal down the freeway right now.
Yeah, originally it was 1 minute every 40 seconds. Now it's coming down to 1 goal every 30 seconds if they want to tie it up. And you can see it with the ball pretty much 70% of the time over on Indiana's side. They are not in control of this game. So at this point, it's learn as much as you can, get a good handle of the pace that is feeling comfortable towards you, controlling those boosts. We haven't even talked about that. The boosts themselves are a huge component of the game. But Ball State have such great control currently. They know where the ball is going to be. They know where they want to place their players, and always having someone in that striking position means that they always pretty much have the optimal shot chance if they do want to take it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you've made a great point there. Is Ball State, they've really been great with boost utilization as well. So you'll see them sometimes around the 0s and the 10s, which is not where you want to be. You want to be at that, at or as close to that 100 as possible. So they aren't utilizing it in the terms of constantly using it, but more utilizing it in the terms of a surgeon's precision, using it only when they have to, knowing how much they need to succeed. Deister dropping to that 13. We see Luigi committing all of the boosts they have as well, finding a demolition trade. Deister and Flipexy taken offline for just a moment. 30 seconds left, 1 goal per 10 seconds for Indiana here to keep themselves alive, but I think Ball State may have gotten this one in the bag.
Yeah, it's, again, we don't like writing it off, but it's just difficult. Again, every aerial, every ground shot that they're going for has kind of been shut down, and a great save once again. Their defense, again, this could be a 6, 7, 8 goal game, and Indiana are keeping it at that 3. That is all that they have allowed, so absolutely, they shored up their defensive stature, and that is something that they really can work on into the next series in the lower bracket, as that is going to be the 3-0 for Ball State here.
Yeah, the 3-0 victory for Ball State. They've done a phenomenal job there, and now one of, or maybe all of these players are going to get to talk to our main man, Paulie Hype, on the floor. I don't know if he's ready for that quite yet, but I've got to say, no matter what happened, Ball State, they have made a statement. I feel like I've said that so much, but my goodness, this team is looking great.
Yeah, and they will actually play, I believe it is the winner of the 4th game of this day. It will be between Oakland University and Bethel University. And as you can see, we are getting the players, the 3 winners of that side. So go ahead, Paulie, please take it away.
Thank you guys, much appreciated. First off, let's give it up for Ball State, who just took it down. Made it look easy, too. That was a convincing, once again, defeat. And so far, 1, 2, and 3 seeds have just been, you guys have been running and gunning on every single game. So far, what was the key right there to that strategy? You guys were ahead the whole time, never fell behind. What did you notice by the other team that you were able to take advantage of?
Honestly, our kickoffs were our hugest advantage right off the start. We planned into the game to just come in and hit a kickoff, get the goal, and it looks like we did it almost every game. So, yeah, worked out really well.
Absolutely, getting that early advantage. It really started snowballing for your team. You guys were playing at it seemed to be a higher pace, just all over the place. What was, one of the other keys to victories that you guys felt was going in your favor?
It's honestly just mechanical ability and speed. Like, we know that we're a really fast team and we can outpace a lot of players, and so we just took that to our advantage. We tried to beat everything we could, just keep the pressure on them.
All right, let me go over to Hare over here in the on this side. So you guys, you just advanced over the number 6 seed. Every match moving forward is going to be more and more difficult as the day goes on. Are there any teams here that in the higher 50 percentile, in the top 4, that you think you have a very good matchup against?
I feel like we'll have a good match against Akron. I am really excited to play them.
That's the 2 seed. That's the 2 seed.
Very excited to play them, and then I have some buddies on Northwood I'm ready to play as well.
A little bit of a rivalry there. I cannot wait to see you guys go up against Akron or Northwood. Congratulations on your victory. Coming up next, we have the 4th seed versus the 5th seed. Give it up once again for Ball State. Played fantastic. Don't go anywhere, folks, because when we come back, we have the number 4 seed versus the number 5 seed right here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. We'll be right back with some more Rocket League action. For the Ball State Cardinals.
Woo! My name's Ethan Allen, and my tag is Pen Park. My game is Overwatch. I play for Ball State University, and I am the role main tank.
Now, is this your first with Ball State, or have you had experience before?
This is my 2nd year with Ball State, but 1st year on the first team. So.
Oh, congratulations. Have you played any of the schools here in any other place? Do you have experience against them? How are you feeling?
Yeah. We played our league last year was against most of these schools here, so we do have experience playing them. We've had some scrims against them. So.
So you know what it looks like. I need you to picture tomorrow. I need you to paint me a picture, visualize, and give me in a couple sentences what you're going to be looking at when you're playing Overwatch tomorrow.
We're looking at, I think there's 8 teams. We're looking at 7 great schools, including ourselves, 8. But it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a really big battle, and we're looking to come out on top.
I heard some whispers out in the hallways of 3 letters, MTD.
Yes, sir.
In this school. You want to let me know what's going down with that?
I'm just looking forward to MTD and every single team out there. If it happens, great. I'm going to talk my talk. If it doesn't happen, we're still winning. Doesn't matter. So.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lucas Flick. My tag is Finna. My game's Overwatch. I play off support for Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN experience with them?
My first LAN, yeah, but my second year playing for the varsity program.
That's good. Now I hear you've got experience against these other teams. How you feeling about that?
It's gonna be a strong competition, definitely. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. We've played them, scrimmed them, played them a lot before. It's a lot to. I kind of feel like I know what to expect, but I can always be blown away with something else. So.
All right. Tell me a little bit more about your specific play style, what you like to do, and who specifically on those other teams should be looking out for you.
I'm kind of a Reddit Lucio. I'm kind of a freak on Lucio. I'm looking at Stunape or Stunet EP. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm just looking to go out there and frag, get some boops, maybe hit an emote, embody my villainous story arc. I don't know. Have fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Samuel Miller, and I'm U.S. Miller in game. I'm the damage player for Ball State University's Overwatch team.
All right, is this your first LAN? You excited to be here? You excited to be back?
This is actually my second one. My freshman year when we were a club, I went to my first one up in Iowa.
That's wonderful. Now, so you're a veteran player here. I'm sure you've played a lot of these schools. Have you played them recently, and how have they developed over time?
Just recently in like scrims or teams like them, just getting better all the time. Just like us. So they're going to be a fierce bunch of teams here.
I've heard a lot of talk of, we've got some flashy players on the team. We've talked about the MTD. We've talked about the Reddit Lucio. But you're there for some consistency. You're there to make absolute sure that the other team doesn't get to play the game. Tell me a little bit more about your role and how you feel that.
So being the main Sombra player of the team, I do plan to be the disruptor and really being a pain in the behind. So.
Thank you very much.
Alex Hornback and Hornback. I play Overwatch. I am an off-tank player, and I go to Ball State University.
Is this your first LAN with the team?
Yes. I am a third year, but a lot of the stuff wasn't able to be, we couldn't get the ball rolling my freshman year, so yeah.
Now, you've played a lot of these teams before. You've played them on a different role, though. What's it feel like coming back and having to play against them on a different role, off-tank, and seeing the evolution of a lot of these teams? Do you feel any more or less confident?
I'm feeling more confident, especially with the team this year. There's just a lot more of a foundation, I feel like, especially since we've all been playing together for about a year. Excited to play, hopefully, Akron and a couple of the other teams. Hopefully we make it in Northwood. I'd be very excited to play against some of those players. But
you've got a lot of exciting players on the team. A lot of people want to play aggressive, and you as the off-tank, it's your job to tile those together. How on earth do you wrangle all these guys in?
I have to yell a little bit to keep our Lucio from feeding too much in the back line, but when he's back there, I'll save him from some of his wrongdoings, but that's about it. Everybody else is pretty fine. I don't have to worry about him too much.
Thank you very much.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to be jumping into the 4th and I believe final Rocket League game today. It's going to be Oakland versus Bethel. So 2 schools coming into this. Now, the crazy thing about this one, I was just telling Orbital about this during the break, winner of this does not get any easier. They have to go up against our #1 seed, and then the loser goes up against Louisville in the loser's bracket. So there are some tough matchups. Whether you win or lose this one, the road will not be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's an invitational, right? What more can you ask for at an invitational? Every team is hand-selected moving forward there. Given that invitation, they can come out and play, and that's the best part about it, right? You get the best of the best. You get these teams that are coming in and bringing their A game here, especially into the Bendix Arena. It's been such a fantastic time here here at the CENC Midwest Invitational. And we do have to go over our fantastic sponsor, right?
Yes,
this
of course.
This couldn't be put on without the help of the Army ROTC group. And you can see here around the side, you see the merch sitting up here right now. They are at the event. I believe they have a booth out front. They have a lot of stuff here, hats and the water bottles. And most notably, they do have something like this, which is awesome. They do have a couple shirts here, which we showed off at the beginning, but of course we like to kind of show off there. I'm hiding my face because but yeah, these are awesome. And so again, huge thank you to them. We also saw some of the others, I believe Ivy setups as the sponsors though. So it's been a fantastic time here.
Yes.
And again, closing out the last round here, we do have also some teams currently playing off-stream.
Yes, so Indiana and Kentucky, I believe, are going toe-to-toe in the off-stream matchup. So the entirety of the losers bracket, like we talked about earlier, will be off-stream except for losers finals. That'll be happening tomorrow. And yes, don't be sad because Rocket League is over today. There will be Rocket League with Orbital and myself tomorrow as well. And after this, if you're loving the esports so far, Overwatch will be following this up right afterwards. But we are not done with Rocket League quite yet. We're going to be jumping in Oakland and Bethel in just a moment here. And honestly, I know a lot of the folks from Oakland, not the ones that are here, but I know a lot of the coaches and players and people that just work with the community and the organization. So if you guys are watching, hello, nice to see you guys. I hope you guys are there rooting for Oakland because it is going to be, I think this is going to be a great matchup because these seeds are as close as possible. But enough about that. Let's jump into the swing of things. Let's introduce the teams themselves. Paulie, what do you got for us?
For the first round, but let's start it out here and introduce the 5th seed. One of the home teams here, Bethel University. Coming up first is going to be Bears Rock 22-12. And the second member of that team, let's introduce him, Retzi. Casual as ever. Casual as ever. Looking good. Coming up next here, third member of their team to round it off, it's going to be Vert X Squid. That's the 5th seed here, Bethel University. But coming up next, it's the 4th seed. And only one of these teams is going to be going home a victor in this round. Well, let's introduce Oakland and their first member, Mega. Ooh, with the bow and arrow on top. Very nice. Another one of the most complex names here of the evening. Let's introduce Matt for Oakland. You look just like Spaceman, Rocket League commentator. Very, very, very similar. And finally, rounding off Oakland here, it is Ty Sonic Boom. That's going to be your Oakland University 5th versus the 4th seed coming up right here at the CENC Midwest Invitational. Only one of these teams is going on. Let's take a look which one it's going to be. Back up to Orbital and Zeppelins for the call.
Well, hey, everybody. Did you miss us? Because we certainly missed you guys. We're going to be jumping in just a couple of minutes. But while we do have a moment, we got to talk about our sponsors a little bit. I do want to say as well, I can speak for Orbital and I know this. We're absolutely stoked to be here. This has been a super fun event. This has been awesome. I've never been to the Bendix Arena. I don't think you have either. This has been our first experience. We got to meet a bunch of teams and a bunch of people behind the scenes, the insane production team that is putting this on right now, running around just doing a million jobs each. They are absolutely killing it. So I just want to give them a very brief shout out while we have this time. But now, I mean, we've got to talk about the final game of the day, right? One of these teams walks away victorious. One of them will fall into that safety net and fall below to the losers bracket. I feel like I've said this actually for every game, but statistically speaking, this should be the closest series we have today.
Yeah, with how the matchups show up, and both these squads are, I want to say, relatively on the newer side, it's going to be a fun time, I think, because you get to test everything out. You get to see stuff maybe not in the meta circuit. So how they play the ball, how they decide to go for some of these angles is going to be a little bit different than the others. It is also notable to say that so far, all 3 of our series that we've seen so far have been 3-0s. Even though I touched on the fact that you can't look at the game score, it doesn't take away from the fact that we haven't seen a 4th out of these teams. It's been very, very one-sided on each end. And hopefully we get to see here a bit more of the competition, a bit more of the grind between the two and fighting back and forth. I really hope to see that and to be able to bring that also into the next day, bring that hype moving in and seeing the rest of the squads show up. Well, I think tomorrow we have I think it's both semifinal matchups.
Yes.
We have the winners finals, losers finals, and then the grand finals. So
yes.
Great time overall to be had.
Absolutely, and we've got to remember that nobody has been eliminated yet, right? There's a match happening right now. Either Indiana or Kentucky will unfortunately walk away empty-handed, but, well, you know, physically. I think everybody's got a pretty cool experience out of this. Everybody's got something to put under their belt, but, you know, we're going to get to that part where these teams are going to start falling, right? Because that's how the tournament works. Not everybody can be a first-place winner. It's going to be one of these teams here to make a statement, here to show, you know, we are here to not mess around. And so far, we've seen a couple schools that I feel like really are those top dog contenders, but I won't name any names yet. I don't want it to seem like I'm playing any favorites. I definitely think that several players, most players we've seen today, have that winning potential.
Oh, yeah, and at this point, it's okay to actually kind of play into that favorite side because we've actually seen the teams have formed.
Right.
It's a little bit rough when we take a look and we're like, oh, yeah, this team is slated. We talked about Northwood a little bit. We talked about Akron before they played. But now that they've had a time to kind of show themselves off, you saw how strong they are. And both Oakland and Bethel are hoping to join their ranks and being able to show off their strengths and how well their coordination can take them forward.
Absolutely, and the strength here currently in favor of Bethel. They have the ball ball possession for just a moment. It looks like it's going to be swapped right back against Oakland here, heading into their back third. But here comes Sonic Boom trying to get things lined up above goal, maybe finding the goal. However, it will be Bears Rock who does find that perfect momentum, comes for a goal of their own, and just a little off to the side there. Retzi not quite able to land that shot on goal. Already half a minute off the clock.
Yep, they're going to take it down, and this reminds me back to game 1 of Series 1. Between I believe it was Northwood versus Louisville. It was slow place and measure, but again, Sonic Boom says, nah, we're kicking things off right.
Yeah, Sonic Boom, starting with a boom, right? Starting with a bang there. Able to find that first goal just a little shy of that 40, or a little over that 45-second marker. Oakland putting themselves up by 1. Bethel, they had a couple opportunities to score. They were a little bit wide, but from what we've seen already, I've got faith they can keep this as a close series.
Oh, yeah. It's going to continue to be close, hopefully. And watching this play out so far, that goal, it kind of was a walk-in, but when you guide the ball in, it's so much harder to get off of these strikers. So very well done on Oakland's side to be able to manage that. Again, Bethel might be able to defend this one out. They are clearing it pretty well, keeping it about the midfield range. But Oakland are always quick to pace it back and continue their aggressive onslaught.
Yeah, and the onslaught is probably exactly what they're looking for. We've seen a lot of teams start to overperform, right? When they got into those higher ranks, they really kicked it up a notch. They wanted to score as many points as possible, and perhaps Oakland is looking to do just that. Bethel, however, I've got to say, a very aerial-based team. They really have been spending a lot of time in the air, which is different compared to the other teams we've seen. We've seen a lot of ground play today, but it seems like instead Bethel, they're really trying to spice it up. They're really trying to keep the ball above the ground rather than rolling on it.
Yeah, and we mentioned a little bit. Obviously, people talk about it. It's like soccer. It's like football. It's the ground. You have the pitch. You run around on the pitch.
Right.
This is a 3D game.
Yes.
Keep that in mind. Every part of the stadium is always in play. You can play off the ceiling. You get a nice bounce. You can play off the mid. You can get a decent shot angle. Everywhere is in play, and to throw aerials in there means it's a high gamble, high reward play style.
Yes.
You have everything available. You get really cool pinches, or you get really weird angles that you fire at, but the downside is you leave so much of your own goal open, and you can't get down to the ground fast enough. You can't get the boost as often. So it's a high tier, high level of play that may or may not yield the results that you want.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to consider, we always talk about that. Well, let's see if there's a goal first before we get into this next analysis point. But now it looks like no goals happening quite yet. I always say my favorite thing about Rocket League is that 3 dimensions. So many esports, especially those first-person shooters, are very what's in front of what's behind you, where in Rocket League, you've got to be playing in front of you, behind you, above, and below you. That is just absolutely insane to me that these players are playing. They're covering every dimension available, and that is something that I really feel like no other esport really offers.
Well, any game, right?
Right.
Any game, because it's difficult. The players, there is no minimap in this. You
Right.
only hear the calls that your teammates are giving out. So you're getting called. He's behind. He's coming up on your flank, trying to steal the ball or trying to go for the demolition. You're getting all this information at a rapid pace. So looking at the angle to Sonic Boom, sends it 2 in a row for him with a great setup from Mega.
Yeah, Matthew able to knock it off the top there into that double tap to Sonic Boom, follows through, and Bears Rock. So similar to that Flipexy goal we saw earlier, just a frame away, 1 second away from that defensive block, but 1 second is truly all it takes. Oakland finding themselves up 2-0, a minute 43 left on the clock.
Yep, and Bethel are doing their best. Like I said, they are going for some of those errors, going for some of those angles that I really, really like. I want to see them be able to polish it off here in this game or the next few. And if they can, it become a huge strength for them down the road. But Oakland so far have this ground game on lock. So many of their angles, so many of their bounces and passes have been excellent. Bethel have not been able to really get a handle on where they're going. So that was one of the good contests. But again, it's the Sonic Boom. It's the Sonic Boom. Oh, no, it's the Sonic. No, he can't.
Oh.
Okay, nice come in from Mega there.
Yeah, Verdict Squid was able to pick that one up, and now I'm going to see it's going to be Bears Rock. We've seen on the defensive side a little bit more. That's the first opportunity I think they've really gotten to shine in the offensive slot. However, they lost ball control immediately, so we're still going to have to hold out a little bit longer to see what that offensive play looks like. Oakland finding themselves up 2-0, 51 seconds on the clock. If they win this game, that will put them up 1-0 in the series as well. This is a first to 3 series.
Three, best of 5, whatever you want to call it. It's a good old time. Oakland going ahead and managing to keep that ball off the angle. It looks like they're trying to play more for territory because Bethel are going on the full offense, or full defense is on their side, of course. But with 30 seconds left, we're going to see if Retzi is able to do anything. Nope, getting sniped out once again. The tackles are good thus far from Oakland.
Yeah, no, that may have been a shot for Bethel, but Oakland, I believe that was Mega, just a very strong disruption, able to find a good opportunity to engage, forcing Bethel again onto the defense. So it seems like we're watching Bethel make attempts at the offense, but Oakland has found the opportunity to constantly force them on the defense. And in the final 6 seconds of the game, Sonic Boom will pick up that hat trick, scoring the only points scored here in Game 1.
Yeah, and it's just a light touch, and I love it because if you play it slow, you play it fast, it means that you can take every angle a shot.
Right.
It diversifies your style, and it can ramp up into a degree of just you can't figure anything out. So Bethel putting up their best fight. Unfortunately, not going to be able to help them out this game, but plenty of action and time left. Still have 2 more full games that you are able to play. And that is going to be it again. Very well done to Oakland for moving up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, Oakland almost found that bonus goal right at the end, but the ball just barely kissed the ground, and that's all it takes in the extra time like that. Oakland, I've got to say, a very strong showing up to this point, looking very good. And Bethel, really, I saw great improvement there with that aerial gameplay. That's something I don't think other teams are bringing to the table. I think that is very unique. We've seen almost exclusively ground play today, and Bethel, if they can really hone in and improve that aerial gameplay, I think that sets them apart as a team.
Yeah, it's when we talk about the aerial, we know that they fly and everything like that, but it's a majority of their time that they're actually spending there. It's a majority of the time, and the angling is very difficult. So a lot of these plays are actually kicking off on the sides of the field, I would say. You see them ramp up the wall, they boost off, and then they're going to go try and get the header or anything like that. So it's a drastically different style that requires the players to consistently be in the same chatter. They're consistently trying to keep themselves in the loop, saying, hey, I'm coming up for this shot. It's going to pass here. It's a high level of gameplay that, again, if you're only used to trying to block those ground rolls, if you're only trying to block certain tactics, you will have a difficult time. So chances are there. Of course, Oakland still up 1-0. The ground game is more reliable, and it will yield a lot more opportunities for them.
Yeah, the ground game more reliable, like you said, but the air game less expected, right? More unexpected, so it kind of gives you that wild card aspect, if you will. You see the signs of life. Like I mentioned, they've just got to hone in on it. They've just got to rehearse it, practice it a bit more to really catch these teams off guard. Now Oakland, the Sonic Boom, looking for their 4th goal of the series, going to get blocked out, so no immediate goals happening, no 7-second goals here in Game 2 either. But now Oakland, they find a great demolition. They're going to be coming in. Bears Rock, 22-12, is going to be the one to keep the momentum rolling, but it's to Sonic Boom with a great assist from Matthew that puts it away.
At this point, Sonic Boom is known as the striker for his team, and when you're playing, which that one he was more just like, I'll take the goal for myself, mine. When you play, a lot of players will always say that it's a rotational setup. However, they specialize in certain aspects of the game. A lot of them love to talk about the demo position. Some of them love to talk about the defensive posturing. And then others, I love calling them the strikers. They're the ones that are always, you see them flying straight down the middle, looking for those goals, whatever you need to do. And so far, Sonic's done it 4 goals. The only 4 that his team has scored thus far in the series have been from his hands.
Yeah, I like that you call them the strikers because I call them the boost bandits because they're always the ones going around taking the boost. And Tasonic Boom, I mean, maybe no boost, but plenty of boom here, finding 5 goals across 2 games so far. Not even 2 games, 1 game plus an additional minute up to this point. Like, they have done an amazing job finding that momentum. And it is just, it feels like it's the Sonic Boom show right now, honestly. They are just killing it, and this feels very reminiscent of what we saw earlier. We talked about kind of a front runner, a spotlight player with 2 assisting players or support players, and the Sonic Boom, they are the spotlight player so far.
No better way than putting up every goal for your team and just
Absolutely.
being like, it's me. It's always been me. It will never not be me. I do expect some of his teammates to try and start hogging the spotlight a little bit here if they get the chance. But again, 3.5 minutes, still plenty of time to work with. Bethel chasing a little bit here. And I do worry, this is the same concern I had with some of the other teams. Chasing the ball a little bit too much means that you aren't prepping properly for what's to come. And I really hope they can try and set up a malleable defense that they can rotate through the entirety and be able to kind of block off, which they have done right there. You see right there, Red Sea going ahead and taking up that position. If they can keep doing that, that'll be good. But Mega finds it just under one of the defenders, I believe, and is able to put that score.
I believe that's the first goal that's not to Sonic Boom.
Yes.
It's still Oakland, but hey, it's a little bit of a change of pace there. And I've got to say, you made a great point there, talking about the little bit of over-aggression. And that over-aggression often also implies that you've got an open goal, right? You see a team overextending, all 3 of them going to score, that means your goal is wide open. So the second you lose ball control, could be disastrous. Now Mega almost gets one completely for free, luckily enough. That goal line is going to be able to catch it out. That top bar, is going to be able to catch it. And I want to see what happens here. Bethel, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That is plenty of time. That is eons of time, eternities in the world of Rocket League.
Yeah, and when we're, okay, I thought it was going to go a little bit further. But even when we're talking about that fact, it's something along the edge of the managing some of your resources, because even on the defensive, you can get over-aggressive. Both of you can go for that defensive clear, leaves your goal a little bit wide open. So managing who's going to do what is so integral. And so far, Bethel has slowly started to gain that traction for themselves. At this point, though, it's also trying to find that clearance, trying to find that angle that they can go in a nice. Going back in, Oakland have taken about 4 shots here, I think all in a row, and a nice aerial to try and knock them out. Bounce in, and that's going to be a go for the goal, but Mega actually bounces it out and says that angle was not right. Let's go ahead, try again. 2 minutes left, and thus far for the last minute and a half, I want to say actually Oakland has been on that aggressive stance. The ball has not left Bethel's side.
Absolutely, and this is going to be, I mean, Oakland's time to shine, right? They come out super strong in game 1. They're looking to find a just as clean addition in game 2. 1 minute and 42 seconds left. Bethel, they're really struggling to find that ball control. Tasonic Boom goes for the double tap and finds it. A great assist from Mega there. Oakland, they're putting on some style points for us.
Again, second hat trick of him for the series. And that was actually an almost I believe that was Squid, if I'm not mistaken. Brain is a little bit hazy on it, but if he had been able to actually get a little bit more in front, that actually would have been a block. So you can see them. They're getting closer and closer and inching ever so quick towards that edge. Retzi. Oh, Retzi off the kickoff. Looking for that goal.
Yeah, Retzi off the kickoff. They're looking clean as a whistle. Great aerial ball control, but Tasonic Boom, great offense, great defense, super well-rounded player. We've seen the proof in the pudding on that one as that goal comes through again. A great assist from Mega. I've got to say, Tasonic Boom is one of those scary players because, well, they seem like a striker. They seem like an offense only. We've seen them block maybe 3 or 4 goals already. They are so back and forth across the board. They're making a huge difference for Oakland.
5-0 here so far. Oakland really coming out of their shell. And it's crazy because with such the aerial combat, we said it takes a lot of preparation, it takes a lot of time. And at this point, this is how you do break it down. This is almost textbook style of how to break down a stylistic composition for a team. And Sonic Boom putting 5 total on the board, trying to look doubling up almost on his previous scoring game 1.
Yeah, there's been what? I mean, 9 goals, 10 goals online, and Tasonic Boom's been 9 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely absurd. Just an amazing job so far. This has been, I don't know, the pressure is on here for other teams because if Tasonic Boom gets to play kind of with this much space, with this much opportunity, I mean, Oakland, I think they've got a great chance moving down the line.
Yeah, and it's always fun to always talk about like how they fare up against some of the other teams, how they decide to kind of manage this information, because now all the other teams are now going to have their eyes. All right, this player specifically, to Sonic, he's the one we got to watch for. Is he backing up towards their own goal? Is he prepping for that long shot, or is he prepping to go for a low ground? Keeping your eye on the opponent is so important. So we'll see how it plays out. Of course, Bethel not giving up hope here, still looking for at least one goal, try and get momentum moving back in their favor, even if it's for half a second.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, you know, Oakland looking very strong here in the game against Bethel. But let's remember who Oakland's next opponent's going to be if they win this series. They're going to go up against that #1 seed in the form of Northwood, and that's going to be tough because Northwood, I don't think they're going to let Sonic Boom have this kind of room, right? That team, they're going to try to be the aggressor. They're going to try to be the offensive team. But Oakland, they're walking away aggressive. A phenomenal victory there in game 2.
Yep. And I want to see the demolition used a little bit more handily.
I agree.
A lot of these last few games have actually been very tame. It's been you bump a little bit, but you don't demo, and so we don't see that 3v2 or 2v2 situation. And demos, I remember back when Rocket League first came out, demos were seen as very, very disrespectful. It was a point where you're just like, why are you demoing? Why are you doing this? It's phased into a necessary part of the game, and I love that aspect. If it's in the game, utilize it. Every tool has to be utilized to its fullest extent. One thing that we haven't seen, of course, is the Rule 1, which I really hope at some point we get to see. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I will say, while we have an intermission, I want to talk about it. I have seen a singular moment. It circulated all the other areas. There was a point where someone swapped out the player that they had in the Rule 1, and it was the funniest thing I think I'd ever seen. It was like, all right, our Rule 1 guy that got stuck is like our best player. Can we get him out of that? And so, like, they put the car right behind him.
A substitution, a last-minute sub for the Rule 1. So, for those who may be unfamiliar, a Rule 1 is a very simple thing in Rocket League where two players, usually on opposing teams, will drive directly into each other, and then they will continue to do so unless somebody scores and they're forcibly reset or another player interrupts the Rule 1. I don't know why that happens. I'm sure there's a great story, but I think it's absolutely hysterical when it does. I hope we see at least one of them across, you know, this weekend as a whole, and it's. Yeah, I get a kick out of Rule 1s. I agree that these last couple of games, to jump back to that demolition point, have been very hands-off, so to speak. There's been very few demolitions making an appearance, so I want to see that physicality just a little bit more, perhaps.
Yeah, and the reason for that is actually it's also one of those things that is a gamble.
Yes.
Right? You go for the demo, you're actually taking your direct information and your vision and your mindfulness off of the ball itself. You're taking it out of the game and aiming specifically at another player. Not only are you, as you can see, a lot of teams and players tend to look at the ball only. It's a ball tracker, specifically for Rocket League. You have to actively search for a player. It's so difficult to do, and you have a high chance of actually getting out of position, which leads the enemy team. So it's a high gamble play, but it's so useful because for 2 to 3 seconds, no one else is in your way, and you may clear open that spot for your teammate to go for that score.
Yeah, absolutely. And clearing, yeah, like you said, even for just a few seconds, can make beyond a world of difference. That can create an open goal now. Mega, unfortunately, going to spike the ball a bit too hard, but who's there to clean it up? Of course, your boy, to Sonic Boom. He's going to be able to pick up that first goal already, only 50 seconds off the clock. And Oakland, they're looking to take Game 3 the same way they took Games 1 and 2.
Yep, just keep that momentum rolling. Keep it rolling into the next day. Keep it moving. And again, Bethel are just going to try and clean up their own game. Keep cleaning up their style. And that was a little bit of a touch and go. I think actually both kickoff members went for a light touch, hoping to get the ball on their side. So that was kind of funny. But again, it's a practice, and that's a long-range one. One of the longer shots that we've seen. Bears is going to go ahead and rock that into the goal.
Yeah, Bears rocking it into the goal indeed from just shy of the midfield. Matthew jumps right over it. Mega and to Sonic Boom can't make it. Bethel showing signs of life. They are ready to turn Game 3 around. Get your brooms ready, folks. Don't get them out quite yet, but this could be the beginning of the end for Oakland. Let's see if Bethel can carry that same energy into the rest of this series.
And again, every player, I think something that has to be learned over time in competition is how to capitalize on mistakes. There are some games where actually it is specifically considered. It doesn't matter who actually got the prep. It's who can make the most of the mistake of the opponent, right? If you can't capitalize on the opponent's mistakes, how can you make your own proactive moves on the map? So very well done on Bethel's side, opening up that flank. And to Sonic Boom now, I think is going to go out for blood. I will say, I have a feeling he might be looking for that blood in the water. So I'm terrified to see what he tries to do.
Yeah, to Sonic Boom's probably thinking, oh, somebody that isn't me scored? We can't have any of that. We can't have any of that here. So I agree. To Sonic Boom, definitely going to be looking out for blood here. I mean, this has just been their game. This has been their series so far. So let's see what they bring to the table here. A great defensive block there from the side of Bethel, keeping this game alive. Tied up 1-1. 2 minutes off the clock already. So every single one of these seconds crucial, but there it is. It's Retzi who comes in. A great pass from Bears Rock there, and oh, it looks like a bit of a connection error there. We'll get that figured out in just a moment, but Retzi looking too good, looking so strong. The connection goes down off the back of it. Bethel, they are up 2-1 here in Game 3.
And we said it. We said it. As soon as you start letting some of those mistakes go through, it's going to get a little bit dangerous.
Yes.
So you have to be aware. Even if the resets come through, if you are not ready for the current situation, you will, not be as fast off the gun. You won't be as quick to that ball as you usually expect. And Oakland, there is that chance. There is that chance where, they get rattled a little bit. Hey, they just scored. Now we actually have to be worried about these certain situations. And Bethel are feeling great. They're feeling in their element now. They scored 2 in a row. It's very difficult at points to score 2 in a row. So they're going to be looking for it. And I love the rotations that they're currently pulling. So well done in the latter half of this game to start pulling it back.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times have we said this game? All momentum all day long, and Bethel, they have found just that. Now here comes a great opportunity from Sonic Boom, but he misses it. He misses the shot there, so this is still going to be in favor of Bethel. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. Here comes a follow-up from Mega, but no, it falls short. Matthew, though, will be there. 3rd, 4th, 5th times the charm for Oakland, tying things back up 2-2, 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I have to give props for Mega for the redirection there. It's very difficult when it's coming off the back post. One of the things that I love to see is teams that do function off of that, because if it clips at the wrong angle, it actually spikes in a totally different direction. So Mega angling it for his teammate. Well done to set up that proper assist game. And I have to give props because he's done that at least 3 or 4 times so far in this series, and it's only going to get better from here on out. So loving this Oakland style.
Yeah, Oakland, there was definitely a great moment, a time to shine for Bethel there. They've got great momentum more than any other game up to this point, so they really want to turn this one around. They've got it tied up 2-2, only 95 seconds left on the clock. To Sonic Boom, looking to put another one away, but it's going to be Mega. Here comes Retzi, finds it at the perfect time. To Sonic Boom, goes directly over, and Bethel has that ball control once again. Vertex Squid going to try their darndest, but a phenomenal disruption toward the midfield. Now it's Retzi. A bit of a miscommunication to Bethel players on that mid-air collision. Here comes Matthew from the heavens right into Mega. This might be an opportunity for Oakland to take the lead once again. Bears Rock is going to be able to steal that away, but here it comes. Oakland, they are again on that wall punching strategy time and time again, slamming it into the goal until one of them finally finds that extra point.
At the end of the day, that's all it is. Just punt it as many times as you can, hope it goes close to the goal, and eventually you'll set up. And that was a great try, and that's going to be the goal. Matthew goes ahead and nails the 3rd goal in. Long-range shot, and actually Sonic was able to bounce it back in favor, and a great 3-piece setup. So Oakland going up 1 here with the final minute left. Bethel, they have actually, I believe, come closer than any other team to taking that 3rd game, and that in and of itself is a very impressive standard to give themselves moving into what could potentially be a game 4.
Yeah, there was that brief moment in the Akron series where it was like 3-2, but then Akron ended that game, 5-2. So they really ran away with it. But right now, 37 seconds left on the clock. Retzi looking for the goal. No! It's that top bar. It's that top bar of the goal that is constantly the #1 defender in the game. Phenomenal job there from Bethel, but unfortunately falling a little bit too high up on the shot. To Sonic Boom, trying to find that nail in the coffin. Retzi playing the defense of a lifetime. I've got to say, they really woke up in this 3rd game. Retzi doing a phenomenal job on that offense and that defense as well. Now, 12 seconds left. Can Bethel force us at least into an overtime here in Game 3?
That was a hard angle to get. With 5 seconds left, Mega's going to try and juggle it in the air. A nice demo, though. That might give him a chance. They're going to keep bouncing it again. Oakland wants to be able to secure this one. They're going to try possibly let it drop on the ground. So that's why you can see him kind of running interference. They're going to bounce it close, and that's going to be it. So Oakland go ahead and take it 3-2, the closest game we've had thus far here today in the opening Rocket League series.
The only game separated by a single point, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, that was truly the closest we've gotten by a notable margin. Like you said, a phenomenal job there from Oakland and Bethel, showing those amazing signs of life and momentum all in their favor in that final game. But unfortunately, that's just how the cards fell this time. So that was not going to be. But that does bring Rocket League to a close today. So Orbital and I may go missing as we swap over to Overwatch. But we will be back tomorrow, and you folks should absolutely stick around for Overwatch because I know these teams. I know this is going to be an amazing series. Great couple of games. We're going to throw it over to Paulie one more time. Everybody, thank you so much for watching Septilence and Orbital. Paulie, take us away, my man.
Thank you so much, Orbital and Septilence. That was a great match. You guys played amazing. All top 4 seeds swept the bottom 4 seeds so far. So that'll round out the quarterfinals and bring us to day 2 for the semifinals and then the grand finals. Ty Sonic, you played amazing. Great hair as well. What's been the secret to the team success so far?
Honestly, just playing the game, putting in the time, and just being good. So.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, you guys, there was a lot of talk about Oakland, saying that you guys had a great year. You've been drafting very well and finding new players to play Rocket League with and so on. You guys looked really strong in that one. What's going to be a team that you're looking out for in the top 4 out of Northwood, Akron, and Ball State?
I'd probably say Ball State, and I definitely want to play Akron, and I definitely want to play Northwood. I want to play everybody up there because I'm here for a reason, and it's to win.
I love it. Great attitude. Let me go down here on the end to the hair. Do you know who Spaceman is? The commentator? Doesn't he look exactly like Spaceman? Yeah. I love it. So we round out here. Coming in tomorrow, is there going to be anything you're going to do from tonight into tomorrow to keep the momentum moving forward for the team?
Play a lot better.
You're going to practice a lot tonight in the hotel?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
How's the internet been? Because I've been trying to play New World up top, and I've been struggling with some internet connection. Have you guys had solid internet up there? In and out.
In and out.
All right, well, we'll see how it carries over. Congratulations once again. Let's make some noise for Oakland. Played phenomenal. Tomorrow, guys, is going to be day 2, the grand finals of Rocket League. But coming up next, we'll have some new casters, and we'll have some more Overwatch action to start, again, day 1 here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, Overwatch is coming up next. I know it's early. Let's make some noise in here. Let's get it going really early. I love it. Woo! We are just getting started, and we have, like I said, the Rocket League's going to start it off first. We have some of the best collegiate teams in the Midwest region of the country going head-to-head for not only some cash money, but also a chance to be at the grand finals later on next year. So without further ado, I want to bring out our first 2 teams to start out the day here at the grand finals. First off, the challenger. We have Oakland University in the 4 seed. This is, again, the semifinals here of the CECC Midwest Invitational. So let's bring out Mega to start things off. Mega! Woo! With the bow and arrow, looking accurate. Beautiful. And his teammate, we saw him yesterday. Let's bring out Matt. Yes, sir, straight to the stage. We got an early one for you guys. And now, the 3rd member of that Rocket League team. Let's bring out Ty Sonic. Boom! The heart and soul of Oakland University. Next up, we have the number 1 seed across not only 1, but 2 different games. Northwood University. And rounding out and starting off their roster, it's going to be Buddy for Northwood. Coy as ever. Coming up next, we have Hockey. Let's make some noise for Hockey. And the 3rd member of Northwood University to round out Rocket League is going to be Pirates. Let's bring them up. There he is, the fan favorite here in the arena. Well, without further ado, let's throw it up to Orbital and Septilence for our cast here for the Rocket League. Good job, guys, and I'll see you guys up there. Let's get hyped, because today's the grand finals. We are going to have a champion after today, and I'll see you shortly after this.
Thank you so much, Paulie. Stellar job as always, but I think he hit the nail right on the head. We're going to be jumping into the swing of things. Two undefeated teams, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be, only 2 points have been scored on both of these teams in total. These teams almost went completely unscored on yesterday. Oakland coming out super strong, winning a 3-0 victory. I don't remember the school they beat, but I remember they didn't get scored on a single time, if I'm not mistaken. Northwood, I think, was scored on twice across 3 games, but still 3-0 as well. Northwood, that expected first seed, but Orbital, I jumped right into the swing of things, of course. I'm Septilence, joined by Orbital, and we are super stoked to be here. But like I said, Paulie mentioned it as well. We're hyped to get the show on the road. We're super excited. Orbital, what do you think we're going to be looking at here from these two teams in the first game of the day?
I think we're going to be looking at, obviously, a lot of fun.
Yes.
Number one. Number two is it's going to be a lot harder battle for either of these teams. Number one, first match of the day, that's always a little bit rough. If you warmed up, that's great. But you're still looking to get that first win down. And so this is going to be a battle for the first and second game. That's what I think. Whoever wins the first one will take the second one. And it's going to be a race to either get a reverse sweep or a 3-0. That's really what they're looking for. Both these teams showed excellent posturing throughout the entirety of their matches. So Northwood was actually able to beat, I believe it was Louisville. They beat them in the first round. It was a 1 versus 8th seed. And, of course, Louisville, here's the thing. All the matches were 3-0, and yet they were some of the more enjoyable 3-0s that I've ever been able to watch. And each team was able to come up and show their own excellence, and now those teams are working their way through the lower bracket. So that's very fun. Oakland went ahead and beat Bethel, I believe, 3-0. So both teams, again, very, very entertaining to watch. The thing is, neither of these teams have actually, in my opinion, really felt the weight of possibly being defeated. And that, in a sense, is a very different story. So when you ask, what are we expecting here? What do we think we're going to see? I have a feeling we are going to have to watch the nerves of the players the most. Being tested, no matter what, in esports, it's one of the only areas that can really be defined that there is no tie. Ever. Every game has a conclusive ending. There will be a winner at the end of the day. And to know you are down 0-1, 0-2 in a series is a drastically different mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think you're completely right. Both these teams, they've come into day 2 with that safety net, right? We're still in the winner's bracket. None of these teams have lost a game. So the nerves may be a little more manageable, right? Because you know this isn't your last game if you lose, right? You know you've got at least one more lined up. But I'm really curious as well. You know, you've made it to day 2. You're only a couple games away from grand finals. Like you said, the nerves are going to start stacking a little bit. And this is going to be, I mean, a tall ask, right, from Oakland. This is going to be a difficult matchup. But as I told you this off the stream, and I'll say it confidently here, I think if a team is going to give Northwood a run for their money, it's going to be Oakland. They give us, in my opinion, the strongest showing we saw yesterday.
Yes, and no matter what, every game had its own ups and downs. And again, these are now all 4 of the top seeds moving in, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and they will be facing off throughout the entirety. And I have to agree, there is a chance that Oakland is going to have a great time, is going to be able to manage their resources properly, managing the boost, controlling the center of the field, controlling wherever they want to go. And again, I want to see it tuned to excellence. This is a game of inches, of seconds, of predictions. And if you are not on the top of your game, if you are not ready for that, it becomes a massive problem. Now, before we go any further, we, of course, I want to talk about the sponsors and everything, and where we are, because we are at the CECC Midwest Invitational. This is 8 schools were invited, of course, to come out and play at the Bendix Arena here in South Bend. And for me, for you, and for just about everyone here, I think we've had a fantastic time. Of course, yesterday we had some technical difficulties it was taken care of, and today we're going to finish up the rest of the game. So I'm very, very excited. And I just want to mention that we do have our sponsor here today. It is Army ROTC. You can see it on the desk here. You do go ahead and see one of the bottles and the caps. That's awesome here. They also have a booth out front. And finally, one of the kind of cooler things, we both reach under the table here. It's like a magic trick, right? Let me see if I get the logo the first time around. And I held it upside down. You got it. See, this is why you are on the left side of me, at least. But yeah, they have the shirts. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But again, thank you to Army ROTC. If you are interested about anything that they can offer, go ahead, check them out at goarmy.com/ROTC. So I just wanted to let everyone know about that and where we are, of course, because it's a fantastic spot. And hopefully the teams are ready to play in this awesome arena here. If you can come down and take a look, they're playing center stage right now in front, and I think that's just a wonderful experience. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah,
just want to get that out there.
absolutely, covering all those bases, and I believe we'll even hear from ROTC a little bit later today as well. I believe they've got something going on then, so you'll definitely hear more from them about them, and more about them from us. So you're going to hear a lot about ROTC today, but of course, today would not be possible without them, so we want to give them as much thanks as we can. And like Orbital said, we're going to be jumping in just a couple of minutes. I know the players wanted to get warmed up because, I mean, we're still looking at a single digit in the hour slot right now, so it's an early day, it's an early morning for a lot of these players. I think, they're not often playing Rocket League, this early in the day.
Maybe not you.
True, I'm not. I'm not.
I may or may not have done a 12-hour binge at one point and gone to work and gone, I don't know what I'm doing here at work. Probably should have asked for a day off.
Amazing. Absolutely.
Some of them had done this, and it's very entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. True dedication. We know that they did get a chance to warm up a little bit in the LAN center earlier this morning. We were kind of getting things set up off to the side, so both these teams should be at least a little warmed up. It'll be the first competitive game, of course, but probably not their first game of Rocket League here today.
Yeah.
They definitely don't strike me as the type of team to just, we'll see how we do. We'll roll with the punches a little bit now. They're going to be warmed up. They're going to come in. I definitely think, like I said, this may be the most competitive match we have this entire weekend.
Yeah, and so the reason that we say that is because going back to day one of the interesting things we saw is, of course, Northwood.
Yes.
Northwood is a very storied school. They have a lot of great players coming out here today. And the main thing, if you follow Rocket League, if you follow any of like the RLCS or any of the major competitive areas, Northwood actually has a few great members. My brain currently is shot right now, but their entire squad is very well noted.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is their B team that is coming out. It is not their main roster squad that they tend to field. And to still say that and still say that they are the top school means that they have a history behind them. The reason that we're saying Oakland is going to give them a tough time is Oakland came out to play.
Oh, my goodness.
They absolutely came out to play. It was Northwood took it a little bit slower. It was measured. It was measured aggression. It was the precision of, I almost want to say, the surgical tools, right? In the surgery or, medical precision. Oakland was just like, let's run it. Let's go ahead, send it down the pitch, see how many goals we can score. And at the end of it, I believe it was almost like who can get how many hat tricks.
Really?
Was at the end of it. So Oakland coming out with over-aggression and Northwood with measured aggression. There are some differences that come out, and if you're not ready for it, it can definitely overtake you in a flash. So that's why we're looking at Oakland as that one team to kind of throw a wrench into the plans of Northwood.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right as well. I would kind of consider Oakland to be that, like, viper waiting to strike, right? Very calculated, very precise, not going to be going for those what are often called, like, the Hail Mary plays, you know? And I feel like, on the other side, we're seeing a team that is a lot more generally aggressive, that they kind of capitalize on their own aggression. So if we've got both of these teams only holding pedal to the metal, only going the max, comes out on top, and the player, of course, I want to keep an eye on. Boom.
Yes.
Tore it up yesterday for Oakland. An amazing individual performance with the help of those teammates. We are finally into the action of things. Northwood versus Oakland. First game of the day, and it looks like Oakland trying to find that ball control early, but Northwood Pirates, 16-second goal, sending a message to Oakland early.
All right. That was a little bit off the wall, and just Pirates said, hey, I got it. Matthew, unfortunately, was on the receiving end of trying to block that one out. So it actually came off of Oakland's unfortunate scenario. They were trying to clear the ball, just didn't clear it far enough, and that's what you have to do. That's one of the things in Rocket League. If you don't clear properly, the enemy team will have a perfect shot, and it's so close. Again, Pirates robbing Oakland of their early game.
Yeah, Pirates doing pirate things. I mean, just an amazing performance of the double tap off the back of the goal. Just an amazing preference. A pass, I think, only one defender, but you made it past a defender. In a Rocket League, that is a surprisingly difficult thing to do. Northwood, they have woken up and they have chosen violence. They're coming strong. 2-0, not even half a minute off the clock yet.
Yeah, and both of those again.
Wow.
Pirates and Buddy. Buddy wanted some of the action. This was actually a self play here. If you take a look here, Pirates came up, tossed it a little bit, but Buddy was right in the angle. So that is 3 goals in a row that I feel bad about saying it, but Oakland have actually prepped Northwood for. These are mistakes that Oakland are having, and it's not, I want to say, unforced errors. It's forced. Northwood are constantly putting pressure on them.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing that issue. We talked about two aggressive teams, right? I think Oakland is still trying to play that pedal to the metal, pure aggression team, and Northwood, they're just doing it a little bit faster. We talked about Rocket League. It is that game that is frames of difference and milliseconds of difference can separate a goal from a loss. And Buddy goes for another one, lucky enough for Oakland, that crossbar, best defender in the game, keeps that ball out of goal there, but here comes Pirates for that tertiary attempt. It's a Sonic Boom, finally getting ball control for just a moment, but it's going to be Buddy who turns it around instead. Matthew on the side of Oakland trying to find it, but Northwood, they just seem to be in the right place at the right time every time. Mega goes for a setup. It's going to be to Sonic Boom, who catches it out. A great demolition comes through, and now another goal for Northwood, going up 4-0, 3:45 on the clock.
Yeah, and we're seeing it over and over again. You pointed it out, and I just want to highlight the fact that Northwood, they're not playing overly aggressive. Even though they have a striker usually in the midfield, two other members are always sitting a little bit further back, prepping for when the ball goes a little bit awry.
Right.
Because Oakland are chasing the ball a little bit too much, and that is a demo that's actually going to give Oakland a little bit of priority. The first time the ball actually traveled out of field over to the other side of the field.
Yeah, and that was great for about 2 seconds, but at the same time it was difficult because the player respawned in front of goal, right? So it got a little bit harder for Oakland to engage, and we saw almost a 5th goal come through for Northwood. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to find it, but Oakland, they are looking, even 1 point online right now could make it beyond a world of difference. Hockey going to go for that backflip shot. Matthew able to find a double defense, but 2 cannot block 3. I love the butterfly explosion on the goal there from Hockey. I believe their first goal of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So now Northwood finding themselves up 5-0. We've got Pi on the clock.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive play right there. And that was an aggressive stance, too. That was not one of the side angles. That was straight up a challenge in the front. And Oakland, even though they're the ones that are normally aggressive, this is another issue comes about. They're either crowding the goal a bit too much, or they're not in the goal at all, and that just shows that maybe they're not as practiced on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I've got to say, maybe they've gotten in their own heads, right? We've kind of heard that mythos surrounding Northwood. A lot of the teams were a little nervous that they were here, and we're telling them, you're doing great, you're killing it. Keep up that momentum. You've made it here to day 2 in the winner's bracket. And Oakland, game 1 starting a little bit rough, but that's the beautiful thing about Rocket League is there will be game 2 and at least game 3. This team has more than enough time to turn this around as we come close to entering halftime here in the first game. Northwood still sitting 5-0.
It's going to be a long game, I feel, here. And for the first time, Oakland actually on the aggression. They've taken at least 2 to 3 shots, but the clearance coming out now for Buddy is they're going to bounce it. And you can see, right, they're having a bit of trouble with Oakland. They have to put all 3 on the aggressive stance and all 3 on the defensive. It's a constant fluctuation, whereas Northwood are constantly able to manage a 1-2 scenario or a 2-1 depending on how they want to play those sets. So I'm loving what Northwood are showing here. Oakland, they just need to measure it out, slow things down a little bit possibly. Don't feel pressured. Remember, it's a best of 5. It is 5 games that you can potentially have. You can afford to drop 1.
Right.
As much as that sounds kind of rough, but it's okay to go ahead and say, take the time, get a little bit of practice in, and see where to go from there.
Yeah, so Buddy actually getting in the way of Hockey's double tap. So Northwood kind of giving away a 6th point, which, let's be real, not the end of the world. They're still up by 5, so definitely not a loss, but a little bit of clunkiness, perhaps a bit of capitalization there for Oakland. However, Hockey, strong as ever, picks up that 6th goal, 2nd of the game, I believe. Goes over not 1, but 2 defenders and taps that in for basically an open goal. Going to be 6-0, 97 seconds left here in game 1.
Yeah, and if you're looking at that 90 seconds, it's 1 goal every, I want to say, about 15 seconds that you got to score. Or a little, yes, that is correct. Math is hard.
It's
math
tough.
Is hard. I usually do League of Legends math, and that's the one that you really don't want to do because that's a bunch of number crunching. This one I can get away with a little bit. But yes, it is one of those scenarios where you're looking at a hard deadline to try and get that information in. And so far, once again, Oakland, you can see the only shots that they're being allowed to take are some of these aerial battles, which is not what you want to gamble on. So Northwood completely controlling the ground game. And if you want any chance, it's almost like, we talked about Bethel in day 1. They were the ones going for the areas. They were the ones going for those all tricky plays. If you're not practiced on it, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 60 seconds left on the clock, so that is 1 goal per 10 seconds here for Oakland, which is not impossible, but by golly is that difficult, right? So unfortunately, game 1 probably going to be coming to a close in favor of Northwood. Oakland, we talked about this already. They've got a world of difference, plenty of time to turn this around. They lost game 1. They've got at least 2 more to complete this redemption arc.
Just a few moments left, and it looks like Oakland, they're aiming for it, which I do appreciate right now. And you can see them, they're starting to get a little bit of a rhythm going now. A few of the midfield battles are actually going their way across the board. And I don't know if that's Northwood letting the foot off the gas just a little bit, knowing that they don't have to go all out here in the final minutes. They just have to defend, which is a great strategy, conserve your energy. But Oakland, if you give them a chance to kind of get into their rhythm, get into their groove, find out why they were missing out at the beginning, it might impact you in game 2 or 3. Possibly, of course, Northwood are playing off an excellent degree here. And here comes a juggle at the final second.
Absolutely, that juggle comes through, and I would suspect to see, kind of a dunk into the ground from somebody here, but instead it's Oakland who is choosing to keep the ball alive. However, from the heavens, going to be slammed down Northwood. Right, finding themselves up 6-0, but Oakland, it is still very early in the morning. Maybe they've got to shake up a little bit of rust, get those sleepies out of the eyes. We're going to be jumping into game 2 in just a minute. Orbital, is there anything kind of in particular, anything you noticed that Oakland could change to really increase their chance of success here?
Realize that at this point, challenging does not seem to be your best bet.
I agree.
When you're going on full-on offensive, there's a point where you have to realize someone else's attack is a little bit stronger than yours, someone's is a little bit more precise, and that's actually what happens. So the reason that a kickoff goal can be made at that tempo and pace is you were over-aggressive and you got out of position. The enemy capitalized on it. It actually cycled through. So the reason that the first 3 goals came so quickly is you're off tempo. You're like, oh, yeah. I gotta win it back. No. Slow it down. Say, okay, maybe we don't have to challenge right off. And I like this here already about 15 seconds in. They haven't been scored on astronomically quickly.
Yeah.
And it means that they are taking that measured pace. It means that they've realized that, hey, they let the early game get a little bit out of control. And Oakland are like, let's play it smart. Let's play it a little bit slower, and let's give ourselves the best chance possible to take game 2.
Yeah, and I think getting scored on 3 times in 30 seconds is difficult, right? It's a bit of a mental boom, so to speak. But the beauty of Rocket League, we touched on this a lot yesterday, every game is simply a GG go next. The slate is wiped clean. You have to start from the very beginning. And honestly, I've got to say Northwood had to work a lot harder for that goal than I think any goal we've seen up to this point. So Oakland already showing some very positive signs of life here in game 2.
Yeah. It's a slow climb up.
Yes.
And if you realize that, hey, listen, they scored 6 last time, let's only let them score 2.
Right.
And maybe let's get a goal back. Or let's, try. It's a slow chip away, and that is actually the story, I feel like, of some of these series. And I personally like to talk about it is the story of players, the story of the mental, the story of how the game plays out throughout the entire series. Sometimes in game 1, you see a drastically different team in game 5.
Right.
And so if we see a full defensive squad come out of Oakland after this, and it's just like, hey, we're playing defense, waiting for Northwood to make a mistake, and they actually win like that, congrats to them. Like, that is how you adapt, overcome, and survive in some of these series.
Yeah, and this series has been, this game rather, has obviously been much closer, I think, around this time. Last game we were at a 4-0 markup, so now it's going to be 2-0. Obviously, that's been cut in half, right? So there's progress there for Oakland. 3:42 left on the clock. Northwood Pirates there picking up that second goal from, about the mid-third there. So the back third, of course, Oakland's, and they find that goal, put themselves in the lead. They've got that cushion, that comfort zone of a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and again, we talked a lot about Oakland, what they can do to come back, but let's not discredit Northwood right now.
Of course.
Northwood are absolutely playing on top of the game. Because remember, day 1, they came in 3 hours, I'm pretty sure. That is the most impressive thing to me ever right now is you can say, hey, we got in kind of late. We still got to play in the morning. Let's go ahead and pressure it forward, and that's why we probably saw a slower pace Northwood is maybe a little bit tired, maybe playing it a little bit more passively. This is them on full rest mode. This is them on 100%, maybe 110 to be able to, get back all the naysayers. Anyone that said we have, a weakness in the armor, we are shutting that down right here, right now because as we're getting into this game a little bit more, I love the fact that these players love to talk to each other. These players love to chat with each other, see what's going on. And there may have been some trash talk a little bit in the back, and maybe there's a bit of targeting.
A little bit of banter.
Yeah, we call it banter. Some people know it by another word, but I love it so much. So hopefully that is what's going on, and I'd love to get an idea because Northwood are rocking it here. 2-0 still, and you can see them. They're going for a little bit stylish goals right now. They're going for the style. They're going for the area. Yep, there it is. That's attack right now. Pirates goes ahead and just says, I'm going to have some fun.
Yeah, I've got to say, there's arguably nothing greater than players creating their own narrative, and I feel like a couple players this weekend have really ran to do that, really trying to make a name for themselves, win or lose. It's all about sending a message, right, showing that there is at least that aura of positivity, and something that is great is a lot of the teams have been getting 3-0 this weekend, but I feel no team has dropped the ball in terms of giving it their 110% all the way through. And that's truly all we can ask at an invitational like this one. The best of the best have been brought here. Of course, not everybody is going to walk away with that first place spot, but those who fall along the way, bringing their 110%, that is what esports is truly all about.
Seeing it in any game is always so much fun. And again, we'll have it in Overwatch just a little bit later.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we'll have the regular games here. It's going to be a blast to see the rest of the teams also play it out, as currently I believe we do have the lower bracket playing as well. So as we go through these matches here today, we'll give you an update along the way, and we'll keep you as informed as possible here. Oakland so far doing a pretty solid job of defending. Every so often you can see actually that is going to be a long goal though, buddy. Air Bud coming out here and rocking air. Maybe that was Hockey. I'm sorry, Hockey. I feel so bad now.
No, I mean, it's just going to be, like you said, 75% of the field up and above, able to find that goal. Oakland, maybe we're looking at a bit of a boost scenario, at least for that goal. They didn't have the boost they needed to get in the lane. We talked about this so many times. We saw it happen several times yesterday. 1 second is a world of difference here in the world of Rocket League. And had Oakland had just one more second, maybe they were able to block that. But hindsight is unfortunately 2020, right? we got to stop looking at the past and look more at the future. Northwood, not only are they looking incredibly strong, but perhaps this is a message being sent to the rest of the teams left in the bracket as well, right? We are no longer running on 3 hours of sleep. We are here. We've got our clean 8. We had a wonderful breakfast this morning, and we are ready to find our 5th goal here in Game 2. 82 seconds left on the clock. Northwood trying to beat their own record of a 6-0.
Yeah, Mega getting in that. What in hockey would be considered a very cheap shot at the end. I love the demolitions, and it's hilarious to watch happen. No, beautiful goal coming out of Northwood, and they're going to continue the rampage. They have a minute and a half actually left, and at this point, they were dancing around that angle, and Hockey, of course, playing goalie right now is going to try and put a stop to it. So Oakland just trying their best right now to get a little bit of leverage. If they can get these passes down, they might have an opportunity, and that's a 3-man play. Oh, Matthew getting blocked at the last second.
Yeah, really a great play there. Like you said, a 3-man play coming out from Oakland. Some great signs of life and some great progress here. Moving forward to Sonic Boom, looks for it, but Pirates, probably the closest we've seen Oakland get. Now a little bit of a collision there from 2 Oakland players. The ball loses all momentum, and Hockey trying to send a message, but it looks like it's going to be bounced up toward goal. Here comes some action from Buddy. However, it goes up a little bit wide. Hockey in for a second attempt, and they will find it. Northwood going to be going up 6-0, 44 seconds left on the clock.
Currently, Northwood are sitting at a phenomenal lead. 6 again, and they are sending it. And this is something that I do like to see teams do. Some of them are very measured, but some of them send it. And it's specifically because if you go and instill into your opponents later on that you are a stronger, more dominant team, it causes a little bit of hesitation. You know, the fighting spirit of some of your opponents later might be wavering. And Northwood are putting it to the test right now. 30 seconds left on the clock. Oakland are going to try and keep them down at this same score. You know, don't let him score too much more. But Pirates says he wants at least one more goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, Northwood trying to break their record, right?
Yeah.
Trying to go for that 7-0 instead of the 6-0. This is going to be, again, another very convincing matchup. 9 seconds left on the clock. So Northwood going to find themselves up in a 2-0 fashion here on the series, but this is a first to 3 or a best of 5. So they're going to have to win at least 3 of the 5 matchups there, and they were about to find a bonus goal at the very end, but it stayed in that 6-0 fashion, I believe. Hockey, Pirates, and Buddy, they are just, I mean, tearing it apart right now. I've really got to say so. They are living up to that #1 seed placement. They are pulling no punches this morning.
Yeah, and again, that's what you want to do. And I say it over and over again, is you want to play to your full potential for a very good reason. #1 is these are not your nights where you're playing in the league and you get to stack up the wins week after week after week. There's a majority of the time, and these players know it, the more energy you can conserve and wait and watch, it can be good for you. Now, it does have a little bit of a con sometimes. You know, if you ice yourself a little bit too long, it's not fun. That's why people warm up. That's why people have the scrims. But the less energy you expend in some of these matches, the better it feels later when you're fresh. You get to have, you know, 90%, whereas another player that may have had to run through the lower bracket is now sitting at 60 or 50. And in a game like this, where you're for 5 minutes straight going as hard as you can, it is so, so dangerous. So, yeah, making sure that they are fresh, trying to close it out as quickly as possible. Northwood 2-0 going into Game 3.
Yeah, 2-0 going into Game 3, and Oakland went for a pretty aggressive hit off the kickoff, but it looks like it's going to be Northwood who tries to capitalize on the action here. Matthew with the 1 defensive play. Pirates in for the secondary goal. Here comes the tertiary from Buddy, but none of them going to be able to land quite yet. Oakland giving us a just impossible, impenetrable wall there for just a moment. Some great defense, but you know, they will have to crack eventually. Defenders can only block so many times, and it looks like Hockey is going to be the one to break that wall down. Going to be bringing Northwood back up 1-0 here in Game 3.
Yeah, I was also to Sonic Boom as well. You saw it right there. He was trying to pass it to his teammate. And that's the unfortunate thing, right? In these very quick skirmishes for the ball, it's so difficult to predict the trajectory that you know the angle that you want to go for, but if you are not prepped yourself or you didn't have enough boost that you thought you did, it actually crashes and burns very, very quickly. And so Northwood, not only are they controlling where the ball pitches into, where they angle it in, they're not allowing Oakland to get a strong pattern set up of a boost to be able to give themselves that extra oomph.
Yeah, and Pirates, they're going for another goal, but Oakland's defense, I've got to say, is showingly better here in Game 3 than I think it has been in Game 1 and 2. They're really trying to fight. They know it's kind of the 11th hour, if you will. They're trying to put their money where their mouth is finally. If they can go, if they can score even a single time, they'll really be able to turn this back around. And here we go, a great shot from Sonic Boom, a buddy waiting for that ball, waiting for the action. Mega there, a great disruption here at the midfield, but it may be, it's Oakland. Mega keeping that ball control alive for Oakland here. Buddy with the shot from the heavens, incredible aerial game control, but it looks like it's going to stay around the midfield a lot. Game 3 feeling a lot on how I would often refer to a Game 1. This almost feels like a feeling out period. Some very slow pace, some very slow action as well. And Oakland, they are really giving Northwood a run for their money here in Game 3.
Yeah, to be able to challenge in some of these stances is Oakland. They're starting to get a read.
Right.
They're starting to get a handle on where some of these players are going to go. And again, I said it before, the patterns are starting to be read by these players. The question is it too late, right? Did Northwood successfully get away with hiding these tactics or mixing it up enough that Oakland was not able to read it? Because again, you can notice the trend, but if you can't get a certain style down, if you can't figure out a way to counterattack, you still come out at a loss. So Oakland, they've recognized where some of those attacks are coming from. Now they have to execute. Where are they going to go? They're sending 3 down once again to try and defend on their own side. But Pirates dancing along the wings. Prepped buddy. It's almost an open goal, but a nice knockback. Again, Matthews so far, I think, has been the one to kind of defend well in these scenarios.
Yes, we definitely see, and that attempted demolition there from Hockey. However, doesn't really matter as Pirates finds that shot and gets the goal off the back of it just shy of halftime. 2:27 on the clock. Northwood scoring notably less than they have in the first 2 games. So the defense, Matthew in particular, I think you're completely right, has been making a colossal difference on the side of Oakland.
Yeah. And it's crazy to say that because it's like you're looking at Hockey Buddy and the rest and Pirates. It's just like these guys are relentless.
Right.
This is relentless aggression over and over again. And so the reason that we're talking about it in the face of almost overwhelming power, and it's rough to say that for maybe some of the Oakland fans, but I mean to be able to still put up and be able to manage to hold down Northwood to only 2 goals right now, I think is an incredible feat at this current moment. However, Northwood, I mean, listen, they want to get back up into above 5 goals. They want to be able to say, listen, we are crushing it here today. And so they're not going to be happy about only 2. They're going to try and pressure for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call.
Of course. I mean, we've definitely seen them trying to pad the numbers a little bit, going for those 5s and 6s, even though Oakland had no points on board. But now 1:45 on the clock. There's absolutely a world where Oakland can push us at the very least into an overtime here, right? They only need 2 goals, which is a very achievable goal with 90 seconds. That is 45 seconds a goal. So we really want to see what's going to be brought to the table here. I think this is Oakland's best chance we've seen so far here in Game 3.
Of the 3 games, I would hard agree with that. I would absolutely hard agree with that fact. And they're balancing pretty well as well. And that actually, you can see Northwood having a little bit of trouble to control the ball at that point. It allows for more challenges. It allows for more chances to steal that ball away. And so Sonic Boom, of course, getting a great read on that, being able to stop it midway. But again, Hockey angling in and making sure the boosts are on his side. Pirates just going, listen, I've stolen off, and that's a goal. Oakland, they go ahead and knock one down off of their, I want to say, star player from day 1 to Sonic Boom with an open goal, slamming it in right beside Pirates.
And I want to say I was terrified, too, because Oakland found a demolition right before they got ball control. I was like, oh, no, you put him right in front of the goal. What are you doing? But they found that capitalization. Now 63 seconds left. Oakland needs 1 more to, at the very least, force in overtime to Sonic Boom. Like you said, the star-studded player coming back, making that goal, and bringing Oakland back into this series here. Only 1 goal shy of, at the very least, forcing in overtime. This could be huge.
Ooh, that clearance to me was a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Clearing back to your own goal can be so dangerous. Nice save by Mega. You only see one save on there. That was about 3 right there. That counted for 300%. Pirates bounces it over, and they're going to chance it. Song Boom, though, running it down the field. Is anyone there?
Oh,
no, that's a demo. Are they going to go in? Oh, the clear is Hockey. Hockey gets another one. That's 2 demos in a row. Can he make it in? 2 go up. Only 1 comes down, and that is going to be the ball again. Oakland put on a massive attack there, but Northwood better on the defense.
Yeah, we talked about, Northwood pulling no punches. Oakland, they were doing a lot more than punching there. 2 demolitions in a row, looking for that goal, and they were just barely had it sniped out from underneath them. Now 10 seconds separate Oakland from at least an overtime, possibly a game 4, and a 3-0 loss here in the winner's bracket. Buddy going for that slow goal. Matthews stealing it away, clearing it into his own goal. But it's Pirates who capitalizes off the back of it. You said it best, Orbital. You talked about the dangers of clearing into your own goal, and unfortunately, that bites Oakland in the butt in the final seconds of game 3.
Pirates, one of the, all 3 of them are stars, but Pirates really took the show with that game 1 run. And here it is only 2 seconds after kickoff. It's got to be a juggle and a half, and there's no way you can really get it in here. So very well done, Northwood. Go ahead and take the series 3-0 to go ahead and move up to the finals.
Yeah, a great showing from Oakland there, especially in that 3rd game. Some very positive performance, some great improvement as well against a powerhouse team like Northwood. We talked about that so much. They have made some incredible leaps and bounds. I mean, what a way to turn a series around, right? Starting as rough as a 5-0 and ending only by essentially a 1-point difference until the very last moment there, right? So a very impressive showing.
Yeah, and Northwood, again, this is nothing to knock on them. They played flawlessly,
of
right?
Course,
Even that last goal, it felt more like, hey, we went for a small chance. It's a window of opportunity. Right. To me, in Rocket League, allowing for a 1-2 goal opening for your opponent is nothing new. That's actually standard.
Yeah.
I would even say that's on the lower end of things. Normally, you want to see a racking up of maybe 7 to 6. It's very easy to score in some of these situations. It's also very difficult to, depending on the team. So to only allow 1, in that, you could still technically call it a flawless, in my opinion. Again, this is not, I just use technically in my opinion. Those 2 phrases do not mix for anyone out there. I think it was a flawless set so far. They've also 3-0'd their previous opponent as well. They are 6-0 across the board, and I want to say under an hour's worth of gameplay. So very, very well done to them, and I can't wait to see what more they have to bring.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm not sure if we're throwing it to Paulie for an interview. I'm not sure if we're doing that quite yet, but I know that we're definitely going to get to talk to Northwood at some point in time. So, yeah, I think we're going to throw it to Paulie in just a moment here for the interview with Northwood.
Yep. We'll go ahead and, say hi to Paulie. Yeah, just like you said. Sorry. I'll go ahead and repeat exactly what you said, word for word. We'll throw it to Paulie. He'll go ahead, give us an interview, and we'll see what's in store there.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I am here with Northwood University. They are just sweeping through the Rocket League bracket right here as the #1 seed. I'm alongside, we got Hockey, right? All right, my man, I just want to make sure. Hockey, you guys are dominant this whole tournament so far. What's the mindset like going into the grand finals?
We're just going to keep playing confident, smart, speed, and just dominate everyone.
I love it. It's a perfect mindset here going into the grand finals. They have just looked impeccable. You guys just did another 3-0 sweep once again. What's the morale like on the team and going in once again to the final?
We're just having fun with it and not taking it too serious because that helps our team, just having fun. And once you start taking it serious, then it gets harder on us. So.
Do you guys feel like if it starts getting close, which so far it really hasn't, but if it does start getting close, do you feel like you said the seriousness kind of takes back away from your skill level? You guys played your best when you're just calm, soothing, and chilled out.
Yeah, I'd say we're at our best when we're calm and playing fun.
Perfect. Well, you guys are amazing. Finals of the winners bracket coming up next. We're having so much here in the Rocket League, and we have Overwatch coming up after that. We have our second semifinals match coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We're having a quick change, and we'll have our next 2 teams coming up for the lower half of the bracket for the semifinals match.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, and they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories.
Keep going.
Proud of you, son.
Cadets in the U.S. Army ROTC are enrolled in almost 1,000 universities nationwide. They are studying in over 450 different academic disciplines, And they come from all 50 states and each of the American territories. Some will choose to serve in active duty roles throughout the country and around the world, while others will serve part-time in the National Guard and the U.S. Army Reserve. Although they have many differences, they have two things in common. Cadets are full-time college students, and they will one day be officers in the United States Army.
Yes, Rhino, yes. Let's go. He's got the red shoes on to match the Cardinals.
So my name is Matt Allen, and my in-game name is Matt. I'm here to play Rocket League for the University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently?
So we are currently ranked number 8, which is bottom seed, but we're looking to make a strong losers bracket run, and we're not going to come in last. So
is the primary goal kind of just that mindset of don't end last?
Well, not don't end last. We ideally really want to take second place. We know Northwood's going to be a real big challenge, but I think all the other teams we have a good chance of doing really well against. So yeah, we're going to shoot for second place.
Yeah, and is this your first LAN personally, or just your first in-person event?
So this is not my first LAN. I also attended the University of Kentucky LAN a few months ago, and it could have went better. Our roster had some changes that needed to happen, but they happened, so we're good now.
Absolutely, and you got to touch down and kind of visiting another event. Is there anything specific just in that LAN atmosphere that you're really excited to be back and be a part of?
I really like playing on stage. I think it's just when the pressure's on, it's just a lot of fun, especially when like the games are being casted. It's that added pressure makes it, I don't know, it's the fun atmosphere. It's the whole LAN atmosphere. Getting to see everybody in person is super exciting. So.
Absolutely.
I'm Rylan Jaquez. In game, I just go as Rylan. Yeah, I'm here to play Rocket League for the University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently placed?
We're the 8th seed in the team.
So entering in the 8th of 8 teams, kind of being that underdog to an extent, how do you guys feel about your chances going into this weekend?
Yeah, we're pretty confident. We hope we can get second place. Northwood's pretty strong. We played them in the first round, so we're looking to make a strong losers bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. So have you personally had any LAN experience or been to in-person events?
I've been to a 2v2 tournament. It was a Helix in New Jersey, and yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, so kind of returning to that in-person event atmosphere, is there anything specific that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, just getting adapted to the setups is going to be the main obstacle. If I can get my comfort going, then I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's perfect. And have you played any schools here? You kind of talked about looking forward to going up against some schools already, but is there anybody specific, any teams, or even just specific players that you kind of want to have that head-to-head matchup with?
Like Rhino said, we scrim a lot against UK. We've got a pretty good record against them, so if we play them, I'll feel pretty confident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tyler Sullivan, and Rhino is my gamer tag. I play Rocket League, and we're representing University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently placed?
We're 8th seed.
8th seed. So how do you feel about your chances going into this weekend?
So we have a lot of resources to find out who the teams are, and we know the best teams and what we're capable of doing. So we're hoping to get upwards of second place. I don't think we can beat Northwood how we are right now, but if that happens, or even if they disqualify or how it's going to be, that'd be really nice. But yeah, we're shooting for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you feel that there's kind of anything specific that Louisville brings to the table that maybe other schools aren't going to be able to compare to or expect?
Our analytical skill is really, really high, and we're able to adapt in game fairly easy. And we're able to catch out, opponent mistakes and opponent, strengths, so we can really capitalize and catch up where we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you been to any LANs or in-person events before?
Yeah, so not this roster that we have right now, but a few months back we went to a LAN at UK, and it was very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything specific that you're looking forward to returning to or just experiencing for the first time within the LAN atmosphere?
Yeah, I think it's a real challenge to get used to and be able to play properly on other people's setups. So I think it's a really nice challenge to be able to surpass and get through. And I like the challenge. It's a little nerve-wracking, but if you're able to push past that barrier, you can really shine through.
Yeah, of course, and you mentioned this a little bit already, that you're looking forward to one school, kind of the #1 seed, but are there any other schools that you're just kind of looking forward to playing against or getting to kind of go head-to-head with?
So I'm really looking forward to playing with UK. They're our main scrim partner, so we play them a lot. We have a decent record against them, so I'm really looking forward to that game if it comes, and also against Akron, because we saw their player Reticence come in, and we had a tournament before that we had to play, and we played against their roster, the B team, and he wasn't on that team, and we beat them 4-0, and then they came back in the finals with Reticence, and they double reverse swept us 4-0. So he's a really outstanding player, and he can change a game just like this.
That's right. Cincinnati.
Colin Kahn, Windmill. I play Overwatch, go to the University of Cincinnati, and play main tank.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been with the team?
I've been with the team since 2018. I was on the original UC Overwatch team.
Now, I've heard a lot about your hyper-aggressive main tank and about how it caused your supports some distress. What do you have to say to your supports to really get them going with you here?
Sorry. I'm just gonna need you to come with me.
Jaden, choose my tag.
Play for the team.
Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and I play support for the team.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been with the team?
I've been with the team since 2019.
And this is your first LAN?
This is my second.
Okay. Now, I've heard word that you are not exactly normally a support player. You're normally playing DPS. How do you plan on taking those skills that you've learned in DPS, adapting them in support, and then unleashing them on other teams?
I find myself in the back line on Zenyatta quite often, I think.
You just end up there?
Somehow.
I'm Caden. My tag is Silver Talon.
All right, game, school, and what role do you play with the team?
Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and I play off-tank.
All right, is this your first LAN? How long have you been with the team?
It's my first LAN, and I've played since 2019.
Now, I've heard you're a particularly hungry off-tank. Are you coming tomorrow with an empty stomach?
I might not be playing too much Diva tomorrow, but if I do, then it's on.
All right, so any particular heroes that you see on the opposing side that just make you that much more likely to want it?
The Zarya's, the Maze, the Krees, all of those are high targets.
All right, anything you can gobble up. Now, when you're playing, are you playing particularly more aggressively, defensively? Are you trying to help your team out more?
I would say I'm like the peel bot for the team. I'm all over the place, helping supports, helping the tanks, whatever I can do.
What do you think your team would do without you?
Our main tank would die a lot.
My name is Mitchell Post, and I am Reginald. Overwatch, University of Cincinnati, and main support.
All right, this is your first LAN. How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my first LAN, and I've been playing since last year, so 2020.
Now, I've heard a lot of word of you mysteriously appearing within people's backlines on a particular hero. You want to explain a little bit more about that?
Well, you know, you get a little goofy on Lucio, and it's easy to get into the backlines when you go real fast. So it just happens, you know.
All right, who's got a target on their head when you're back there?
Any supports, anybody that I can just easily kill. Probably not McCree, because he can press E and make my life not fun. So.
That's all right. I think you're out here trying to make a lot of other people's lives not fun, right?
Yeah, well, that's the goal when you play Lucio. So.
My name is Andy, and I go by Andog. I play Overwatch for the University of Cincinnati, and I am a projectile DPS.
All right. Is this your first LAN? Are you excited to be here?
Oh yeah, this is my first LAN. Been playing for 2 or 3 years on the Overwatch team. I'm ready to play.
I've heard some good stuff about your Genji.
Oh yeah.
All right. I gotta ask. You gotta set a number. You gotta set a bar for yourself tomorrow. How many are you taking out with this nano blade?
At least 3 every blade, easily.
All right. Thank you.
I'm Alex, and my tag is Archimedes. I play Overwatch. I'm from the University of Cincinnati, and I play hit-scan DPS.
All right. This is your first LAN. How long have you been playing with the team?
This is my first LAN. I started in 2020.
What heroes can we expect to see you on tomorrow?
Mostly McCree, Tracer, that kind of hit-scan DPS.
And who should be looking out for you the most?
Probably the Reddit Lucios and the other dive DPS, because I'll be trying to keep my backline alive, mostly.
We've got a lot of Reddit Lucios out there tonight. I think maybe one on every single team I've interviewed. What do you have to say directly to them?
Play carefully, watch for flashbang, and that's about it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational here at the Bendix Arena in South Bend, Indiana. So, once again, presented by Army ROTC, Esports U, and Collegiate Sports Management Group. So, this has been an amazing first semifinals for Rocket League, and we have another great game coming up next. So, we have the 2nd seed going against the 3rd seed, Akron versus Ball State. Akron in the 2, Ball State in the 3. And without further ado, these players are so hyped. So let's match their energy. Let's get a little hype in here, shall we? Let's go! I'll be the loudest one in this building. Holy by name, hype by game. Understand? Let's go. Okay, so coming up first, let's introduce the challenger at the 3 seed, Ball State's first player, Deister. Yeah, Ball State. Looking to upset the 2 seed here. The 2nd member to round out their Rocket League team is Luigi. Woo! AKA Spaceman. And their 3rd player to round it out. Let's bring up Zath. Zath, one of the star players from day 1 that got him here. That 3 members rounds out their Rocket League team. And coming up next is the number 2 seed, one of the biggest and best colleges and universities in esports right now, Akron University. Let's bring up their first player, Reticence. Beautiful. 2nd player coming up here for that team is going to be Potato. Let's bring him to the stage. Love it. And the 3rd player to round out their team, one of the more complex names in the arena. Let's bring out Will. I will not walk fast for no man. I respect it. All right, coming up, we have the final semifinal match here. One of these teams is going to be joining Northwood over in the winners bracket finals. So without further ado, let's throw it back up to Orbital and let's get some hype on this stage. Let's go. Semifinal number 2. Woo!
Him today, so I might as well head home a little early if it's just going to be Orbital Pauly. But anyway, no, jokes aside, we are going to be jumping in just a couple of minutes here. The 2, dude, come on. All right, we're going to jump in just a couple of minutes here to the Akron against Ball State matchup here. Both these teams are going to be fighting for their spot in grand finals against Northwood. And at this point, I mean, we've got to talk about Akron. They came in, they were telling us, we're the B team, we're a little bit nervous, we're a little bit shaken, and they've shown us the exact opposite. They've been tearing it up to this point in time, a very strong front-running team. But Ball State, just as, if not slightly more, impactful. I said this at the first game, and I was completely wrong, but I think this is going to be the closest matchup we have this weekend, because these two, they are fighting tooth and nail. This is the last chance for that spot in grand finals.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, again, these are all 1st seed, pretty much in the upper side of the bracket here. So this was pretty much down the road, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and 4th seed all made it into their respective semifinals. And at that point, you are contesting all the rest of the scenarios that we maybe didn't get in the opening series, right? In a 3-0, once you 3-0 someone, you kind of feel like a little bit lax. You can get away with hiding some of your strategies, hiding how you want to play around, and maybe hiding your best player even, which is kind of actually what we saw from Northwood. It felt like they came out of the gate, they came swinging at this point to kind of close it out. So between these two, I do agree it will probably be close. But again, I still feel it's that situation. Whoever wins game 1 is going to steamroll through because, again, these guys have not fully been tested. No matter what, in a 3-0, I always say, no matter how close it was, no matter how far it was, you weren't fully tested until you were put in that game 5 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potato's a little fun fact about him before we jump into the game. I got the chance to interview him for Media Day. And when we asked him his gamer tag and like what game he played, he said he was Potato, and it made me laugh. And then he laughed. We had to start the whole interview over because it was just so funny to see somebody say, I am Potato with a straight face. It was hysterical. But these players, I'm sure they've got nothing but straight faces on right now. Speaking of Potato, the man going for that early goal, Zath going to be the one to block it out. Ball State and Akron, two teams really trying to make a name for themselves here at the CECC Midwest Invitational. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table from them. Already half a minute off the clock. This is a crazy thing to say out loud. This is the longest we've gone without a goal today.
Oh, no. I think we had a full minute. It was in,
it
was in game 3. It was in game 3, and it came very, very close for a first goal. I will agree. The thing about it, though, is a lot of the challenges actually came on Ball State's side. They were fighting in front of the goal the entire time. So Akron, I think, still have a decent hold on the current scenarios, unless Ball State can manage here and take a couple shots. But their shots are going a bit wide. So Akron, so far, if they have the ball, if they're on the right side of the field, will be in a better challenging position.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this doesn't feel like a traditional game 1 kind of feeling out period. This feels like a level playing field, right? We have seen great offense and defense from both these teams already. We're only a minute and a half into this. So there is some great progress to be shown, some great growth already to be shown. And right now, I mean, as simple as it sounds, it all comes down to who picks up that first goal, because the first goal might be the only one we see in a game as close as this one already is.
Yeah, and seeing some of these air challenges actually has me a little bit worried, because it might turn into a game of how many people can be sent into the air after the ball.
Yeah.
That is something that we see fairly often when the teams are pretty stagnant. They just start going for kind of those Hail Marys like you were talking about, and it was a good try. Once again, blocked out. Ball State and Akron, their defense is pretty airtight here, I will say, and I'm pretty sure I've just cast a curse, so I feel sorry for whichever team that is.
Yeah, it looks like Reticence is going to get hyper-aggressive there. Deister, though, great defense. I remember Deister from yesterday, clear as day. Amazing offense, incredible defense as well. Arguably one of the best well-rounded players we've had the opportunity to see this weekend, and we see that happening a little bit already. Now, Will is going to go down. It's going to be a very brief 3v2 in favor of Ball State. Akron now going to be trying to turn ball back in favor, but here comes Zath up and above. It's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is a car up in the air. A little confusing, I know, but follow me on this one. Zath is going to get that hyper-aggression toward the midfield. Luigi, the next one to come in, trying to find that, forcing Akron into that defensive play style. Will demoed again. The physicality from Ball State, very clearly kind of what they're aiming for to succeed.
And honestly, the jockeying for position just shows how quick both these teams are on their feet right now. No one is getting a clear read on the ball.
Right.
That is something that I appreciate from both defenses, is they are constantly being challenged on the wings. Again, angle shots are some of the worst to take. Again, you don't have the full goal to shoot at. So to constantly put your opponent on edge like that means that you have a higher rate of defensive success. All their shots are currently being taken from a low and mid angle off on the corners, and neither team seems to be prepared for it. Akron, though, I think they have a little bit better read, so that's going to be an aerial challenge. Open goal maybe, but a great block coming out of Akron once again.
Yeah, Zath from the heavens there goes from being that defender to that offense, trying to find some great opportunities, and Luigi looking for some of their own. Reticence, though, the goalie extraordinaire, finding some great value. Potato almost with an own goal, and oh my goodness, the double intentional collision there from Akron, trying to keep the ball above goal. They were able to do just that. I'd say by the skin of their teeth on that one. That was a last-second opportunity, and they were able to keep the goal down. Now 73 seconds left on the clock. Ball State desperately trying to break through Akron's defense, and this just might be the opportunity. The crossbar is going to catch the ball, unfortunately, and Akron now they have been given the opportunity to flip the ball back in their own favor.
This is under a minute here. It is getting ridiculous. Again, no goals scored. Last game we had, it was, I believe, 15 goals across 3 games. That is insane to think about. That is over a goal a minute I will let you know that is a goal a minute. That is crazy. We are 0-0 here, counting down 40 seconds. And these balls are now starting to get dropped straight in the center. And that actually, I feel, doesn't bode well for either side, right? Whenever you stop it, it means you're not angling, you're not picking a chance to take a shot. You want that ball constantly in motion. And stopping it means you're either having trouble reading it or having trouble even hitting the ball at the proper angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this may sound slightly hypocritical because I feel for a lot of what I've said this weekend is you want to play slow, you want to play calculated, but I feel both of these teams aren't being necessarily opportunistic, right?
Yes.
They're only going for calculation, and you can't do that in a game as fast-paced as Rocket League because I'm confident to say 7 or 8 out of 10 times your calculations aren't going to work, right? So you've got to be opportunistic. And this is this the first overtime? This is the first overtime of the entire weekend. It's a 0-0 OT, but now that clock is going to start ticking up, my friends. That is the beautiful thing about Rocket League. There are no draws. There are no ties. There is only a winner. That clock will continue to tick upward until one of these teams puts away that golden goal.
It's hard, right? These are both teams that won, and they know the strength of the opponents. They know one wrong mistake can cause a lot of problems, and that does tend to actually build up walls very quickly. It forces you into a defensive mindset. But you said it, right? You have to be aware that you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You have to take that gamble. It sounds bad. I equate it a lot to a game of poker. It's a lot of you have to throw in your chips. You have to be willing to take that risk. You have to be willing to put your team. Oh, there it is! Potato! He is a potato, but he's a fast one. That's going to be the goal for Akron. They will go ahead and manage.
I mean, that potato's the best driver I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but I mean, that is some impressive gameplay there. We saw a Ball State as well. I think it was Zath. We've seen this so many times, the tail of a single second making all the difference, and Zath was right there, just a couple of frames, less than a second away from finding that defensive block. And unfortunately, again, almost only counts in horseshoes, right? You've got to find that defensive block. You've got to be playing that one step ahead, or you're going to miss shots just like that one.
Yeah, and this is one game where I actually feel it's okay to take those gambles really hard.
Right.
So that last shot, I want to just point out how challenged it was. There were multiple members in a corner goal. It's very hard to hit it at that top angle. Normally you get like a random bounce in and flip out. And yes, my name was Akron there for a second. But this time, I expect the teams to be a little bit more offensive. They realized that both were going for the defense. And again, that's a feeling out period. Now I want to see them challenging much harder. Everyone going for this hard shot, going for those hard reads. And be willing to take that chance, gamble big, and gamble to win there. So a ball now on the side of Ball State. They're going to try and ramp it up with a run of their own.
Absolutely. And Ball State, they've got to put their money where their mouth is at this point, right? And I was thinking about this is perhaps there's almost a level of respect between these two teams, right? Everybody's almost respecting each other a little too much. They don't want to go for those opportunistic plays. They don't want to go for those crazy chances because they think we make one mistake, they're going to capitalize, right? So I think that's really what we're seeing is rather than just playing slow or, they're certainly not playing poorly, right? They're almost playing too careful, and I think we just need to see a little more spontaneity, if you will, coming out from these teams. It's going to be Luigi with a serious air ball there going high up above Veredison's. Perfect timing, right place, right time. Zath now, that defensive hero. Luigi goes for the pickup, but throws it right into the wheels of Akron. Potato coming around that corner, trying to find a goal, hopefully earlier than the last one. 3 minutes and 45 seconds already, 75 seconds off the clock. Ball State finding ball control once again.
Still the air ball challenges right now, and once again, we're back at that same situation, ticking down a minute and a half here. And running out of boost in the air is one of the worst feelings as well. And that's also, like I said, that's why aerial Rocket League is one of the most difficult and challenging aspects is managing your boost in the air so you don't fall at the last second. Right now, Will now out as well. So they are challenging well. But again, no one's taking too many. They're not putting 3 anymore. And again, I like it so far. Just want to see them go for a little bit, 2-man offensive and try and make those combination plays.
Yeah, so there's definitely been some positive progress here on the defensive side of both teams. I feel like we're seeing more consistent defense. A lot of the goals from last game didn't go in simply because of a bad angle or the crossbar or the side of the goal, but this time there's been a lot more player interaction coming through. Now, Potato, speaking of player interaction, has been obviously the star player so far. Picked up the only goal that we've seen between these teams, and now Akron, they're going to be looking for another one. Deister tries to find a Potato, though, the man of the hour. He puts it away, the second goal online. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead, this time about 2.5 minutes faster. So definitely looking strong here, but Ball State, 2.5 minutes to tie the series back up.
Yeah, and this is the nice part. So when I was talking about it, you can be confident in taking the defensive stance all the way into overtime. If that's how you want to play, that's fine. It just means that there's more pressure on the latter stages. There's a reason why scoring early is nice. You give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And that's a demo open. Oh, Potato can't get any speed on the ball. If he had gotten speed, that would have probably gone in there. So, well, nice attempt. Oh,
no way!
Reticence! That is it.
Reticence has had enough of this. I mean, just from the heavens, midfield, about halfway there, an open goal. Just, I think that was so, I want to use the phrase, so out of pocket, so sudden that even Ball State didn't realize where Reticence was at. Really kind of a secret attack, if you will, a sneak attack from Akron. They found themselves up now 2-0. If they can turn that into a 3, they might be able to walk away with game 2. Only 128 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and with that, honestly, with how the game played out, Ball State, it's very difficult to flip the switch mid-game.
Yeah.
Flip the switch from defensive to offensive, and that is what they will have to do. They'll have to say, well, at this point, you kind of gotta
Oh, man.
A team hat trick.
A team hat trick. The silver lining there, and of course, that third and final one going to come from the Boost Bandit, Will. So we're definitely going to see what is brought to the table here from Ball State. Akron, I think they've really woken up a lot in the second game. The first one close, they almost felt a little bit lucky. They walked away with that overtime goal. With these, cold-blooded, calculated. They are not taking chances. They are finding phenomenal opportunities, or shot opportunities, as I always like to call them. And this is just going to be, Akron's game for the taking. Only 100 seconds left.
Yeah, and you can see it now. They are going much more aggressive. It took a little bit to get the ball rolling, no pun intended, but it is that point where you realize, hey, we can play this. Hey, maybe we can go a bit more offensive. Maybe we can start
Open
towing
goal.
the line. And, yeah, they're finding it now. They're realizing that the opportunities were sitting in front of them the entire time. You just have to be willing to reach out and grab it.
Yeah, so game one, truly a feeling out period, right? Had to decide how aggressive can we get in Akron. They've certainly noticed. They have found out how aggressive they can get. Ball State having that crucial mistake of leaving the goal wide open has been capitalized on twice now in one game. So the score double what it could have been had Ball State had a defender in the back third.
Oh, and that was actually just an angle off. And again, now we're seeing Ball State start to do the same thing, which I'm very, very happy about. Again, the transition period to move your mindset from defensive to offensive takes a certain period of time, and if Ball State can hit that now, that means game 3 they should be fully online and ready to go to challenge for some of those goals. And so far, a mad scramble for this ball right outside the goal of Ball State.
Absolutely, Akron. They have just turned it up to 11, right? They've certainly increased the heat. Just an amazing job so far, and it's going to be some incredible progress. 48 seconds left on the clock. Orbital, we're getting to a point. Are we going to see a Game 4 at all this weekend? It's been nothing but shutouts so far. And, in terms of game scores, some actual games have been incredibly close. But right now, we have got nothing but 3-0s in Akron. They are trying to keep that dream, that tradition almost alive. This has just been – I still can't believe this is the team they told me they were nervous to be here. They have done nothing but show up.
Yeah, and when you talk about Game 4s, I'm telling you, it's going to be that Game 3 that sends it the distance. We're not going to see a back and forth between the two. It's just the read. I don't know why, and don't ask me why. I don't have a sixth sense. You feel it in your bones or something like your dad likes to say. I don't know. But there is just that feeling that once a team takes it, it's a momentum base in the mental game here at a LAN as well. So I very much assume that's what's going to happen. And Akron go ahead and take a game number 2 much more consecutive. 400% increase, by the way.
True. Well, technically 300, right? Because they did score 1 last game. So technically,
don't do math.
Not to hit you with the technicalities here, but I think that's only a 3. I don't know. I could be wrong too. But definitely Akron just making such a clean, stronger appearance, really coming out strong. And again, we're still very early in the morning, right? We're definitely on the earlier side of the tournament bracket. So maybe they weren't as warmed up as they wanted to be. Maybe their breakfast was still settling a little bit in game 1. But game 2, they absolutely turned it up to 11. Maybe they got a little bit closer to their monitors, honed in just a bit. Maybe had some better team communication. We saw, I think, every goal except for the one from Reticence from the heavens, was an assist play. It was nobody really running away with the series. So definitely Akron as a whole, great team coordination and communication. And let's see how far that carries them in game 3. But Luigi, my man Luigi's got something to say about this. He said, hey, you casters are talking a little bit too much about Akron. Let's show you what Ball State really has to offer here in game 3.
I swear I'm a psychic. I said it was going to be that game 3. Things are going to kick off, and people are going to come awake. Ball State, it just takes one. It takes a single moment for your team to flip that switch, to say we need to get it going, and now it's on Akron. Akron are activated currently. They are activated. They should be challenging and scoring a little bit.
Man,
just like
is.
that. Alrighty, we got a game of Rocket League coming out here in Game 3, and instead of Akron going up 1-0, they're chasing Ball State's score.
Yeah, and there's kind of this phrase I made up, right? And maybe it even applies for real sports. I don't pay attention to real sports that often, I'm going to be honest with you. But I always call it the esports factor, right? Where a team waits until kind of that final hour, that last opportunity to really kick it up to 11. We see that so many times across all games, Rocket League, Overwatch, and so many others where this team will be, they'll have an unfortunate run, but as soon as it comes down to that final minute, that final fight, that's when this team really kicks it up. And we've seen Ball State do just that, a 9-second goal. They've already got a tie-up here with Akron in Game 3. Let's see if they can give us our first Game 4 of the weekend.
They're definitely going to try here. But again, you activate once, you got to keep it going the entire time. It's not a little burst of energy. It's not that, hey, it's one and done. You got to keep it momentum based, and I'm surprised. They sent 3 defenders there. If anyone had followed up with the second shot from Akron, that would have been a wide open goal.
Yeah, that triple defense there, the triple commit, can't say I'm a fan of that personally. That's a communication error. That's everybody trying to be the hero, trying to keep the score tied up. But like you said, anybody from Akron, had there been a second player there, that was a free goal for them. So Ball State, they've got to be really careful, and they've been leaving their goal open a lot as well, kind of that open goal. We saw that happen twice in the previous game. It almost happened once in this one as well. So Ball State, they really need to be consistently keeping somebody in that back third, and it feels like we've got a lot of what I'd like to call spotlight players. And those spotlight players want to be on the offense. They don't want to take the defense, and I think Akron has noticed just that. Will, with a great pass coming through into himself. Great play. Akron going to find themselves up 2-1.
That is the equivalent of a bicycle kick.
Yeah,
I will say that
truly.
because it is such a nice, gentle tap. And the fun part about it, it offsets the defenders just enough. Again, you are predicting where the ball is going to go, and Will, with a gentle tap, is able to completely redirect it. So very well done on that goal. That is one of the more simplistic ones we've seen thus far, and I highly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 2 minutes off the clock. Akron finding themselves 1 point in the lead. Ball State, I mean, they really kicked it up to 11 at the start here. The only goal we didn't get to see was the one Ball State made. But what have I been saying? That open goal, it is really starting to be the nail in the coffin for Ball State.
Yeah, and again, I will appreciate it, though. Ball State, you went for that goal. You sent it as hard, and I respect the heck out of it. Just, again, the gamble didn't pay off this time, so good try. Now you got to get 2 in 3 minutes. They got one in the first 9 seconds. Ride that wave. Ride it all the way to the end of the game, but it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. Akron getting 3 in a row very, very quickly.
Potato farming a highlight reel clip right there. Immediately past Deister, goes past the second defender. That is Luigi as well. Rolls it right in, seemingly effortless toward the end there, just lets the ball roll itself into goal. This was 2-1 25 seconds ago. Akron, they have just, I feel like I've used this phrase a lot today, they have turned it up past 11. We're at 12. We're at 13 right now. This team, they're pulling absolutely no punches. Reticence finds that 5th goal for Akron here in Game 3.
Yeah, it looked rough, but we said it, right? Activation is key. And I was always worried. Game 3s are where these teams will make or break it. Either it is closed out at a 3-0, or a team will come back, the momentum will crumble, and we'll get a Game 5 possible reverse sweep. Akron looking like they're keeping the status quo of 3-0 series here. Yes, Ball State was able to get one, but Reticence racking it up. I thought it was going to be a few more, but they are crushing it now.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're looking pretty close here. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're getting danger close to what is often referred to as a Brazil coming out here, a 7-1 here for Akron. It'd be the first one we have over the weekend. So I want to see if that is definitely what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know what? Brazil fans won't exactly appreciate that. That is a sore memory for them, I think.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not Googling what is a Brazilian Rocket League right now, just to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. But yeah, it is a 7-1 in reference to the 2014 World Cup. So we're going to have to see what Akron does here. If they can find one more, they can give us a Brazil. I just really wanted to make sure. I had to be sure that I knew what I was talking about. Now, only 120 seconds left. Akron, I hate writing teams off a little early, but the reality of Ball State scoring 5 times in 2 minutes is incredibly difficult.
I'm still so frustrated at the fact that you pulled that one out, and I'm just Oh man, oh man, oh man. But
I
yes,
exposed myself too. Nobody would have known I Googled it. I said it.
I just want to make a joke about it, but no, this is, I agree with how it's moving. So far, it's a great save, but Akron are always ready. They're starting to get a great handle on a ball reads, where they're going to move, where those shots are going to go. Either Ball State's starting to get predictive due to desperation, or Akron are just getting a little bit better. Neither is wrong. Just the fact that Akron got online a bit faster, they're now warmed up and they are punching it here. They're wanting to punch their ticket into the finals, and I think that is a great way to kick things off. 1 minute left. You just have to play good defense or a pretty solid offense, and you're set.
Yeah, and definitely something I think I've noticed as well from the side of Ball State is they are incredibly willing to use their boost, right? I feel like every time we spectate one of the players, they're sub 10 boost, if not at 0. And Akron, they don't seem to make that same kind of judgment on how often they want to use their boost. They're always around 40 or higher, right? They always like to have that boost available. And I think that's kind of where this game has been separated, is Ball State, they haven't been able to keep up in terms of literal speed. And that's why a lot of these goals have been found for Akron.
Yeah, with the last 30 seconds coming down here, you can see Akron, they're just starting to juggle the ball a bit, and I agree, right? That is the thing that, again, we talked with some of the teams about.
Right.
It's controlling those boosts. Sometimes it's not even their fault.
Right.
Sometimes it's the fact that when they're landing, they can't get to a boost point in time. They're looking for another one, but yeah, Akron have done such a solid job of maintaining that dominance of the field. 7 seconds left, and it looks like Akron with the pinch right at the goal line. They're looking at it, almost in. It's going to be cleared out. Dicer, just listen. He's like, just come on, get it on the ground. Let's go ahead, finish things off. Akron just dancing it all the way through.
Akron wants that Brazil, but no. Looks like we're hanging out in Indiana here today. No Brazil's in sight, unfortunately. But hey, 6-1 in 3-0 victory there, securing a spot in grand finals. So many positive things there for Akron, and Ball State giving it tooth and nail, especially in that third game. And as I mentioned earlier, win or lose, nothing gets me excited like teams giving their 110% no matter what.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal job by Akron to come online at the very last second, and it's difficult. And I'll go back to it as many times as I need to until someone comes over, bonks me on the head with a wooden stick and says, shut up.
We do have a stick under the table in case he goes too far. So.
It's hilarious. I do like a factory reset. You hear the windows go down, and it's hilarious. So very, very entertaining. But again, Akron came online game 3. So good. And we're going to go ahead and send it over to Paulie with an interview with the winners as well as a special interview with our sponsors afterwards. So please go ahead. Paulie, take it away.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to Akron. You guys are advancing to the winners finals. I am here alongside Will, who was just all over the place in that one. Will, you were so dominant. What was the key to your success in that game?
I really don't know. I was not playing good before that match, so we got lucky, I guess.
Well, you won 6-0, so I don't know, or 6-1 rather, but I don't know if it was luck. But you have Northwood waiting in the finals. What's going to be, how are you going to get the team pumped and ready for this one?
I think we just got to go and try to have fun. I mean, obviously they're a really, really tough team. I think that performance, though, maybe makes them a little scared. We'll see.
That was good. Striking fear into the heart of the opponent. I love it. Well, you guys are moving on to the winners finals. Final question here is, how are you enjoying this event so far?
It's been a lot of fun so far.
Excellent. I like it. Straight to the point. My man Will. Very serious. All right, so the winners finals is coming up next. But before that, we are actually going to have Mr. Paul Heslin, who is the Army ROT. Let's give it up. Not only is his name Paul as well, but by his profession, let's give some respect for this man. Chief Operating Officer at Army ROTC, Mr. Paul Heslin. Here you are, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So this is a little different format than I'm used to. I usually have a presentation, some slides and whatnot, so just kind of going off the cuff here. So ROTC, what is it? Reserve Officer Training Corps. At its core, the reason why ROTC exists is to commission officers into the United States Army, active duty, reserve component, and the National Guard. Our cadets come from all over the country. And at the core of it, again, is it's a college elective class that any student can take as long as you're a student in that particular university. You can take the class as an elective. We'll get to there's also scholarships available. I'll talk to those here in a minute. But again, for up to those first 2 years, any student can take ROTC as an elective class It goes, feeds into the whatever degree program that you're going to be taking. If it doesn't work out, you can drop out. You can even come in as a second semester freshman, first semester sophomore, all the way up. Even if you don't take any classes up to your first 2 years, you can jump in and we send you to a basic camp over the summer down in Fort Knox for 30 days, get you prepared, go into ROTC as a junior cadet and complete the program in 2 years. So I mentioned scholarships. So coming out of high school, there's opportunities to earn either a 4-year scholarship or a 3-year, it's called Advanced Designee Scholarship. These scholarships pay 100% tuition and fees to any school that you're attending, private school, state, out of state, doesn't matter, full 100% tuition. Many schools also have supplemental scholarships whereby if you earn an Army ROTC scholarship, they will supplement that by giving you room and board. Some other schools, if you earn a 3-year scholarship, they'll even cover your tuition for that first year plus your room and board. Rose-Hulman is a good example of that. We also, Purdue, we also have a partnership with Wabash College that we just started up 2 years ago. They provide that to their students, any of those cadets that come up to Purdue to take Army ROTC. So really great benefit. So in addition to that, again, if you earn a scholarship, if you already have another scholarship that covers your tuition and fees, you can have it go towards your room and board. Okay, so it's kind of either or. Another benefit is you get a $420 a month stipend allowance. It's tax-free. You get that for the 9.5 months that you're in school. And then you also get a $600 book allowance per semester. So some really great benefits. Coming out of high school is not the only opportunity that you can earn that scholarship. You can also earn what's called a campus-based scholarship. It's the same benefit. It just then is dependent on whether it's a 3-year, 2.5, or 2-year scholarship. Okay. The summer training, I mentioned the basic course. So that's a training opportunity that cadets go to that you only attend if you've missed some portion of the first 2 years of ROTC. If you've started as a freshman and went straight through, we call those progression cadets. You won't go through that summer training, but there are other summer opportunities. Our cadets get to go to the airborne school where you learn how to jump out of a perfectly good airplane with an operational parachute, hopefully, right? And then also air assault, where you learn how to rappel out of a helicopter. There's also a lot of summer training cadets with West Point cadets, so we kind of merge with them, if you will. They have different training opportunities, so we send our ROTC cadets to train with those young men and women. And then there's also, it's called Cadet Troop Leadership Training, CTLT. And that's where our cadets have the opportunity to go to an active duty military base to shadow lieutenants within that unit, learn what it's all about to be an Army officer full-time at that duty location throughout the continental United States. We've sent cadets to Hawaii, to Alaska, to Germany, even to Italy. So lots of different opportunities there. The other summer training event that all cadets go to, it's called Advanced Camp, and that's a 30-day training event. We call it our Super Bowl of training. That's where all the cadets go, again, from around the country. There's usually about 6,000, 6,500 cadets nationwide that run through there. They're going to be evaluated on their potential to be officers. They're evaluated on their ability to take a mission, to execute it, to delegate roles and responsibilities, to communicate with their peers. They're also challenged physically. You have to be physically strong and mentally awake, as we like to say, to be an effective officer, to be a good communicator, to be able to lead the soldiers that you're charged to lead. So they come out of there, and after they're going into their senior year, then the cadets go through an evaluation process where they are going to put in their preferences for the jobs. So, post-graduation, again, like I said, the cadets, they have the opportunity to go active duty. That's a competitive process. If you want to go active duty, the majority of the cadets do decide they want to compete for that. but then you can also go into the National Guard Reserves. But in line with that, there's going to be up to 17 jobs or career fields that the cadets will choose, and they'll also be evaluated on their skills and whether they're a good fit. One of those is cyber. It's a cyber branch, is relatively new, probably about 4 or 5 years in existence now. I myself was a signal officer, so communications, satellites, radios, you name it, anything had electrons and had voice communications going through, I was in charge of that. Military intelligence, infantry, obviously, field artillery, armor, so it just runs the whole gamut. So the cadets, they put in their choices, the Army matches their skills with those choices, and then they get assigned their branch. When they graduate, again, if they go active duty, their commitment will be a 4-year service on active duty. That's full-time, 24/7, that's their job. If they decide to go into the National Guard or Reserves, their commitment would be 6 years, and that's part-time, going 1 weekend a month doing their weekend drills, and then 2 weeks out of the year doing annual training. Okay, why become an Army officer? And it's a question that I get quite often. Just for me personally, it was an opportunity for me that I really discovered. I actually was a prior enlisted soldier. I enlisted after goofing off at Purdue for 2 years. Dropped out, enlisted for the sole purpose of getting money, GI Bill, to go back to school. But I got into the military, really fell in love with the camaraderie, the teamwork, and just the challenge of it. And I realized that I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to be not the guy who was doing all the the nug work, as we say, but being the person who was managing that. Because I had some great officers that I worked for, and they took the time to mentor me and talk to me. They knew I wanted to go back to school, so they introduced me to ROTC. So I ended up going through that program. I was in Massachusetts, Fitchburg State College, and went and became a signal officer. But I mean, ultimately, it was a career choice. Are you going to get rich being an Army officer? Probably not, but you're definitely not going to be, poor. All right. Starting pay is about $42,000 annually. That's just your base pay. You also earn or get free housing, as well as free medical and dental, and that's for your entire life. All right. Also covers if you get married, if and when you get married, covers your spouse, your children, all those benefits. So really great benefits. But that's the hard benefits. The biggest one, the reason why I continued to make it a career, was again just that camaraderie, that ability to make a difference, be a part of something bigger than myself, and then I got into instructing in the ROTC and being able to communicate with young men and women and answer their questions and help mentor and guide them. I mean, is it for everybody? Absolutely not. But that's why the program is designed the way it is, to kind of bring you in for the first couple of years, let you give it a test drive, as we like to say, and then ultimately decide from there which path you want to follow, if you want to follow any path at all. If you don't, again, if you haven't earned a scholarship or taken any benefits, part ways, shake hands, wish you best of luck, and go on about your business. So that's Army ROTC kind of in a nutshell. Do we have any questions for anybody?
I have a question.
All right.
Well, I have a question. Why would gamers make good ROTC candidates? What's the connection between gaming and what you do in the military?
Well, one of the things that, just from watching, I got to be honest with you, I'm a novice in this. This world is completely foreign to me. I mean, I've got a 23-year-old son. He's into it a little bit, but I'm learning a lot here. I would say the biggest connection is just that teamwork, that developing, the communicating, it's key. And so, having that intrinsic ability to, shift that from one event to the next is truly important. I would say probably also the technical aspect. I mean, the military, absolutely, STEM degrees are, absolutely sought after. We need, even though I'm a manager or was a manager as an officer, still have to have the technical knowledge so that when my soldiers, who were the guys and girls that were doing the real hard work, if there was an issue, I had to help them troubleshoot or just kind of be overall knowledgeable about what those systems were. So having that technical knowledge is truly important. So that would, to me, probably be the biggest connection. Any other questions? Anything, Paul? Yeah, you got one? Right. This is true. Only 3 days a week, though. So it's not, you can balance it. Matter of fact, a couple of our instructors, Sergeant Keaton, he's our freshman instructor. He's here today. He's kind of hiding away over here, I think. But he was telling us on the way up, we got one of our cadets who games on the side. And so he enjoys. So you're able to balance it. With ROTC, again, a lot of people kind of say, I can't do it, I'm too busy, got too many other things going on. And that might be true, but at the end of the day, life is about balance and finding the things that not only you enjoy doing, but things that can help you with your future, right? And so I think that's one of the things that our cadets learn early on is that ability to time manage and then still be able to do the things that they love and then do the things that they need to do, especially when it's related to ROTC. So yeah, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the Army cadets, they're up at 6 in the morning. Sometimes they're, maybe got an hour of sleep before that. Maybe not gaming, maybe studying for the midterm. Hopefully that's, if they get that coming up, they put that as their priority. All right. So, but hopefully, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so it's definitely a doable thing. And you talk about if it's something that this develops into a career. I understand with scholarships, with esports and everything. I mean, this is obviously a burgeoning field. Could be a career for people. That's the beauty of the serving your country in the National Guard or Reserves. It's part-time, 39 days out of the year. All right, out of 365, you have military commitments. Now, can you get mobilized and activated for a period of time? Absolutely. But, I mean, those are, hit or miss and depends on what type of unit you're in and what state you live in and all that kind of stuff. But the reserve forces is a perfect fit also with something, if this is something that you decide to make a career field or go beyond. Whether it's as a gamer or working in the industry with marketing, with the Collegiate Sports Management Group, or, game development, things like that, they can definitely fit together. Excellent, great question, thank you. Any other questions? All right, too easy, huh?
Well, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for the Chief Operating Officer at Army ROTC, Mr. Paul Heslin. Very well. Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your service. Absolutely. We are going to have a further Q&A with Mr. Heslin upstairs at the top of the stairs, and they also have free CENC merch to give away. So if anyone has questions or anything like that, please head to the top of the stairs out to our main lobby. There's a ton of booths out there and things to check out and free CENC merch. So feel free to check that out. And when we come back, we will have the winners finals of Rocket League right here for the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, grand finals for Rocket League. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. So we actually have a surprise match for everybody here in Rocket League. Instead of going to the winners finals, we're actually gonna have a showcase match between two of the bigger schools here and favorites in the CENC. So we have Louisville going against Kentucky in this showcase match, best of 3. So without further ado, let's bring up the 8th seed in this event. Louisville, start with them. Their first player is gonna be Matt. Let's bring up Matt. Beautiful. Following him right there, his lead. Let's bring up Rhino, the big man, to the stage. Love it. And the third member here for Louisville, it's going to be Rylan. Let's bring him up. For Rocket League, this is their threes team. Rylan, can I play? Can I play? I'll play for you. Oh, okay, cool. You don't want that, trust me. Okay, coming up next, we have Kentucky in the 7th seed. Their first players, Unfryable Apples. All right, coming up next here, we have Festive Invader. And to round out University of Kentucky, it's going to be Graydon. That's right. There we go. Finally a little trash talk here. It was light, but I'll take it. All right, so we have this showcase match coming up right now. Let's throw it up to Septulence, and this time I'll do it to the other guy. So Septulence, take it away, baby. Gotcha, Orbital.
A bit of a show match, right? A bit of a competition just between schools that are, I believe they're scrim partners as well. I believe they mentioned that during the media day. So I think this will be really fun. And personally, I've got to give one team a little bit more favor simply because Graydon followed me on Twitter, and I don't think anybody else on stage did that. So,
oh my gosh.
I got to play a little bit of a bias here, you know, maybe
okay.
just for the show match. But either way, I'm super excited to get into this. I know we didn't really get to see a lot of these teams earlier in the tournament, so I'm super excited they get to play on main stage. We get to watch them on main stage, and I think this is just going to be a lot of fun from start to finish.
Yeah, they're going to have hopefully a great time. Again, it is just a best of 3. They're just going to try and enjoy their time. I personally would have sent it and just had them play like a boom ball or something like that. Like some of the crazy game modes that can come out in Rocket League. I think that would be a fun time to kind of showcase that this is only one facet of the game.
Yes,
it is just we call the competitive edge to it. It's just like any other game. You don't want any other major deterrents out there, but there are some funny things that you can do in Rocket League. It's a bit excessive. It's hilarious. I would love to see a match that is permanent boost on, that you can't turn it off and
Max
just
boost.
watch them try and run it around. But of course, it will be a best of 3. It's just a little show match to get you warmed up for the finals, and it's going to be a grand old time. So we'll see. We're still waiting for the teams to load in, but of course, this is what the pitch actually looks like. So if you take a look in the top left corner, you actually see a spot where all of the fans digitally you can go. No, you can't. For those that it was very entertaining. Septulence looked at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" it was a very quick one.
I was definitely confused a little bit, but no, I did figure it out just a bit. We are going to be jumping into this in just a moment. I'm super excited to see this because a lot of these players, I've gotten to talk to both these teams a lot, actually. When I'm looking at these names, I'm like, wow, I think I've spoken to all 6 of these folks. So this is super exciting. This is going to be for all the marbles. It's going to be just kind of like we've been calling it a show match. It's time to, put their money where their mouth is a little bit, go up against their designated scrim partner, and just bring a lot more fun to the LAN atmosphere. Keep the game going, keep the momentum going, and of course, after this, we will have those winners finals.
Yeah, this is for bragging rights. This is 100% for bragging rights, and be like, yo, we beat you and it's recorded right now. Like, you do not have
we beat you on main stage and it's recorded.
Yeah, you don't have a choice. You lost to us, maybe 2-1, maybe 2-0. Either one works. And you can't say anything about it until the next actual show match that we ever play, or like the actual inter-tournament match. Like, that's all you can say. So it's going to be a good time. And again, these two teams, I think they were in the lower bracket at that time. Both teams, unfortunately, lost in their first rounds. I think Louisville lost to Northwood 3-0. And then Kentucky also had, unfortunately, fallen to
Akron?
the University. Yep, yeah. Akron. The current 2 that I believe will actually be facing off in the finals. So this is a pretty good indication, I think, of just the general skill that's come out here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is super exciting as well because we touched on it a little bit. We unfortunately didn't get to see them play a lot because they, like you said, lost their first game and then the second game was played off stream, or as roster. That's the word. The bracket got moved around a little bit. So
yeah.
I'm glad we do get to see these teams making an appearance here on the main stage, even if it is not, in that general roster bracket situation. Still, they're going to be having a grand old time, having a ball, if you will. It's going to be Louisville versus Kentucky, these scrim partners, these good friends. As far as I've been told, so I really want to see, is this going to be a little more BM perhaps a lot more demolitions than normal? Just are they looking to kind of, have some fun with it?
I will say yes. I want to say they are going to chance for a Rule 1, which will be hilarious. There's also there's not really that many other rules, but Graydon goes ahead and takes the first goal and is, of course, going to get all the glory for it.
Yeah, Graydon there really gets that prime opportunity, if you will. It's going to be coming through, able to find some great value, and it was almost like a double tap. You know, it was like you blocked the one defender, and then you were in the exact spot to catch the ball again, so you got it through, almost a quadruple tap, if you will.
So this is another facet of Rocket League that you don't normally see in any of the professional matches or any in the tournament. There can be BM in the chat.
Yes.
It's very, very entertaining. So for those of you that are just tuning in and maybe don't watch Rocket League as much or play it as much, there are quick emotes or quick lines that you can kind of post in the chat. There are about 3 that will regularly get you flamed back and said, don't ever type that or don't ever put that in the game ever again. But it's very entertaining. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of what a save.
Yes.
What a save.
Yes.
What a save. I think that's always funny, especially when it's in the middle of something, nothing important happened, and somebody's just, what a save. I always get a kick out of it. I think it's hilarious. But now Kentucky finding themselves up 1-0, half the round already gone, and this is a best of 3, so they only have to win twice, right?
Yep.
Even if they win by a single point, that's going to be a great startup because 1 point makes all the difference. I said that a lot yesterday. We'll bring that back today. It's going to be that 1 point is all a team needs to walk away. So Kentucky could very well win this 1-0.
Yeah, and in your famous words, it's a first to 2, right? It is a first to 2. It is
never going to live this down.
No, you're not. No, you're not. This is listen. We are in a show match. This is the best time to flame you, my casting partner.
True.
Here. It's great.
Very
it's
true.
great. We love it so much, and we might have some choice words in the parking lot after this.
Maybe, perhaps. We are leaving at the same time. Don't forget.
Please don't fight it. All right, but we are getting underway, and I will say, for all the battling that's happened in that 1 goal that did occur, Louisville and Kentucky are actually putting up a lot of beef both ways. It's so much fun to watch because they're going so aggressive. At any one point, all 6 players are on the exact same location each time, and it leaves so much open for the rest of them.
Absolutely. And there's another demolition there onto Ryland. The goal left wide open. Oh, psych. There's come Matt around the corner, able to find that block for Louisville. So it's going to be that 1-0, 80 seconds left on the clock. Louisville constantly 1 goal short, just 1 even half-decent play away, right, from finding that goal and putting that first point online, forcing perhaps our second overtime of the weekend.
Yep. It's a chance of it, and it would be very, very interesting to see that because, again, the first overtime that we had, it lasted about 43 seconds, and it was almost an immediate goal into the top corner. And normally when you see that, you get 1 of 2 things. You get very aggressive teams that send it all or nothing, 30 seconds, or you get teams that also play still very defensively. They don't want to make that mistake in the overtime. The pressure kind of builds up, and we can see it. Oh, this is a dribble. This is a long dribble.
Ryland!
It's gonna go.
Ryland!
Oh! Goal to goal, Ryland!
This is a whistle. Oh my God, right down midfield, juggles it, goes up. Rhino there to catch Graydon out. Unfriable Apples cannot catch up fast enough. Ryland, it's a show match indeed because Ryland was just putting on a show single-handedly. What a save indeed, Ryland. Absolutely. Coming through here, 44 seconds left in Louisville. They are all of a sudden back in the swing of things. It's going to be tied up. Only 40 seconds to determine if we jump into an overtime here. But honestly, what a play.
I love it. I love it so much. We're gonna see all this BM start spamming through, and it's so good. Whenever Rhino, come on, Rhino. No, okay.
What a save.
Don't actually do it, please. Don't do it. I'll get in trouble for it. Dang it. Okay, we're getting it. Anyway, again, a fantastic goal from these 2, and I'm loving it.
I've created a monster.
We both have. It's so funny. But both of them, honestly, were able to showcase. Again, I want to go back to Ryland's goal. It's very difficult to pull that off. I want to stipulate how difficult it is to be able to run from. All right. Now they're just. Now they're just
setting each other up for greatness here. I mean, absolutely amazing. That is incredible. And I do want to try one more time to jump back to Ryland's goal here before something else happens. We're going to try one more time. But there was that intelligence to knock the ball up right at the end there to get past that first defender, because if you had just walked forward, you would have slammed right into somebody from Kentucky. But Ryland's game knowledge, their awareness to just bump it up the slightest bit made all the difference for a very clean-looking goal, a very great goal for Louisville. And this game was 1-0 45 seconds ago. And now we are tied up 2-2, almost another guaranteed overtime here. 3 seconds to make all the difference. Let's see what happens.
All right, they're going to go for it here and just bounce it off the wall and it already hit. So overtime. We're going to have some fun here. And again, these guys are going at it. This is crazy. I love the fact that in a show match, all inhibition is basically taken away. There is no feeling of rushing. So you're feeling free to go for these, and that's it.
Never mind. There's a rush.
8 seconds. Rhino said, I'm charging straight through. You can't stop me. Oh, man, look at that setup.
Rhino living up to the name. Like you said, charging in, 8-second overtime goal. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal performance there. This was just been quite a match. Louisville was down almost the entire game, and then they clutch it up in the overtime. Such a phenomenal performance coming out from them. They've only got to win one more, right? This is a best of 3 first to 2. So they only have to win one more game. I had to go through, I was walking through that more for myself than anybody else, I'm going to be honest. I had to do the numbers a little bit, kind of get that figured out. But yeah, we're going to be jumping right back in just a minute. They've been insta-queuing these games pretty quickly, so I assume it's going to be only a couple of seconds. But that was a great game. Super close, super entertaining.
Oh, yeah, and that's the best part about it. That's how crazy the action can get. But the reason that we saw this match kind of go off the rails is that's actually how players want to be able to play. So there is something, if anyone's played in any competitive setting, it's the same feeling you get once you step on that field. It's totally different than playing in practice. It's totally different than playing in a certain style. And I just want to highlight that these are players that are looking to be in that competitive scene. These are teams. These are teammates. And just like that, Invader says thank you very much.
Yeah, Invader invading Louisville's goal there with a phenomenal shot. I think it was a pass as well, but I didn't catch the player that passed the ball for Festive there. Just a great start for Kentucky, feeling reminiscent of Game 1. Right? Kentucky finding themselves up a point early. And honestly, I love the fact that we're getting at least this one show match in, because it takes away kind of the nerves of that competitive edge, right? So these players, they get to play a little more at their own speed. You touched on that earlier. They get to play a little bit more comfortably, and I think that's really been fun. It's added a lot of unique dynamic here so far. They've been able to really enjoy the game that they practice so hard every day for that competitive nature. Now they just get to play what they love and have a great time while doing it.
It's not just that. Again, in this tournament format, every team was already seeded, so you don't really get a chance to play against everyone like sometimes a round robin would occur.
Right.
So being able to face off against someone is like you were looking forward to it. You really want to play him, but you can't do it. So having a chance to do this in front of people is always such a large blast here. But again, Kentucky with that early goal is going to feel pretty nice about the setup here. So Louisville are now going to try and bounce back. So now we're starting to see a little bit more competition, though, and the challenges coming out in the midfield are helping out a bit. Matt so far is going for the arrow, is going for the long, but can't find it. Festive is going to take that one away and is now going to try and bounce back. Open goal, but that's a little shot too wide. And bouncing right back, this ball has not really touched the ground, so it looks like they are going to go for a little bit more of a mid-range battle, which I really, really like. I want to see someone hit that top aerial ropes. I want to see someone maybe pinch against the ceiling. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see a little bit more aerial gameplay. I definitely agree. Take the ball way higher than you need to, right? Go for a bit of a flashy play. I think that'd be really fun. A reticence, if you will, from that goal we saw earlier today. Taking it way high up, be able to find some great shots. Now Matt trying to look for a shot there off the top. The double tap from Rhino knocks it right in. Going to be able to charge it in with Louisville, tying things back up 1-1. 3:05 left on the clock.
Oh, plenty of time to make some crazy plays. And look at that spin. Great angle to have. And something that I haven't pointed out the entire time, and it's been tough too, is some of these goals are also optimized to the fact that you have a blocker jockeying everyone out of position, which is a lot of fun to see. So it's going to be a good time. So I hope we get to see a bit more of them. And still, in these last 3 minutes, is going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely want to see what Louisville is going to bring to the table. This is going to be difficult to see. You know, they were able to keep things tied up for just a moment, and it's going to, you know, they keep it tied up. They were able to find the win in the overtime last game, but now 1-1, 2.5 minutes. We're not even in the second half yet. This is going to be a difficult scenario. If Louisville takes the lead early here, it doesn't guarantee them a round win the same way that last overtime goal did, because Kentucky, they'll still have X amount of time to find a goal of their own.
Yep. It's anyone's chance at this, and so far it's been pretty much dead even. Graydon, unfortunately, not being allowed to boost any longer. It's going to come down. I don't think these teams are aiming too much for a ground game anymore. They're really trying to clear it every single time. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to go for that aerial bout. You know, two strikers trying to aim for the same ball and just kind of going at it tooth and nail. Everything so far, it is going to be Kentucky getting a few better angles on it and keeping it on their own attack. Up and there they go. So a management game of sorts is going to come out here until someone gets a firm handle or an open goal comes about.
Absolutely, trying to find that opportunity. It's going to be Rhino setting up the team, going for the double, tries to turn it into a triple, but Graydon will be able to find that there. Matt disrupting all momentum, able to slam Graydon, find that physicality when they needed it most. Here comes Rhino toward the midfield again. Ryland tries to find it, dodged out by Unfriable Apples. It's going to be Festive Invader all day long, setting it up for the goal. Here comes Graydon, but no, the double defense block from Louisville keeps them alive, tied up 1-1, 83 seconds left on the clock, and an open goal for Louisville, picking up that second point, giving them a lead with only 82 seconds remaining.
That is the perfect example of you went a little bit too far and you paid the price, but I think it's well worth.
Yeah,
I think it was well worth. They came so close to scoring one of their own that you're okay with that. You're absolutely okay taking that chance, and I want to see more of it again. Louisville, though, up currently 2-1, up in the series 1-0, and it's getting close. I expect Kentucky to try and maybe I would say in about 30 seconds. I think that's when they're really going to try and turn it on and really try and push a little bit further into the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got 55 seconds. Kentucky, they're kind of getting to that racing against the clock more than they are racing against Louisville kind of moment. So we have to see what's going to be brought to the table. They're really going to have to pedal to the metal, maybe look for a bit more physicality, some demolitions. Ryland trying to find some great ball control here. Festive Invader goes for a shot of their own. Unfriable Apples above the goal with the double block. Once again, Rhino and Matt, right place, right time. Here comes a tertiary attempt, trying to make an appearance, but no, unfortunately, no reaction coming out quite yet. Ryland able to save the day. Here we go. Graydon has ball control, 30 seconds left. This is a now or never moment for Kentucky here in our show game.
Yep. Getting close to what could potentially be the end. And just off the back ropes and a nice little slow tap. A challenge at the goal line and a nice clear out by one of the Kentucky members. And they're chancing it, but that's the goal. Rhino goes ahead, finishes it off with 11 seconds left. That is going to be a rough chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, Louisville, they were trying to find an end, but Kentucky fighting for that new beginning, right? They want to force us into that overtime and try to take it all the way to a game 3, but with only 11 seconds remaining, we need an immediate kickoff goal and then another one immediately after. An incredibly difficult thing to do. Festive does get ball control, but it's immediately torn away there. Matt, the one to do it. It looks like it's going to be here. Kentucky might find a goal. 4 seconds left. The dream is still alive.
That is a crazy fast one, and that came off the fact that there was a demo right off the bat. They couldn't set up any of the middle territory, and it ended up with the goal being open. Ryland zipping right in. And that, just one more. All you need is one more goal, and you can force it. 3 seconds left. They're going to roll through. Oh, they're going to make it.
Oh, it's going to be up. Now in that garbage time, the second it touches the ground, it's over. Unfriable Apples able to find the ball. Rhino goes for the spike, but can't find it. Graydon picks it up, but no one's there to catch it. Around, up onto the corner, past the goal. Here it comes. There's the first tap. Festive Invader goes for the catch. It's going to be on Graydon here to not let Louisville find the spike, but no, just not fast enough. It looks like Louisville will walk away from our show game victorious.
Yep, it was a solid 2-0. It was a very fun 2-0 to be able to watch. Great shots all around and great goals as well. And that was just a little bit more for the people at home, being able to see the teams that are coming out here. Because, again, the tournament has run so quickly, and we appreciate everyone that's viewed this, and as well as the players. Being invited out here, being able to play for a crowd is a whole different experience. And so for them to be able to sit here, kind of wait for their time, it's very, very nice for them, and appreciative all the way around. So again, congratulations to all these teams coming out here and playing, and congratulations to Illinois. All right, I'm going to stop talking now.
Congratulations to everybody and all the teams that we've been hanging out with and all the teams that have survived up to this point. We will have the winners final coming up next, but I believe we're going to throw it to Paulie. I don't know if we're doing an interview for the show game, but I'm going to try to throw it to Paulie anyway, so I'm going to see how that goes.
Yeah.
And if he's ready for us, let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. I'll take it over. We don't need the screen to be on me. It's okay. I'll take the microphone here. Louisville actually has to run, so we're not going to do an interview. But congratulations to both the teams, obviously Kentucky and Louisville for being here and competing at the CECC Midwest Invitational. I love all the teams that were here, all these Midwest colleges and universities that have just been spectacular for Rocket League on the day. But we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to have the winners finals for Rocket League for two of the best teams here, Northwood and Akron. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, winners finals for Rocket League. We'll be right back with that action.
Keep going.
Howdy, son.
Keep going.
Howdy, son.
So my name is Graydon Knapp, and I go by Graydon. I represent University of Kentucky, and I play Rocket League.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky this weekend?
We are the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I think we have all right chances. I'm just excited to play with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And is this the first LAN you've been to?
I've been to another LAN in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that was really fun, but I was the coach, so I didn't actually get to play. So this is my first playing LAN.
Yeah, sure. So is there any part of this, either as somebody going or as a player, just that LAN atmosphere that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to meeting everybody. I think everybody here seems really cool, at least so far, so I'm looking forward to meeting all the other new schools.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of those schools, is there anybody that you're kind of really looking forward to playing or going up against here on the main stage?
I think our first match against Akron will be a really good match. I'm really excited to play that, for sure.
Absolutely.
My name is Jacob Hunt, and I'm Unfriable Apples. I'm here to play Rocket League, and I'm representing the University of Kentucky.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky currently placed at?
We're the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend as a team?
I feel like we have all right chances to place fairly well. There are some really good teams here. We're just going to come play our best, see how well we can do.
Yeah, and speaking of really good teams, is there any teams here specifically that you're really looking forward to playing or going up against?
We're really good friends with Louisville. We play them quite a lot. It would be pretty fun to play them at some point during the tournament to keep that competition between us going.
And I wanted to ask one more. Is this your first LAN? Have you ever done an in-person event before?
This is definitely the biggest LAN that we've ever been to. We hosted a very small, kind of more local colleges LAN, but this LAN is on a different level.
Yeah, and actually, that's a great lead into the next question. Is which part of this LAN, which part of the atmosphere are you kind of enjoying the most so far, or looking forward to?
The theater. I can only imagine like what it looks like actually standing on the stage, kind of looking up and seeing everybody around like that. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I'm Eric Adams, and I am.
What is going on, everybody? Today is just full of surprises, full of a whole bunch of brand new things, and we've got one more for you. We had a bit of a schedule change. Something happened, and we had Oakland. They were kind of like, hey, we want to keep playing. We know there's a little bit of downtime here and there, so we went from Oakland wanting to play, and Kentucky said, hey, you know what? Main stage is open. We'll take it not once. We'll take it twice. So we're going to have another show match, which is super exciting. It's going to be Oakland versus Kentucky. It's going to be another best of 3.
Yeah, and listen, you were being very gracious there. You were being very gracious about how this went down. Here's how I think this went down. Kentucky was bragging a little bit once they won the show match. They were talking some, and someone overhears it possibly and goes, you know what? We'll challenge you to that. And it just became a grudge match. I think that's what's going to happen. If it is, that's hilarious. If not, it's great. Seeing, again, I'm completely exaggerating, by the way. So I think it's great, though. Getting more games in, being able to compete a little bit more is so much fun. And for them to be able to pull this off, and again, thankfully we have a little bit of time in our schedule as well, it's great and fun to see these teams still come out, play with their hearts on their sleeves, and be able to show off a bit more of maybe what they couldn't prior in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love both these teams. We've seen both these teams really show up today, just this weekend in general. Oakland trying to really find some goals here. To Sonic Boom back in action here, one of the star-studded players, arguably one of the highest individual scorings this weekend. But it's going to be Mega who finds that first goal for Oakland here. Only 17 seconds off the clock, and things are spicing up already. Oakland finding themselves up 1-0.
Yeah, Kentucky, you know, they won the first one. Someone's probably like, all right, maybe we should kick this up into high gear. And I want to see them be able to show up what they showed in Game 2 as well. Some crazy aerials, maybe some chances at those open goals if they can. So going ahead, getting a few bumps. You can see along the wall, Kentucky is riding that pretty hard on the left side of their goal, and that's going to might cause some problems. No, clearing it out pretty easily. Invader is going to go ahead and take that one over.
Oh, yeah, we see Oakland going for a defensive block. They had an open goal, so it really came down to Matthew, kind of that final defender, that final opportunity, and they were able to find it before getting immediately demolitioned by Festive there. So it's going to be that 3v1 so briefly, and as Matt respawns, the Sonic Boom will despawn. Get demolitioned there, taken offline, but it's going to be Matthew who does pick up that second goal for Oakland there. A bit of a back and forth between Kentucky above the goal, but Matthew, the opportunist, as always, finds that goal.
Yep, and that's the importance of clearing properly. That is the unfortunate scenario. You have to practice that a lot, and it's very difficult to get down properly, I will say. So very well done to capitalize on that, be able to make it to a 2-0 with 4 minutes still left on the clock. That is plenty of time to still manage a couple more goals. And chances moving through here, again, Kentucky, they're on the back end, and that was a great defense. They need a few more of those if they want to start pressuring for their own shots, because honestly, Oakland's been on the aggressive side the entire time.
Yeah, and honestly, I think my favorite thing about show matches, I touched on this a little bit during the first game, is that competitive edge is still there, but the competitive stress isn't, right? You're no longer fighting for a spot in a bracket. You're no longer competing for X amount of prize pool or a position somewhere. You're just competing because you all have a mutual love for the game, and I think that's my favorite thing about show matches just like this. And I'm sure Sonic Boom's favorite thing about show matches is racking up these scoreboards here, trying to go for, I think, probably his 5th or 6th shot on goal in just shy of 2 minutes. A great dodge there from Unfriable Apple, sends the ball high enough to disrupt Oakland. This is a best of 3. I may have misspoken. I was just informed by Prod, which usually means I did something wrong, but it is going to be a best of 3. So Oakland, if they win this game, they'll only have to win one more. Could be the blink of an eye, 2-0, but Kentucky, they're fighting tooth and nail to find this some great ball control, some great momentum up to this point.
You know what you probably said? You probably said first to 3. You know, that was probably what you said.
I probably did. Oh, man.
I'm beating the horse with that now. But I do agree it is a best of 3. And my favorite thing is also, this is the time to try out all the things that Coach said you couldn't do.
Yes.
So it sounds bad, but there are some things that coaches say you probably shouldn't do because it's not good to try and do that in a game, right? It's just too risky. It's too so-and-so. But in these games, you can let it go. You can say, all right, I'll try that random thing that I learned back in practice tool, like a couple hours ago maybe, and you want to try and show it off. You want to get that crazy highlight clip that is the main stage on the screen. And if they do try, you know, there are some crazy flicks. There's also a couple pinches that you can do that can send 150, 160 balls screaming towards the goal. So
yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you know, kind of doing what Coach said not to. I am a little sad they're all still playing with the traditional vehicles, right? No Scarabs, no Batmobiles, no battle buses, right? We're definitely sticking with the known and loved vehicles, the tried and true, but Unfriable Apple's giving us something brand new. Going to be able to find that first goal for Kentucky. Oakland going to be up by 2-1. Kentucky fighting for their lives, trying to tie things back up here in Game 1.
I mean, they're doing it, right?
Yes.
That's the thing. Remember, the first 2 goals from Oakland came all the way in, I think, the first minute and 5. And here, remember, it's only a goal every 2 minutes that they really have to accomplish. And now you can go ahead and tie things up. If you want to aim for that goal a minute, you will be able to take it without going to overtime. So plenty of opportunities still left. Open goal right now, and that's a roller. Invader just rolls it right in.
Yeah, that was a completely free goal. I mean, Festive Invader from beyond half field here, going to be able to just send it. Like you said, open goal, rolls on in. Mega couldn't do a darn thing. The angle they were approaching from, all they would have done was knock it in a little faster. So that was a goal, a guaranteed goal for Kentucky. They have tied it back up, feeling like the last series all over again, tied up 2-2. It's one of the show matches. They're probably the closest we've had all weekend. They're the ones that don't matter for the bracket, yet they are the closest that we have been feeling up to this point. And Kentucky, I mean, it'd be great to see them walk away with a Game 1 victory after falling 2-0 so early on.
Yeah, it's like if Messi just went out on the pitch and was like, yo, show us the coolest trick that you can do, and he just runs it. That would be what that is, and that would be so much fun. It's so awesome to see, but a couple shots are going a little bit awry right now for Oakland. This is, you know, even in a show match, you still don't want to lose. That edge of just, listen, it's show matches for fun. I still want to beat this opponent. And it's going to possibly happen again. Both sides challenging each other, a couple demos left and right. Ball bouncing between Kentucky, having a little bit of trouble maintaining that position. So Matthew going on the defensive, might pop out with that setup. A little bit of aerial battle there. Apples tries to lay it in, but can't finish it off.
Yeah, Festive Invader here, going to go for a little bit of action, but passes it right on to Sonic Boom. 43 seconds going to tick away here. Both these teams fighting for their lives, right? Fighting for that victory in Game 1. But, you know, there's always that chance of an overtime. We've got a lot of those today. Absolutely zero of them yesterday, but they seem to be a real popular feature in the world of Rocket League today. 30 seconds left, only half a minute for one of these teams to walk away victorious in Game 1.
Slow movements on the edge here. It is going to be Invader once again going a little bit on the offensive here. A nice dribble into Flick is going to possibly set it up for the clearance, and Graydon is going to try and challenge here on the edge with 10 seconds. The prep is there. Okay, so this prep is actually good. Oakland is going to run it out, and that might be another chance. Oh, shot on goal a little bit too rough, and now playing with those last couple seconds of extra airtime.
Yeah, Sonic Boom goes for the pass. Wasn't quite able to land it there. It's going to be 2-2 tied up. Overtime, that clock going to start ticking up instead of down. Let's see how long until the first goal makes an appearance. What was it last time? 48 seconds,
yes,
give or take? So, yeah, around 48 seconds. Let's see if they can get it any faster, or let's see how much further they're willing to take this overtime in Game 1.
Yeah, first overtime was, I think, no. We've only had one overtime, and it was like the 43 seconds, and then there was a very quick goal on another set. So chances are there.
Oh!
Onside in the shot. Nice block coming out here from Matthew. Being able to pinch it. Another shot by Graydon to Sonic Boom, making sure that no one gets the explosion at the end. Now that's going to be a challenge to Sonic Boom running open. It is an open goal, but can't get control of the ball, so it is going to bounce out.
Now we are encroaching on a tournament record here in overtime. I know it's really not that crazy. It's only less than a minute, but we are going to be passing it still. I wouldn't be surprised to see us jump perhaps into a minute plus. These teams have both been what feels to be very defensive-sided. We've seen some great double defenses, some great double plays in a row, but now somebody's got to put that point online. It looks like Kentucky is going to be the one to try and do it. They're going to be able to get a little bit of action. Ball bouncing out of the corner, sending toward the goal of Oakland. It looks like they're going to go back in. Graydon past one defender, not quite past two, finds the demolition, perhaps a second or two late, and it looks like it's going to be Unfriable Apples with that tertiary attempt. Mega finds the disruption, and all of a sudden, Kentucky finds themselves on defense. An open goal, just barely going to be caught out by Unfriable Apples. Sonic Boom with the second try, not able to find it either thanks to Festive Invader. Here comes Matthew, great setup onto Mega, and no, it will be Graydon. All three defenders have made an appearance. Unfriable Apples for number 4, but number 5 going to go a little bit wide. Kentucky back in the driver's seat.
Jeez, that was a quick exchange of blows, and no one's able to score. That is a textbook defense and offense right there. That's it. Matthew, out of nowhere, is able to take it home. They go ahead and take Game 1 of this best-of-3 show match here. Oakland stepping up 1-0 over, I want to say, the uncrowned showcase champions here of Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky doing a great job so far, and Matthew being the last one to score is actually a great lead into my next point. There's way too many people here named Matt. I have to say, there's a Matthew on the Rocket League team. There's another Matt in the Rocket League. I think there's a Matt in Overwatch, and then my name is Matt also. So it was really unsettling to hear them calling Matt on stage and stuff, and I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to be up there right now. But it has definitely been something either way, whether we share a name or not. Matt looking great there. Honestly, very strong. Oakland really waking up, reminding me much of the Oakland team that we saw yesterday.
Yes.
Very strong. I don't think they were scored on a single time yesterday, and if they were, it was once. They really were strong. They seemed unbeatable at the time, and they really seem to be giving us that same energy here in this show match.
Yep, it's one that, again, it's releasing that tension. It's that scare factor that's gone. And they also, as they lean more into it, that level that they had before raises higher and higher that they can go to. And one of the things that I really hope people don't do is like, you know, some people are like, oh, why weren't they playing like this before? Again, it's the pressure difference, and especially the players. You can't go back and automatically replicate what you just had. It takes time. It takes, you know, patience to be able to get to that point. There's a reason it's called the zone. Sometimes for some players, it's not readily accessible.
Right. Yeah, sometimes you can be in it just as often as you can be out of it. It's never something you can intentionally put yourself in. Just sometimes you're having a phenomenal day, and that's just how some of these teams have been, whether it be yesterday or today. But now, the show match, it looks like things are going to be strong here. Going to have some great action. I believe Oakland is up 1-0. It says Kentucky, but it is actually Oakland. So
I was looking at that. Are we going off of who doesn't win? And that's actually how the show match works.
They are looking to take a great victory here. They're able to pick things up over Kentucky. Oakland is already getting a little bit aggressive, but it's Kentucky who puts away that first goal. They're going to try to tie things up, take us all the way to that coveted Game 3 of this show match.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid one. Invader getting that beauty of a shot off right by the defender there on the right side. So again, they have those angles. That's the thing, is the angles are there. It's just the defense is much better. Normally, if the shot just goes awry at the beginning, you're like, okay, it was a shot, missed shot, of course, but these are blocked shots, vastly different than your standard I just missed. The goalpost is just too thick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely want to see kind of the answer that Oakland has available. You know what I mean? So we see Kentucky coming out super strong. They find an early goal, a little shy of a minute. And I want to see Oakland really kind of step it up, meet that level to Sonic Boom. Probably one of the strongest front runners I've seen as an individual on a team. So I really want to see them pick up like they were able to yesterday. Those passes from the remaining Oakland players really making a world of difference. And I also want to call out, I appreciate that Festive Invaders player banner has Christmas lights on it. I thought that was very nice. It has those holiday lights available. So that was, I like that they're on theme. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. There are some people that would get very upset and say you're skipping over a holiday in there, and there's like 2 or 3 that, you know, before hopping, you know, October 31st and all that stuff, you know, Halloween, someone's getting upset about that. Why are you saying that? Your literal tag on Twitter.
I didn't say anything, Orbital. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're the only person that knows what just happened, and I'm going to refuse to admit that it did. So
listen, I will radio broadcast the fact that you did that to me up here.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just made I just am not a biggest fan of Halloween, but that has nothing to do with the current discussion. So let's get back to Rocket League. We're going to jump right back into it here. Oakland, they are still trying to find that first coveted goal. The first half of the game already coming to a close here, so they want to be able to pick themselves back up, tie it again, and really run away with that. Festive Invader, though, I've got to say, feels like they've flipped the switch here in Game 2. They've really turned it on. They found an aggressive goal, and their defense just as strong. So a very impressive, well-rounded player, and let's see what they're able to do. You know, speaking of the Devil here, going to be able to get ball control, and as I say it, going to lose it. Matthew will get demoed, but still, Graydon picks it up. Kentucky trying to go for the setup here. Another demolition, and that leaves an open goal. Festive Invader, the man of the hour, finding that second goal for Kentucky.
Yeah, and that was on the back of some great demo plays coming out here, just being able to clear out that side. And honestly, I don't even think he was expecting to hit that one. He went a little bit too far under. I think the tail flip at the end was actually what gave it. So if he was planning that, perfect execution. And it looks like they are going to go a little bit ham here, 2 minutes 30. And something I also wanted to kind of talk about is the fact that, again, with such tight defenses from both of these squads, with how much they're challenging, each goal actually means a lot more than in the other ones.
Right.
So if you watch teams, and just like that, Sonic Boom goes ahead and gets a freebie in there, so that's a solid play right there. You see what I'm talking about here. It's not so much about these setup shots. It's not so much about those opportunities. When you're facing 2 impenetrable shields, it's not about how strong the attacks are, how coordinated. It's about where did that crack come from? Where did you slip under and get that shot in? And so far, it has been just these monumental, you know, openings that have been found, challenged, and worked upon.
Yeah, so this feeling maybe a little bit like, you know, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. You know, both these teams expected to be that front runner, that outcomer, if you will. And so far, we've seen some incredible individual play. I also want to comment on that last goal that we saw from Oakland. All 3 players participated. It was Matt onto Mega, right into the hands of our boy to Sonic Boom. So it was really a great play. Now they're looking for another one. Going to fall a little bit wide. It's Festive Invader that picks up the action off the back of it. Now it's going to be in favor here of Kentucky all over again. Mega struggling to Sonic Boom as well. They want to flip this back. Only 90 seconds remain to tie things up, force an overtime, and maybe take the series 2-0. But they've got to really pick up the game because Kentucky, they're pulling no punches.
Yeah, and that was a near miss on that pass. And remember, once it starts slipping, once you start getting a little bit nervous, it gets a little bit harder to pull some of these complicated maneuvers off. And these patterns that you run in practices aren't always going to work for you. You have to always be ready to overcome, to adapt, and take your chances. So Now, once again, Oakland, 1 minute remaining. Where are they going to move to? Matthew watching that ball skyrocket straight to possibly an open goal.
Oh.
A little bit of a wide, and now Festive is going to go ahead and grab it, flip it right back, but Sonic Boom is going to go up to challenge him, and Apples waiting on the wings is going to keep it on Oakland's side of the field.
Yeah, Unfriable Apples, like you said, trying to keep it on Oakland's side, but as they go for it, Graydon misses that mid-air interception, trying to steal the momentum away from Oakland. And I don't mean momentum mental, I mean the physical momentum of the ball. They were really trying to stop it there, kind of clip the wings of the flying ball, but now Oakland only 30 seconds short of actually ending up in a Game 3. This will be the first time somebody doesn't get something owed this entire weekend. So let's see if they're able to take us to that map 3, that Game 3. And 16 seconds going to be the one to make the difference. Oakland going for a goal here. They've got probably one more solid attempt, but Festive Invader, right place, right time, and open goal, a little bit wide to the right. Now it's going to rely on the shoulders of Matthew, or perhaps the shocks of Matthew here, all 4 wheels in the air. Sonic Boom goes for another attempt. Here's Matthew for the tertiary. Let's see what comes of it. It's going to be up high, above Unfriable Apples. Mega finding that shifting, finding that momentum, possibly in overtime, in the garbage time, and there it is! Sonic Boom puts it away, forcing a 2-2 overtime into the garbage time. That was a 0-0 on the clock, but Sonic Boom, the man of the hour, arguably the strongest player individual that I've seen all weekend, keeps the game alive, forcing an overtime. Let's see if Oakland walks away with a 2-0 victory.
Sonic Boom, I don't know if he forced it or not, but he forced the defender to actually go for the ball instead of sitting in that goal. It's so difficult to pull off, and it made it work. Beautiful job to get that one in. And again, both goals so far, I think, have been scored by Sonic Boom in this game, and that's going to be a challenge coming in. So now we're starting to see a lot of these midfield shots. They're just going for it, and that's it.
That's it. It's over. Unfriable Apples able to pick up Game 2, and for the first time all weekend, I think across both games, I think this is the very first time somebody is not getting something owed. Maybe there was 1 or 2 lucky ones in there, but either way, we are definitely seeing a Game 3, a Map 3, whatever you like to call it. But either way, we're getting more Rocket League action here in the show game before the winners finals, which will be coming up next. But of course, I mean, we've got to see who walks away from this. I was so positive Oakland was going to take it after that solid performance in Game 1, and then all of a sudden, I mean, coming back to life, Kentucky just chef's kiss performance there. Unfriable Apples cooked to perfection there, really carrying the team in that final overtime.
It's the only way to play, right? This is how you play. This is how you watch all the action unfold. And again, it comes down to the fact that each goal means a little bit more.
Yeah.
There are some games where you see a run up of like 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, whatever you want to say. And it just feels like the goals lose their meaning after that. After that point, it's quite literally, oh, I just got a point or something like that. But these ones, everyone feels like a hard stab into the chances of your own team. And that's why I love teams that can play defensive, but also those minuscule goals that come out give so much credit to these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be 4:35 on the clock now. I want to see what kind of comes from each of these teams. Does Oakland try to take an early lead? Do they get a little more hyper-aggressive, trying to find it? But no, instead it's Graydon who has the answer for that. Going to be able to pick up that first point for Kentucky. Feeling very reminiscent of Game 2. Kentucky, it feels like they've really found their footing here in this matchup.
All right, Kentucky, the Showcase Kings here, getting a little bit upset. And they're like, look, it came too close to the last one. I know you guys won one series. We still got to take it home. We still got to take it home. So they're trying to move a bit faster here. 30-second goal is great. But again, Sonic Boom is the one we want to keep eyes on. I'm wondering if they're going to start targeting him and start just trying to demo him pretty much anytime he gets close.
Speaking of demos.
Yeah, Graydon got the short end of the stick there.
Yeah, Graydon got disintegrated. You know what I mean? Just absolutely obliterated there. Sonic Boom picks it up, finds it, and Festive goes for one of their own, but Sonic Boom coming in at the same speed. It's going to be exactly there to catch that ball when they needed to most. Great aggression now from Kentucky. And just an open goal. Mega hands it to Sonic Boom, and that is a soccer equivalent of a slam dunk if I've ever seen one. Just effortless there, completely clean across the field, immediately in the back third. Picks it up, ties it on the minute. 4 minutes left in the game.
That style right there, that was a long haul ball into a clip, and it's like you said, it's that dunk, it's that slam dunk going in, alley-oop, whatever you want to call it, and it's tied 1-1 again. 4 minutes. These guys are not going to let up at all, and we're starting to see some stylish wall clips, and I want to see them play with all of the facets that they have available to them. Both sides of the walls, the ceiling, everything, bounce it off of anything to get that right angle, to find that opportunity that you need. Matthew, of course, playing a little bit back defender, trying to clear it out from Kentucky.
Absolutely, and Matthew, speaking of trying to clear things out, trying to clear up that scoreboard as well, trying to give Oakland that 1-point lead. Unfortunately, caught out by, I think, 2 of the 3 defenders on the side of Kentucky. Sonic Boom finding ball control with the ball, moving crazy slow, no momentum available. Goes for the double tap. Let's see the follow-up. No, it's unfriable apples with that disruption there, giving Kentucky ball control. Mega with a disruption of their own. Here comes a cleanup crew from Matthew. An open goal currently in favor of Oakland. They just have to get over there to find it. To Sonic Boom meets Graydon in the air, steals the ball away. It's going to be unfriable apples on the pickup. Oakland doesn't have the boost, and they're incredibly lucky that went a little bit wide, or they'd be 1 point down. Oh, they very well still may be.
These are close now. These guys are playing very, very aggressive now. So the teams at this point, the 2 teams that we are looking at on the defensive stance, have pretty much given up on the defense, right? These are teams just going hard, going at it, and they really don't worry too much about who's in the goal. If you can get back to the goal, great. Don't worry about it so much because we can challenge in the midfield. We can challenge when they're going for the shots itself, and it's that man-to-man defense almost. It's that, listen, the goal's there, it's whatever, but if we can catch them in the air midway before they even make their shot, we'll have a better chance.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They really will have a positive opportunity here. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Do we see another overtime? That would truly be the icing on the show match cake, right? I mean, just they're giving us all we could ask for and more. A little sad I still haven't seen a battle bust, but I get it. There is honor on the line, so we don't want to go too far. But I definitely am excited to see which one of these teams walks away. Oakland, they have really been trying to keep the momentum, but Kentucky, they have been answering with the perfect aggression every single time. The offense and the defense, a very strong, well-rounded team that we've seen in this show game so far.
And Apples, he was actually trying to set up for his team right there and unfortunately ran out of boost. So that is one of the scenarios. Dodges one defender but can't find the other. And Vader is going to get locked out. A little bit of a tap, though. Tried to throw the defender off, but Matthew is going to be able to find that handle. Now in the mid, it is going to be another defensive knockback. And Kentucky so far have done their job. They've done their due diligence, but it's slowly eking out onto their side. That nose down is not good. Apple was trying his best, but it gave a little bit of control right back over.
Yeah, so I've got to say, Kentucky's defense, very notably strong, right? We can definitely see their defense is their comfort comp, if you will. It's where they really like to be. But I always say in a game of Rocket League, a strong defense is great, but you will never win without a strong offense. You have to score to win. You can't just bunker down and try not to move, right? So Kentucky, their defense seems like they've really kind of got it figured out. They've got the momentum. But if they can figure out how to channel this same energy into a consistent offense, that'll take this team from good to great. I truly think so.
Mm-hmm. And it's about getting that experience. It's about learning how to improve yourself in these matches. Like, what do you need to work on? Oh, maybe it was our defense, or maybe it was our read of the opponents. And you take all this information back, you get a little bit better, and from there, you manage to move up in the power rankings. So it's going to be better and better as time goes on. But with 30 seconds left again, we still have to figure it out. It's 1-1, 1-1 all the way through. And 30 seconds left. Sonic Boom, he's looking for it. His teammates want to set him up for success. It's the question of, can they get the pass off? Can they get the right shot?
Oh, and it's going to be great and going for, honestly, an open goal from Oakland, but Mega has plenty of time to get there. There's no immediate follow-up, so now it's going to be cleared to the back third, back to Oakland's back third here. So we see Graydon going for the setup, still tied 1-1 overtime. Seemingly inevitable. Graydon goes for a goal, but Sonic Boom picks it up. Here comes Graydon once again, but he spikes it right into the ground. Mega able to catch it there. Ball touches the ground. We are back into overtime. That is twice in a row. These teams are taking us all the way. They're taking us the full mile.
Yeah, they're taking us the full mile, and they might already run like 0.9 of it because, again, some of those goals have come right off the kickoff. It's not going to happen here, of course, but it's come so close, and I love it. Seeing those kind of like, oh, well, yeah, game's over, we're packing up, let's go. We didn't expect that either. So bounce up in the air. Mega is going to take that chance. Sonic Boom can't find the angle. That could have been a potential shot. Double tap, not going to angle the way he wants.
Yeah, unfortunately. I want to talk about as well, we always keep talking about, oh, this isn't necessarily competitive. It's not the tournament bracket, but this is great for VOD review, right? This is great just for practice to improve as a team, both in and outside of a tournament bracket. They always say the closest games are the best for VOD review, right? The ones you just barely lost or the ones you just barely won. And I mean, look at this, second game in a row out of 3 that we are going into overtime. So it really does not get much closer than that. But Mega from Oakland is ready to tie it up and this, put a little bow on top and ship it out for my favorite holiday. That isn't Halloween. But that is going to be Oakland walking away 2-1 victorious on the series. Our first game 3, which I'm super excited about. And they just, chef's kiss, a phenomenal series, really down to the wire. And you could tell everybody was having a good time. It was never just playing to play. People were having a great time on the field.
Yep, and that is going to conclude the show matches, I believe. And so, of course, Kentucky coming out 1-1. They can go home pretty happy about that one. Oakland are going to say we take the uncrowned or belt or whatever you want to say. I think there was something talking about that. The uncrowned champion over time. It's literally just head-to-head matches, so it's going to be so much fun here in the winners finals once we get them up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be throwing into a super short break. Well, actually, I don't know how short it's going to be. We got to get the teams ready and stuff. But winners finals is coming up next. So we are going to throw it to a break. We'll see everybody right back here in just a couple of minutes. Use this time, get up, stretch your legs, get some water, do what you got to do, but come right back here because winners finals is going to be a great one. We'll see you then.
Yes, Rhino. Yes. Let's go. He's got the red shoes on to match the Cardinals.
So my name is Matt Allen, and my in-game name is Matt. I'm here to play Rocket League for the University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently?
So we are currently ranked number 8, which is bottom seed, but we're looking to make a strong losers bracket run, and we're not going to come in last. So
is the primary goal kind of just that mindset of don't end last?
Well, not don't end last. We ideally really want to take second place. Sure. We know Northwood's going to be a real big challenge, but I think all the other teams we have a good chance of doing really well against. So yeah, we're going to shoot for second place.
Yeah, and is this your first LAN personally, or just your first in-person event?
So this is not my first LAN. I also attended the University of Kentucky LAN a few months ago, and it could have went better. Our roster had some changes that needed to happen, but they happened, so we're good now.
Absolutely, and you got to touch down and kind of visiting another event. Is there anything specific just in that LAN atmosphere that you're really excited to be back and be a part of?
I really like playing on stage. I think it's just when the pressure's on, it's just a lot of fun, especially when you know like the games are being casted. It's that added pressure makes it it's a fun atmosphere. It's the whole LAN atmosphere. Getting to see everybody in person is super exciting. So
absolutely.
I'm Rylan Jaquez. In game, I just go as Rylan. Yeah, I'm here to play Rocket League for the University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently placed?
We're the 8th seed in the team.
So entering in the 8th of 8 teams, kind of being that underdog to an extent, how do you guys feel about your chances going into this weekend?
Yeah, we're pretty confident. We hope we can get second place. Northwood's pretty strong. We play them in the first round, so we're looking to make a strong losers bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. So have you personally had any LAN experience or been to in-person events?
I've been to a 2v2 tournament. It was a Helix in New Jersey, and yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, so kind of returning to that in-person event atmosphere, is there anything specific that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, just getting adapted to the setups is going to be the main obstacle. If I can get my comfort going, then I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's perfect. And have you played any schools here? You kind of talked about looking forward to going up against some schools already, but is there anybody specific, any teams, or even just specific players that you kind of want to have that head-to-head matchup with?
Like Rhino said, we scrim a lot against UK. We've got a pretty good record against them, so if we play them, I'll feel pretty confident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tyler Sullivan, and Rhino is my gamer tag. I play Rocket League, and we're representing University of Louisville.
And which seed is the University of Louisville currently placed?
We're 8th seed.
8th seed. So how do you feel about your chances going into this weekend?
So we have a lot of resources to find out who the teams are, and we know the best teams and what we're capable of doing. So we're hoping to get upwards of second place. I don't think we can beat Northwood how we are right now, but if that happens, or even if they disqualify or how it's going to be, that'd be really nice. But yeah, we're shooting for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you feel that there's kind of anything specific that Louisville brings to the table that maybe other schools aren't going to be able to compare to or expect?
Our analytical skill is really, really high, and we're able to adapt in game fairly easy. And we're able to catch out, opponent mistakes and opponent, strengths, so we can really capitalize and catch up where we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you been to any LANs or in-person events before?
Yeah, so not this roster that we have right now, but a few months back we went to a LAN at UK, and it was very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything specific that you're looking forward to returning to or just experiencing for the first time within the LAN atmosphere?
Yeah, I think it's a real challenge to get used to and be able to play properly on other people's setups. So I think it's a really nice challenge to be able to surpass and get through. And I like the challenge. It's a little nerve-wracking, but if you're able to push past that barrier, you can really shine through.
Yeah, of course, and you mentioned this a little bit already, that you're looking forward to one school, the kind of the #1 seed, but are there any other schools that you're just kind of looking forward to playing against or getting to kind of go head-to-head with?
So I'm really looking forward to playing with UK. They're our main scrim partner, so we play them a lot. We have a decent record against them, so I'm really looking forward to that game if it comes, and also against Akron, because we saw their player Reticence come in, and we had a tournament before that we had to play, and we played against their roster, the B team, and he wasn't on that team, and we beat them 4-0, and then they came back in the finals with Reticence, and they double reverse swept us 4-0. So he's a really outstanding player, and he can change a game.
So my name is Graydon Knapp, and I go by Graydon. I represent University of Kentucky, and I play Rocket League.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky this weekend?
We are the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend?
I think we have all right chances. I'm just excited to play with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And is this the first LAN you've been to?
I've been to another LAN in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that was really fun, but I was the coach, so I didn't actually get to play. So this is my first playing LAN.
Yeah, sure. So is there any part of this, either as somebody going or as a player, just that LAN atmosphere that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to meeting everybody. I think everybody here seems really cool, at least so far, so I'm looking forward to meeting all the other new schools.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of those schools, is there anybody that you're kind of really looking forward to playing or going up against here on the main stage?
I think our first match against Akron will be a really good match. I'm really excited to play that, for sure.
Absolutely.
My name is Jacob Hunt, and I'm Unfriable Apples. I'm here to play Rocket League, and I'm representing the University of Kentucky.
And which seed is the University of Kentucky currently placed at?
We're the 7th seed.
How do you feel about your chances this weekend as a team?
I feel like we have all right chances to place fairly well. There are some really good teams here. We're just going to come play our best, see how well we can do.
Yeah, and speaking of really good teams, is there any teams here specifically that you're really looking forward to playing or going up against?
We're really good friends with Louisville. We play them quite a lot. It would be pretty fun to play them at some point during the tournament to keep that competition between us going.
And I wanted to ask one more. Is this your first LAN? Have you ever done an in-person event before?
This is definitely the biggest LAN that we've ever been to. We hosted a very small, kind of more local colleges LAN, but this LAN is on a different level.
Yeah, and actually.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the road to the Collegiate Esports National Championship Midwest Invitational. We have the grand finals, winners finals of Rocket League coming up right now. Let's make some noise! Yeah! Woo! That's right. All right, we have the best two teams here of the entire event. Northwood versus Akron University. Northwood in the 1 and Akron in the 2. And let's take a look here and bring them right up to the stage because they are waiting to play. And let's get some of this top tier action. Starting out with Akron, the 2 seed. Let's bring up Reticence. Woo! That's right. One of the taller members here in Rocket League. Coming up next is Potato. Let's hear it. These are the 2 seed going against the number 1. And then we have Will. To round things off, seriously, has a question mark in his name. His name's Will? Yeah, let's go. Bring it out. Will. And then to round things off here, let's bring out the number 1 seed, Northwood University. Let's start out with Buddy. Woo! All smiles from Buddy. Let's go. Now let's bring out Hockey. And to round out their team here, their third member of Northwood University, let's bring out Pirates. That's right. So this is the number 2 versus the number 1, and it's going to be a first to 3 best of 5 series right here. So let's get ready for some Rocket League. Let's throw it up to Orbital and our other commentator. I'm getting them all day today. Let's go, baby. Woo! Grand finals time. Let's
Paulie,
make some noise one more time.
Paulie, you're breaking my heart, man. You're breaking. I know it's a hard name, but you're breaking my heart, honestly. Oh my goodness, no. But we are super excited to be getting into this. Of course, it is going to be a super interesting matchup. These are the top 2 seeded teams. Orbital's still getting it together. Statistically, the 2 best teams, the expected kind of top dogs, so to speak. And I'm really interested to see this because the Akron team, it's so interesting. The first time I got to talk to them, they were very almost anxious. They were almost scared. They were worried they were the B team coming in very last minute. They didn't really understand kind of everything that was going on around them. But by golly, have they shown up today? I mean, they've made it all the way to second place. You don't make it to winners finals on accident. You know, that's not something you accidentally do. So they've really shown up. And of course, we know Northwood. They're clean as a whistle every time. And I mean, Pirates, better be living up to that name, trying to steal that gold, right? I mean, trying to find that first place position. I genuinely think, I've said this a lot today, but I truly think this could go either way. It really depends on game 1, that momentum for the rest of the series.
Oh, yeah. And again, I firmly believe it. With teams that all pretty much don't have any, I want to say LAN experience, or if it's their first LAN, it's very nerve-wracking to set up on stage. And the reason that I always say, whoever wins game 1, game 2, or wins game 1 will probably win game 2 in a best-of-5 series, is because they are the ones that got comfortable on the stage a little bit quicker.
Right.
And with how short these are, it is going to be those first 2 games. It takes probably about 10, 15 minutes to actually acclimate. So, again, both these teams should have that stance now, and we're going to see how quickly these teams are going to ramp things up. Again, Northwood in that blue and Akron in that lime green setting. And so far already putting up a pretty good challenge here. Again, Northwood is the team to look to be here. Pretty crushing there. Northwood with a really close first shot.
Yeah, buddy, going for that double tap there. His name always makes me laugh because that's the one thing he's not. When he's on the field, he's not your buddy. I mean, he is nothing but your opponent here. So he's really trying to, he went for that double tap early, less than half a minute was off the clock at the time. Northwood trying to set that precedent, right? They want Akron to know we are looking for nothing but shots on net. That is kind of the primary goal, so to speak. And now Potato going to be able to find a little bit of momentum. They get the ball kind of shuffled a little bit, ends up right in front of goal, but Northwood, they're able to separate it, go for a double tap of their own, falls a little bit wide. Nothing going to be happening quite yet. Just a lot of back and forth. It's truly, for the first time in a long time, felt like that feeling out period, but as quickly as it came, it has already gone. Pirates going to find that first goal of the winners finals.
Yeah. As you go through the tournament, the feeling out period gets shorter and shorter, right? Because feeling out period is more for the opponents in general, get a good grasp of how you hear. And the Northwood at this point have already said, listen, we know that we are a strong team. We know that we can play to anyone's tempo and force them to play to ours. So for them, it's not so much feeling out, it's how quickly can we score on the opponent. That's kind of the game plan. And the way Akron can actually combat that is you take some of those harder battles, you try and aim for some of those scenarios, you don't allow them to get that aggressive. But I love the combinations, and it works again. This is Northwood showing off a bit here. That was a triple attack coming out here, and that is what you like to see from a team. Nice little tipper right there, drops it right in the middle.
Yeah, and alley-oop at its finest. I mean, truly just a great scenario there. We saw Northwood looking super strong, able to find some great momentum already, not even in the halftime yet.
It's going to be moving through those paces and very slow lob all the way into Akron's side of the field. And thus far, again, one of the things I really have to give props to Northwood is they do not single shot it. They do not wait for only one of their teammates to go for it. They always have a game plan, and it's something that you will notice very, very often. A really difficult thing for defenders to do is obviously get back in position. It's very hard to redirect yourself in this game. So you have to send multiple defenders at points, so you try and throw one at a time over and over again. That was a close one. But Northwood always have a second or third shot lined up already in the air flying. So I really, really appreciate that from this squad. They always try and ensure that they will have multiple clean shots on goal.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Potato is going to be able to get demolition. That's going to open up the goal just for a moment here, trying to find at least a sub-primary opportunity. Hockey goes for that double tap, and the alley-oop comes through once again. Pirates hitting a hat trick here in game 1, still not even in the second half.
I'm telling you, this is exactly how you want to see teamwork to a T. The rest of the teams all had a star coming out. That's what we had over and over again. Akron as well. did the same, and I think that was, I'm not sure if that's a vehicle that I thought it was, but that's pretty entertaining. But Northwood, they're a team of, I don't want to say superstars, but well-coordinated stars.
Yeah.
This is something that it's very difficult to pull off because generally there is one person that excels at certain things. This is a team of all-rounders that have ascended to a much higher level of play.
Absolutely.
And it just turns into a phenomenal style where it's just, you don't worry so much about a single individual player. You just know for a fact they're all going to show up at one point or another.
Oh, my. Did you see the backspin on that thing? Potato caught it, but just didn't have the momentum to steal it away. Watch, we can watch this happen here kind of in slow motion. Catches it, just a little bit of tap, and the backspin brings it right in. Nobody's there to get in time. 4-0 currently in favor of Northwood.
Yeah, it's only going to keep moving forward. And if you are Akron, you have to start realizing this is going to happen over and over again. This chances of the double shot, the triple shot even, if you will, it never ends. And you have to rely on breaking up that chance. Start forcing Northwood to only take one shot at a time. Try and bake up the constant combinations. It's a difficult call. It's so difficult to be able to do, but they're working off the fact that it's combinations. It's the fact that they are allowed to line up 3 of their play and be able to continuously take shots from midfield over and over again. It's never stopping, and I love it so much. So Akron going ahead, flying up, and that's going to be another goal. And Potato this time takes it home. Look at this ramp up. That is going to be a flip off a little bit of an execute, and off the top wall is going to aim it straight in the center. Splash indeed. You know what? Game 1, great way to start coming back a little bit in this game. So Northwood goes ahead and says, all right, you want to play hardball? Let's play hardball.
Absolutely, they are ready to play hardball, and we can talk about it as well. Even if Akron loses this, they found some momentum, they found some opportunity, they found a goal, more than some teams have been able to say up against the powerhouse that is Northwood. But now, 1:30 left on the clock, 30 seconds a goal. Akron could tie this up, but my goodness, would that be quite the feat. Going to be able to get it out. Reticence there, who's got the closest name to my own that I think I've ever seen. It's really caught me up quite a few times, but Reticence is going to be able to get that block, keep the ball out of goal. However, they're struggling to get it out of their back third. Going to have a great setup toward the middle, and a phenomenal shot from Pirates. Now, I didn't catch if Pirates was able to, or was the one to find the 4th goal, but I know they found the 5th, so I mean, that is well over a haul at this point. The hat trick, looking for a 2nd one at this point. I mean, this is amazing.
He found the treasure trove and kept it all to himself is what he did, and
Truly.
it's not stopping at all. And there's a vehicle here that I saw that I think is one that is not used very often, so I'm very curious if Akron, is that the one that I think it is?
I don't know the name of the vehicle personally, but I know that it is, I don't believe, it's not that traditional. It's not the Octane or the Dominus kind of default, if you will. It's, I don't know the name of it. I'm not sure I've ever seen it, to be honest, but to bring it out here in a grand final, certainly making a statement, or excuse me, in a winner's final, certainly making a statement. So we really want to see what Northwood, or what Akron, excuse me, kind of brings back from that, what they can turn around with. Will we see a different vehicle in the 2nd game, so on and so forth. It's going to be kind of trying these new momentum shifts, but unfortunately, will be Demolition. So it's going to be a great block from the man himself, returning from the dead, able to find that block, keeping this scoreline at that 5-1. Now 30 seconds left. We're looking at a score per like 6 seconds here to keep this fight alive. But Will able to pick up that 2nd goal for Akron. Talk about momentum. That is the lion's share moving into game 2. Akron finding 2 goals here, probably the last one of this game as well.
Yeah, that was a shot of shots, and I have to give props because they went for a double challenge on that. They went ahead and just slammed it home. So being able to manage that is going to be a little bit of an icing on the cake. It's nice to have in your back pocket, of course. Still Northwood up miles ahead.
Of course.
And they have, again, there's a reason they are the favorite. So 10 seconds left here in this round. It is not going to stop. And so hopefully they will be able to manage here in game 2. But this is a great start. Akron being able to at least not go out, 0 goals. Making it 5-2 to me is a very strong telling show against Northwood specifically, who in their semifinal quite literally shut people out in the first 2 games.
And this would be so hard to explain to anybody who doesn't play kind of like an esport or a regular sport. 5-2 just doesn't feel nearly as bad as 3-0.
Yes.
Right? Like it's still 3 points both ways. But the fact that you're able to put 2 points on the board, like you said, so many teams haven't been able to do that this weekend. Northwood has been, 7-0, 6-0, so many teams. So Akron, signs of life in game 1. Great progress already. The Lions' share moving into game 2 as they found the last goal. I'm really curious to see if Akron can take a game off of Northwood here. This could be the start of a seriously insane matchup if Akron can continue to play to that par they brought out right at the end of game 1.
Yeah, it's the climb up Goliath, you know, trying to take down Goliath. You don't really have a slingshot now. You got a short sword and a little dinkly handle on there, and you're trying to make it work. Yeah. That's the momentum. That's the feeling that you get. And it's honestly, you know, we talk up all kind of the underdogs, because everyone was an underdog. But the Giants reign supreme for a reason, and I'm very, very fascinated at this fact. So again, Northwood coming in here so far sitting at 1-0. In this best of 3, and so far still on the aggression. So right now they are ramping it up.
Oh.
Great demolition right off the gate. That was a little bit of a rough one if you are Akron right there. That shows that Northwood is ready to play with fire.
Yeah, so I always say, you know, what I believe separates the goods from the greats in Rocket League is the utilization of the physicality, of the demolitions, of just slamming into your opponent, whether there's a demolition or not, constantly kind of trying to keep them at a moment's notice of, can I get this play off without somebody slamming into me, without somebody removing me from the engagement, from the fight, so to speak. But it's going to be some positive involvement here for Akron. We're going to be a full minute into the matchup, so we're seeing some positive, phenomenal start off here for Northwood. Akron had some momentum moving forward, and then Northwood really got to snatch it out here. It's both hockey and buddy, but it's Pirates, the name of the game, so to speak, so far. I mean, that's what it's at, the 6th goal, 7th goal available for Pirates, really leading Northwood toward that goal.
Yeah, it'll never stop. I swear Pirate has opened with a goal every single game so far.
I believe it.
Yeah, like this is, and again, this goes back. I'm sounding like a terribly broken record. It's not just a broken record. It's a record that's been playing in your grandpa's apartment for like about 10 years. It's the same record. He never changes it out. It's just him. He always opens for Northwood. He is the initiator for the team. It feels like you can see him always in midfield, always angling in. And again, if he doesn't score, no worries. Absolutely no worries. Rest of the team is ready. They did the long pass. They're right behind him, ready with their own boost.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I mean, we've got to get closer. Pirates has got to be close to catching up to Sonic Boom in terms of goals, because yesterday, Sonic Boom was the only name out of our mouth during that game. Just found an insane amount, probably double digits between that and the games we saw today. But, I mean, Pirates right now tearing it up, opening, closing, everything in between, just really kind of the front man for Northwood. So maybe if we look a little more analytically in favor of Akron here, maybe a bit more physicality, like I talked about a moment ago, looking for those demolitions, looking for those opportunities, and just kind of removing the equation, removing Pirates out of the fight as often as you can might give Akron a serious leg up if they're able to do it consistently.
Yeah, the problem is chasing him. So this is something that I'm very, very happy about is, again, because of the fact that Northwood, a lot of the shots are actually run-ups. They're not straight angle shots that some of the other teams took that are more opportunistic. This is where you get really nice setup runs. They're sitting in mid. They start balancing up and above. It's actually very hard to track where some of the players are. To get a demo off, I believe you had to hit directly on the opponent at a high speed, and that's where you actually get the demo. The problem is your front of the car has to connect. It has to hit at the right angle. And if you don't know where your opponent is, if you don't know where they're going, instead you could be the one getting demoed. So it is a safety tactic that Northwood are running that Akron can't really get a read on. And again, yeah, you see Pirates, he is the defensive, and then he's the angler in. So well done on them. Now a pass to Hockey. Look at that.
Great pass, Hockey. Mid-air pass. Hockey picks it up immediately. Pirates goes a little bit further than they would have liked toward an open goal. Potato finds the demolition onto Buddy, but no follow-through quite yet. And I've got to say, what shows both these teams are great rather than good. We're looking at two great teams, and we simply know that because of how much airtime we have seen. They are using all 3 dimensions, and I don't even know if that's the proper thing, but they are using every single aspect they can, above them, below them, in front of them, behind them, and every angle in between. It's just constantly, we're not seeing a game of ground ball, right? These players, they are up all 4 wheels off the ground. Some of them, Hockey in particular, probably more than he's been on the ground.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is actually something that I want to call an analysis on my part, but it seems like Akron are actually challenging on those walls. So Hockey has a tendency to actually play off the wall a lot more than often, and that is something that you got to read on. You see, they're not actually chasing Hockey anymore. They're chasing where they know. He likes to angle off the left side of the goal most of the time, where that's where the setup is. So they challenge at the point of contact above the goal, and it's actually saving them so much time. So maybe it feels like they locked down 1 player. Now they got 2 more to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be interesting. Pirates there. Great offense, great defense, phenomenal, well-rounded player. Honestly, we've seen that proof in the pudding time and time again. Northwood finding themselves up 2-0, and we can go back to that discussion we had earlier where keeping Northwood at a scoreline as low as 2-0 is a victory in its own right.
Yes.
And I know that sounds insane because, we've still lost, but okay, maybe 3-0. Maybe 3-0. But, some teams were getting 9-0'd, 8-0'd by Northwood. So the fact that Akron's been able to keep this as close as it seems is again, a victory in its own right.
Yeah. And you actually saw there, that was just a well-timed shot by Pirates. Will was actually in range for that, but he was actually going towards the ball. He thought it was going to overextend, and he just couldn't back up in time. So well done to secure that one. Now taking a look at it, again, this is just kind of icing on the cake. Nice save by Potato, but I think Northwood are just looking to put the fourth in there, not worried too much about going too hard. Go ahead, savor this this lead right now. Don't let it get out of control. Don't allow that score to get too close.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to you don't want to let the score line get too close. You really want to keep the advantage on things. But 35 seconds here. I almost said 35-7. That's not what I meant. 35 seconds here is going to be Northwood in the lead, that 3-0 advantage. We need 1 goal per 10 for Akron, which is, of course, not impossible, but darn tootin' difficult. So we're going to have to see what is brought to the table here in Game 3, which could very well be the last game. We're going to have to see what Akron brings to the table then, but it's always the Game 3s that have been the closest, right?
Yep.
So it feels like if there's a time for Akron to really turn things around, Game 3 is going to be it.
Yep. This is 10 seconds left, and of course, Akron going to look to at least maybe score 1 if they can get control, but with the control kind of bouncing all over the place, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to ricochet it. The nice little pass, but a clearance from Buddy means that the game is over. It's not going to go in, but it is going to be Northwood, of course, going up 2-0. And again, measured patience.
Yes.
Measured goals over and over again, and I love the fact that, again, like I said, I'm loving the scenes from Pirates. He is crushing it so far. The openings are clean. He sees where the defenders are, and he says, that's my turn.
Yeah.
That's where I'm aiming. Got it.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen either – one of two things. Either Northwood is an incredibly calculated, intelligent team, or they're really good at looking like they are. Because everything we've seen up to this point has been so cold calculated. Nothing's felt accidental from them. Demolitions are never – oh, good, I got a demo. It's I'm going to get a demo, right? It's I'm going to find this goal. I'm going to pass the ball. And the capitalization off that has been so impressive up to this point. Now, it feels like they're going for a goal already. Hockey goes for it. It's going to get lined out the crossbar. As I always say, best defender in the game. So keeping Northwood at that 0 here. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. If Akron wants a time to shine, this is it. The final hour has begun.
Yeah, and that was actually a good pinch to stall it out. Hockey was going for a little bit aero play, but that's just an open goal. This time it's actually Buddy. So Buddy is able to find the first goal. That was a long-range shot. Potato actually flipped over a defender, and Buddy was right there to pick it up. So well-timed, well-placed. Hockey was going for the steal. Hockey was absolutely going for the steal, and I swear in comms, you're like, you do that, I quit right now, and you're playing 2v3.
You think, I will DC right now. Try me. We're up 2-0. I will DC right now. No, probably none of that. But yeah, definitely a great look. Buddy, I feel like is kind of that what I always call the third man of Rocket League, right? Definitely not that front runner, but always setting the team up. And now maybe they've decided, hey, Buddy, it's your time to shine. Spotlight's on you, man, because Buddy is absolutely tearing up the game right now, finding 2 goals in less than a minute here. Only 37 seconds off the clock, and it has just been nothing short of impressive up to this point, truly.
Yeah, I say it with any game, any area, there has to be one person that is holding the spotlight for the rest of the team.
Like a support player in any scenario, yes.
And in this, I would call it utility-based. This is the one, the specialist of nothing. He is the jack of all trades that can do everything well, but nothing just enough, and you are the glue that holds your team together, because if no one else did it, no one's together. And so I really, really love it. And to show off here and say, hey, I'm going to score the first 2 goals for our team in this round, just gives credence to the fact that they are willing to open up a little bit more, change up the styles so they aren't so easily read.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I always say the signs of it. Wow, Buddy with a hat trick. Before I can even finish the thought, finding that 3rd goal, putting Northwood up 3-0. And I was going to talk about the fact that, I would say the signs of a great team is when it feels like instead of 3 individuals on a team, it's a team of 3. It doesn't feel like 3 people, I happen to be playing with 2 teammates. It's we work only as a unit. And that's truly what Northwood feels like right now. Hockey going for the first goal that isn't Buddy this game. So trying to find it, not quite able to pick it up yet. It's going to be 3-0, 3 minutes and 30 seconds remain. So a lot of 3s in the cards right now. Some consider that to be a lucky number. So we want to see.
Yeah, it's been an awesome time, and they're going to continue to try and manage their way through this. Again, 3.5 minutes, and just like that, Potato says, listen, it's game 3. I know they're 3 up, but we're going to make it only 2. And they go ahead and put a score in for themselves with a little bit of water afterwards. Great shot.
My man Potato better change his name to Potato. Oh, no, because he is not going to let Northwood take this one easily. He is going to be the fighting line, the final defense here for Akron. And all of a sudden, 3 3.5 minutes, 2 points is nothing. Akron can absolutely bring this back. They've got to keep their head in the game. They've got to play into Northwood instead of playing against them. They can't be reactive. They've got to make themselves that proactive team I always talk about. Proactive is always the way to win a matchup like this one. Now, coming down to those final 3 minutes, all of it is on the line right here, right now. Akron in the final hour.
I mean, I think they're finding something. I don't know what it is, but it feels like they've noticed at least a little blip. It's can they abuse that fact, right? Can they notice? And I mean, Northwood are just like, nah, we aren't even going to let you do that. Whenever it's an open goal, Pirates is there to steal it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, pun intended there as well. Pirates stealing away these open goals. I mean, just... It's really been a thorn on the side of Akron, I think, is every time they leave an open goal, it's capitalized on. Sometimes you can leave it, you can get back in time, you can play defense, but every single time we've seen an open goal, I mean, Pirates is right there, just waiting for the opportunity.
Yep. He's never not going to. Again, these players, they know exactly how to run the map,
right.
how to run the field in a direction that they want, and it's so surprising to me how clean and efficient they are. And so far, Akron, it's picking up the breadcrumbs, trying to turn it into bread at the end of the day. And they did it with 1 goal. Now they just need to do it a few more times. But that's a great little bounce off, just off the back wall, right by the goalpost, and now squeezing it right back. It's a goal. Nope, never mind. There was a goal in sight. So you can't do too much else from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been something in a great demolition there. Now, Will had ball control, and as I said his name, he was dismissed into the afterlife for just a moment. Will return in about 2 seconds, so it's not that damaging. But, you know, they did lose the ball control. They lost that momentum, so to speak. Hockey looking for a bit of momentum on his own, finding some great physicality, opening that goal up. But now it's going to be Buddy looking for another opportunity. Great pass onto Hockey here. It's going to be Will from the heavens, but not quite able to find it, going a little bit wide of the goal. Going to be 100 seconds left between Northwood and a 3-0 victory here in winners finals.
If they do, that is considered a perfect record here. No one cares about the goals at that point. You went 9-0 in your entire tournament run. It was a phenomenal style for Northwood to be able to pull that off and to be able to go home and say, listen, we brought home the trophy. We brought this back for ourselves. It is a great style. So again, nice little save there from that Akron player, and let's see what more they can get. Minute left. It's still doable to get 3 goals, but it's just a high, tall task.
Yeah, a tall task indeed. We're looking at 1 goal per 20 seconds, of course, and that's definitely going to be difficult. Akron, I feel their defense has been relatively strong, but it's these demolitions that have really been kind of the nail in the coffin. They've really struggled to find these engagements, and such a simple tap there interrupted anything Reticence brought to the table. So now it's going to be 45 seconds, ball control in favor of Northwood. Akron desperate to steal it back. A goal per 15 is what we need now. It's going to be very difficult to see what they can bring to the table. Here comes Pirates from the heavens. Potato misses the interruption, but Pirates falls a little bit wide. No follow-up from Northwood, and Will going to go for the steal.
Going for the steal, but up they go. Reticence
Potato.
trying to prep it. It's almost an open goal. Nice outside, and that's in. Will makes it 2. And I said it right. It's doable. It's hard, but it is doable. That little tap to get over Pirates' head, clipping the top of the goalpost, means it is a 2-goal game.
An anime arc, if I've ever seen one, Orbital. Let me tell you what, man. The final time we're about to see a buzzer beater from Akron trying to tie things up. They've got 1 goal per 10 seconds to keep the game alive. And here comes Will from the heavens, looking for a third, but no, Pirates will be the one to put that dream down. Falling down now to 10 seconds. Akron still needs 1 with any time on the clock, and then they have to find an additional in what I call that garbage time, that bonus time. Unfortunately, the clock starting to tick down. Potato going to go for that Hail Mary play, an open goal, but no, does not find it before the 1 second. Reticence, however, puts it away. Only a 1-point differential between the two. Unfortunately, still a loss for Akron, but what a way to go out. Only 1 point separating a grand final.
Northwood may be the Giants. They may be the Goliaths here. But honestly, Akron, they came close. They went down swing, and it is a valiant attempt, a phenomenal play at the very end. And again, it came so close, right? Every time you get closer and closer and closer to that final strike. If they only had a bit more time, got to be a bit quicker on that trigger to pull for that kind of counterattack there. And again, Northwood come out 3-0.
Right, absolutely. And no one has stolen the trophy. They grabbed it during the break, so they can take it down to the arena. And just an absolutely phenomenal experience. That does bring us at the casting desk to a close here for Rocket League. And I can speak for Orbital and myself, and I can say this has been a wonderful experience. We are honored and stoked that we were brought on. It has been absolutely amazing working with everybody. And thank you all so much for all of your support and your help through all the tech issues and everything of the sort. We are now going to throw it down to Paulie for the final time here on the Rocket League side. Paulie is going to get an interview with Northwood. So thank you, everybody, again, so much for hanging out with Orbital and I, but let's throw it to Paulie.
All right, thank you so much, Orbital and Sepsilence. You guys have been amazing. Let's give a round of applause for our casters on the day for Rocket League. They did amazing, and also the competition. Congratulations to Northwood University. These three guys did amazing, and you guys were dominant the entire tournament. What are the emotions right now?
Feeling good, man. Taking first, not dropping a game, feels good.
Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, I'm excited. We got so much sleep last night.
So you didn't get any sleep, right? Or you did? You rested? Okay, yeah. You guys were so dominant today. Northwood coming in as the #1 seed once again, staying true to the team colors. You guys are going to be advancing, obviously, later on in the year to the CENC championship. So congratulations on your win. That was an amazing win. Without further ado, though, let's bring up the director of the CSMG, Neil Mavone, to present the trophy ceremony. Here you are, Neil.
Thank you, Paulie. On behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group, I just want to say this Rocket League tournament the last 3 days has been absolutely amazing. We got to meet a lot of the players on Friday night, presented them with jerseys, got to know them over the last couple of days, hanging out in the LAN Center, hanging out, having stuff to eat. And I have to say that the gamers, the community is really amazing. You guys, even at the end today, patting everybody's hands and just saying congratulations to the team that you just played. Buddy, and Pirates, awesome job all weekend. On behalf of CSMG, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Paul Heslin from U.S. Army ROTC at Purdue, who's going to present you with the trophy.
Thank you. Congratulations, domination at its finest.
Congratulations. All the best. Congratulations.
All right, let's go. Hold that trophy up for everybody here. Let's take some pictures real quick. And we got some, you can hold it up for a second. They want to see it. Let's go! Northwood University! Perfect. All right, guys, thank you so much. Everybody at home, don't go anywhere, though, because coming up next, we have the Overwatch portion of the CENC Midwest Invitational. So when we come back, we'll bring out some teams for Overwatch, and we'll get this thing finished. So let's go. We'll throw to a break. When we come back, more Overwatch action. Don't go anywhere.